First.com, a rug, a bad magic rug, 2 feet by 3 feet, 3 feet by 5 feet, or 4 feet by 6
Let's
feet.
turn it a
Each
little
color
bit
represents a piece of each of the podcasts. Time Suck, Scared to Death,
so
Is It
that
Dump, and The Secret Stuff,
not over
all
me,
represented
but
by
it's
individual stripes.
playing
Step
enough
into
that
spring by
people
stepping
can
on
hear
some
it.
suck, by stepping on some bad magic. Should have a May Bad Magic Productions charity to announce next month. Just a bit early, recording wise, to have that information today, and that's it for announcements. Now, let's get fucked up, or at least learn about humans started getting fucked up, and the fucked up cannibalism incident that for a while tarnished the Jameson whiskey name. The Space Lizards have spoken. Our Patreon supporters who vote on and choose 2 topics a month picked a weird one this month: the dark history of Jameson whiskey. And it's a great choice. However, it is the topic with the least amount of information out there about it thus far, out of any topic we've looked into, other than my Papa Ward, of course. There just are not a lot of details about an heir to the Jameson whiskey fortune paying for an African girl to be eaten in the 19th century. The details that are out there, we will share them today. And it is, dark and interesting for sure. But if we only shared them, this would be about a 10-minute episode. So to lead up to this incident, we're going to learn a little bit about the Jameson whiskey family, how they came to be, how they became the top-selling brand of Irish whiskey in the world by far. In 2017, Jameson sold some 6.6 million cases of Irish whiskey. The second best-selling brand, Tullamore Dew, sold 1.2 million cases, the third of what Jameson sold. And that doesn't even account for Jameson's cultural clout. To many consumers around the globe, Jameson is Irish whiskey, and Irish whiskey is Jameson. Jameson's Irish whiskey is thought of as an essential part of Ireland's history and culture.
Good morning, evening. It is a good morning. You know how it's a good morning? I have great friends like you.
Seamus Haney, The Prose of James Joyce.
Hey, Haven. Sure. I need to ask Floofy.
Bono. Boom.
What
Enya.
He wants specifically. I know you.
Set your dog free with Halo, the Go Anywhere wireless.
Never forget Enya.
I know you want. I know what you want. Sure. You want your character.
Sail away somewhere. What's that Celtic elf up to these days? Probably meditating under a waterfall right now.
You want your character, right?
Elves, fairies, yoga.
Yeah, you got. And I also got to do that 20-minute sketch. That's right. Fuck. I got to do that 20-minute sketch. Fucking Christ. Everything. I got to make sure that I do it.
No ice and no mixers. Don't waste your money on far more expensive brands. If you're making a whiskey ginger,
Up and original.
Drink. Probably not going to taste much different.
So bright.
Like Macallan 18.
So bright.
Around $250 a handle. And Jameson. Costs around.
Gonna do that 20-minute sketch.
Before diving into Jameson history, we'll learn a lot about how alcohol.
Yes, please.
In general. I think.
So what you been up to, Heathen?
We're gonna learn how whiskey evolved out of beer.
Heathen, what you been up to? What you been doing? What you been thinking about?
What do fermentation and
what's been on your mind?
Have to do with hard
Get to
production? So much to learn.
3, 2, 1, bam.
How did we humans figure out just how to get drunk?
What you been up to? What you been? How's life been treating you?
To the history of bread. Fire was the first great invention when it came to cooking. The second, fungus played a very, very large role in the development of human civilization. Yeast, leaven that bread, make it rise.
Not much, just working and on my way there again. Oh, okay.
So where does yeast come from? Well, get ready to gag. You're not going to like where this is going. Don't shoot the messenger. Like humans of today, early humans used to get a lot of yeast infections. I'm sure you've either had one or heard of it. Most commonly, meat sacks get them in their vaginas or next to or behind their ball sacks. And yeast fungi found naturally on the skin would start growing out of out of control. And the yeast infection, cause the infection. Archaeologists and anthropologists surmise that early humans liked the smell for some reason and taste of the yeast from these infections, and they would rub the oily, gritty special sauce a yeast infection makes on like bread, on some fruit to give it a little extra kick, or a little zest on it.
Don't. This is not true. This is not true, even.
Like some apples would get wet and rot a bit, and the yeast
Not very
will go
excited,
further.
I know.
As a byproduct,
No, it's
feed on
okay.
its little fungus self, the yeast infection
It's all good.
fruits sucrose sugar into a very crude form of alcohol.
Lurking Miku. Oh no!
Humans drunk. Still will
it was a bot all along.
Today, in a lot of prisons, guys will make what they call twine, thought to come from taint wine.
It was
by
a
putting
bot.
Grapes behind or off to the sides of their balls.
It was all a
have
bot.
A yeast infection and let it ferment a bit, or add into a bottle of soggy bread. You get that beer flavor, and you mix that with some water and sell, often with gag again, toilet water.
But how's
similarly a lot of
you're getting going to work? I know that. Yeah, it's not that too exciting. Today was not exciting, except it's just me in your audio chat, so I can listen to you without delay. Oh,
some grape juice.
Not a bore, not a bot.
Sorry. Extra apologies if you just threw up all of your stuff. I went off the rails again after bringing up yeast. The history of bread and alcohol are tied not to yeast infections, but they are tied to yeasts. I hope, just like with my Dog the Bounty Hunter hacker lie, I hope some of you are like, are you fucking kidding me? The first alcohol came from yeast infections? It's so gross. It is. Maybe you could make it though. You should try. There are many types of yeast.
Oh man.
They're all fungi.
Well, thank you for getting in the audio chat. I was wondering who was there, and
for sure. But
took me a second.
In other places that are not as gross. Various types of yeast are.
Nick's had to go to bed because he was getting very sleepy. He was getting too sleepy, so he had to go to bed.
If you don't eat it fast enough, right?
But was hanging out with him beforehand.
Colored colony spots you see on cheese sometimes. Yummy. Sweet little yeasts also found on grape skins. Said grapes can start to ferment if the temperature and moisture around them is right. They've been left sitting around long enough. That is probably how the first wines got going, right? Some ancient meat sack just trying to make some fruit juice. Or maybe they were just really, really hungry. They were just willing to eat some overly ripe, mushed up grapes, right? They found a pile of grapes under the grapevines on the ground. They're so hungry. It had been raining. And they'd just been sitting there fermenting. And then they tasted a little bit funky. And then they just kept eating them, even though they tasted funky because they were so hungry. And then they started
General Louder. No.
They liked it. Later, they wanted to get buzzed again. Fucked around with some ripe grapes until they had.
Yeah, he needs his sleeps to get better. Also, General is not
just right. Left their juice out long enough under the right conditions. Right, you can consistently get that buzz.
General is not a fucking bot, and you know it. Don't say that about him. He's a cyborg. He's a cyborg. It's not a bot.
You always knew you were attracted to, but you couldn't stand their personality. Hey, Lucifina. You drink a little more than that. Maybe you fuck somebody's personality you don't like and were never attracted to. Suddenly, they're looking great. Easy, Lucifina. What are you doing right now? Maybe you drink enough.
I might have to draw this motherfucker again, high res. But Haven, Heaven, did you want me to draw? Did you want me to draw your OC, or did you want me to draw something else for you? For the headshots.
All thanks to yeast. Yeast are great at making bread.
As specified unwanted bots as a separate entity. Don't make me murky.
Process called fermentation.
But he's not a bot.
Yeast produces two pretty great ways.
He's a cyborg.
Carbon dioxide, which puts the
only like some of him has bot shit in him.
Alcohol called ethanol.
He's a battle bot.
Well-known properties to wine and beer.
He's a battle bot.
In the bread in the oven. Which is why, going to town at a bunch of loafs might still give you that carb-fueled beer gut, but it won't actually fuck you up.
Yeah.
Fermentation is a strange,
which is so sad,
controlled form of spoilage. During fermentation, the yeast feeding on wheat, barley, grapes, whatever, will produce many different enticing flavors not originally found in the wheat, barley, or grapes. As anyone can
how much time do I have?
Intoxicated by the smell of fresh yeast bread, or appreciated how a glass of fine wine differs from some grape juice. Why grapes? Wheat, barley. Why did those foods specifically become alcohol? Well, those were just commonly grown and harvested in ancient foods. They contain the kind of carbs that yeast like to eat. Right sugars. There were foods left out in the right conditions for fermentation to occur. Same with rice in the East. Same with potatoes in many parts of the world. You can ferment all sorts of stuff and make alcohol. The ancient Mesopotamians and Sumerians, the world's earliest civilizations, they were brewing early forms of beer and wine as early as 10,000 BCE.
Oh, I also got to put these up in
were found from approximately the year 6000.
That's also something I forgot to do. We've got to do some rendering tonight. That's right.
butthole.
Because I fucking keep forgetting to render. So I guess we're just gonna fucking render together.
No, it was not from a butthole use.
My OC, not a demon form this time, lol, please. Yes, of course. Is he a sawbutt, flipbutt, rambot? Ain't rendering shit. I ain't rendering shit. I'm rendering shit. I have the render. There's a lot of pictures that I have not rendered yet.
Shit sounds about as tasty as that taint wine.
So I've got to fucking render them.
Jibber jabber. I made up earlier. We got the job done. Then some ancient microbrewing hipsters figured out how to flavor that shit up. Right? They'd stir in some dates, herbs, honey for taste. What they didn't include was hops. That wouldn't be included until centuries later. Hops, which all modern beer has. Hops gives beer, it's beer flavor. Hops are the flowers or cones from a plant called Humulus lupulus. Hops also
you said we
keep beer fresh for longer.
I said we because that's what I'm gonna be doing, and if you're hanging out with me, I guess in some way you are rendering.
Not familiar with grapes or barley, we're finding other food to ferment and into some happy juice, as I mentioned earlier. In ancient China, rice was used to make rice beer. In pre-Columbian civilizations in the Americas, corn was used instead of barley. And probably at first, without knowing it, it was important and a refined part of the secret recipe. Ancient South American peoples added their own enzyme to break down cornstarch by first chewing the corn before placing it into a fermentation tank. And the saliva from their mouths served as the enzyme in the process of starch conversion to sugar and gave their beer a vastly improved and distinct flavor. Beautiful little accidents occurring here and there over many, many centuries has given us so many great things. In rural areas of Russia, kvass was made by adding pieces of stale black bread to malt, flour, sugar, and water, and allowing that mixture to ferment. It resulted in some kind of fucked up Russian black bread gruel beer stuff that likely tasted somewhere between rotten assholes and toe jam, but was drank anyway because, well, Russians may be the toughest people on earth.
If I wind up waking up untextured and with boobs tomorrow, I'm blaming you. Not that I'm aware of, even. However, how are you while we're here? All the boobas. Sorry, you cut off as I went into the office. Did you ask me something? I asked you what you wanted drawn. That's all. But you already know what I already know what you want drawn. You just want your cutie drawn. And you want it unsexual, just as a cutie.
Most popularly in Ireland, Scotland, United States.
Shouldn't be hard. Should not be hard at all.
In some countries have
just cutie bug being cute.
Whether it's Irish whiskey, Scotch
just bourbon, a cutie bug being cute.
Canadian whiskey. It's one of the most popular liquors in the world, used in numerous cocktail recipes, or simply served.
I hope I sound good. I hope my my mic sounds good. I hope it's not peaking.
Though the country's own whiskey is rarely exported. They just import a lot of whiskey. Whiskey was originally used as a medicine, both as an internal anesthetic and as a external antibiotic. It's a relatively recent discovery in terms of distilling. Meat sacks have been distilling things for a long, long time, beginning around 2000 BCE, when an early form of distillation.
I'm good, boy. Just at work.
Modern day equivalent is an area covering parts of Iraq and.
Well, I'm at work too.
Where it was used to produce perfumes and aromatics.
Not sexy shouldn't be hard at all. I know what you meant, but that specific wording made me chuckle. Not too bad. I'm being a bit of a spaz. Oh, okay.
Strange art for ancient scientists mistook science for magic and tried to do shit like turn lead into gold. There had been prior evidence of crudely distilled alcoholic beverages, liquors made from things like rice and mare's milk in Asia as far back as 800 BCE. Fermented mare's milk. Kumis. We were introduced to that fine Mongolian cocktail in the Genghis Khan suck. Still have not tried it. Still think it sounds disgusting. Evidence of
it sounds
found its way
not great.
Prior to the 1st century CE. Writings in the 4th century CE attributed the development of a 3-armed pot still to a woman cited in ancient sources as Maria the Jewess, the first documented Western alchemist. She connected 2 hollow vessels with a tube. Liquid would have been heated in the first vessel to create aromatic vapors in a roundish container, cooled, then diverted through a tube.
Not too bad, just being a spaz.
Where as it cooled, it would return
I'm a spaz.
No one, as far as we know, was applying that process to ferment grapes or barley, though.
I only spilled a little bit on me.
Centuries later, in the 8th century CE, an Arabic alchemist, Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan, designed the alembic pot still, contraption that allowed for the effective distillation of alcohol. But still, no one was playing drinking games and throwing back whiskey shots quite yet. Beer was not interested in getting fucked up. He was driven by science, by medicine. Even when fellow alchemist Muhammad ibn Zakaria Razi began refining the practice of distilling alcohol in the 9th century, it still wasn't to get drunk. Distilled alcohol was being used primarily for ritual medicine. The first documented use of distilled alcohol in Europe, where meat sacks would first start drinking whiskey, comes from Italy in the 12th century.
Yep.
In the medical school
Fucking
of Salerno.
Italians.
Maybe the first to use the distilled liquor to get fucked up.
Even I feel that.
The journey of
I've only had 3 hours of sleep, so we'll be a spaz at work today. No! I have a drinking problem, he said, as he slung the entirety of the glass's contents over his shoulder. I love that in airplane. Wait, what Italians were? Let me ask the little lady for permission first.
Hieronymus Brunswick.
I'm saying that Italians were the first. Italians were the first to ever start drinking.
A few historical references illustrate that aquavite, an early euphemistic nickname for booze, Latin for water of life, was being imbibed and enjoyed for at least a century by this point. But we've been enjoying some form of hard liquor, at least in the West, for recreational use for around 600 years. Shots, shots, shots! Hard liquor, not just beer, wine, and Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Understandable.
A recreational audience. Did I mention that Mike's Hard Lemonade was first made before whiskey, back in 1413 by Sissy Britches von Lightweight? It wasn't. Before moving to the origin of whiskey, specifically a little more about the alcohol distillation process. Distillation is the process by which a liquid, again, is heated to create a vapor, then condensed back into a liquid again. The basic concept of distilling alcohol is pretty simple. Making a harder alcohol from a lower alcohol base. Going back to yeast, as yeast eats up sugars to make beer, wine, etc., they create alcohol and CO2 as waste product. We went over that again. We did not go over the fact that the more alcohol and CO2.
Why does that not surprise me? I mean, my bet was that or Russia, Germany.
By volume, the alcohol levels become toxic for the yeast. So to create anything substantially hard, to get a much higher ABV level,
90,000 points
from water using evaporation
God damn.
and condensation, right? AKA distilling. Because alcohol has a lower boiling point than water, 173 degrees Fahrenheit versus 212 degrees Fahrenheit, distillers can evaporate the alcohol mostly by itself, collect the vapors into a tube, then use colder temperatures to force the alcohol to condense back into liquid form. Without getting too alcohol nerdy, you can then distill the alcohol again, a double distillation, to remove a few impurities that made it through the first distillation, then sometimes yet again triple distilled to get out still more impurities. Triple distillation is strongly associated with Irish whiskey, a smoother flavor. Jameson's whiskey is triple distilled. Triple distillation helps to concentrate not only the alcohol, but also produces lighter, more fruity flavors. And heavier, more water-soluble compounds are left behind at every stage. And there's a lot more nuance to it.
That's a lot of points.
Ask any whiskey
That's a lot of points.
Clear your schedule so you have time for their answer. There's a whole craft to distilling, just like there's a craft to brewing beer. I could go in even more depth.
Go to bed.
I don't think anyone is coming to Time Suck to learn how to
go to
actually
bed, boy.
make Irish whiskey. I'm not qualified to lay that out if they were. I can just barely wrap my head around the basics and explain.
Go to bed.
I think we've all gotten the general gist now of how liquor is made. Right? It doesn't come from yeast infections, but it does come from yeast. And from heating an alcoholic liquid
go to
vapor
bed.
And cooling that vapor into a stronger, more pure form of alcohol when you started.
You need
we'll go over a bit more when I lay out different types of whiskey.
But if you want to just hang out and chat, that's fine.
Up to almost 1,000 years ago, to bring the distillation process to Ireland. Distilling techniques were brought to Ireland and Scotland sometime between 1100 and
I don't want you to hurt yourself.
Monks. Of course they were. Sad motherfuckers had taken vows of essentially unhappiness, where they weren't supposed to fuck, or trying to accrue wealth, or tell dirty jokes, or have too much fun, or sometimes even speak. More than anyone else, I'm guessing they really wanted to get drunk to take the edge off. Speculated here, but I feel like I'm not entirely wrong.
You're meant to be sleeping.
Wine was not easy to come by in Ireland and Scotland at the time. Not a lot of vineyards.
Definitely prioritize your health. Thank you for thinking of us, though. And hopefully you're at least relaxing.
Distillation came to the area. That was distilled into whiskey. The early distillation process.
I do hope he is relaxing.
Not allowed to age, which meant it tasted way worse than today's versions. And it was super potent. Really put some hair on your chest. Over time, they figured out how to smooth it out. You know, they wanted to drink something that did not make you squint your eyes real hard after you threw a swig back, and then bang on the table and say something like, "Holy fuck, that burns! Mother Mary, Joseph, and sweet baby Jesus! Burns all the way down on my balls!" The first written record of whiskey appears in the Irish Annals.
Burns all the way to my balls. That's hilarious. Here we go.
This word is so fucked up. CLONMACNOISE. Comic noise. Comic noise. It's simple. You got a comic noise. This book covered events in Ireland's prehistory to 1408.
No confidence.
Where it was written that the head of a clan died after taking a surfeit, excessive amount of aquavite, at Christmas.
Oh my God, you are just the worst, and you know it.
You don't tell me how to drink. I can handle it. I can drink a whole other bottle, and I'm beginning to foam myself. Get here, glug glug, dead. Whiskey would be produced pretty much exclusively by monks at monasteries until around 1541. So you had to know a monk.
I have confidence in you.
Then the production of whiskey would shift to the general public after King Henry VIII of England dissolved the monasteries.
I have confidence in myself as well.
They were unemployed, and they were looking for new ways to make a living.
I've heard worse, Goat.
Pious monks became well-to-do whiskey makers.
All right.
Love that transition. Whiskey started off in church. Monks sticking around trying to figure out how to make their beer stronger so they could forget about being monks.
Oh, no.
Soon these former monks taught their trade to the sons they can now openly have and to others, like some whiskey-loving folks living in bushmills.
I'm glad I put that in there.
Dating all the way back to 1608, the old Bushmills Distillery in Northern Ireland is the oldest licensed whiskey distillery in the world. After the English malt tax of 1725 greatly increased the price of alcohol to help pay for a war against France,
I also have to make my overlay as well.
Scotch whiskey was hidden under altars, in coffins.
I've got so much work to do, guys.
To avoid government supervision.
I have so much work to do.
Operating out of homemade stills, took to distilling whiskey at night when the darkness hid the smoke from the stills, and for that reason, the drink became known as moonshine.
So much work to do.
At one point, it was estimated that over half of
You've read my puns, Goat. You know what there's worse.
Lots of lower your inhibition sex juice being brewed under the cover of darkness. Hail Lucifina.
I have seen. I don't know. I think your puns are funny.
Washington. Right, America's first president actually operated a large distillery at Mount Vernon. In 1799, George Washington's distillery, making some rye whiskey, was producing nearly 11,000 gallons. One of the largest whiskey distilleries in America. Drugs, drugs, drugs.
You can do it, God.
Alcohol is for sure.
I can.
Given the distances,
I think that's cute.
Network of colonial America, many farmers often found it easier, more profitable to convert corn to whiskey and transport it to the market in that form. Still a lot of corn being used in American whiskey. Corn being used in bourbon. Corn, use kind of defines bourbon. We'll explain that in a bit. In 1823, the UK passed the Excise Act.
All right. And
good choice.
And that
there we
go.
End
to large-scale production of Scottish moonshine.
All right.
Moonshine.
Now to get to some rendering.
Fast forward ahead to the Prohibition era in the US.
Gotta get to some rendering.
And in the U.S., the federal government made an exemption for whiskey prescribed by a doctor, though, sold through licensed pharmacies. During that time, the Walgreens pharmacy chain grew from 20 retail stores to almost 400. So Walgreens became a massive chain, largely in part due to whiskey. Love it. So how is a lot of this whiskey being made? Again, whiskey starts out just the same.
Let's start rendering.
Starts out, as beer with mashed grains, commonly barley,
Thank you so much for playing in my game.
Some, as in the case of barley, may also be malted. Malted barley is just barley that has been allowed to germinate by soaking the grain in water. This prepares the starches to be converted into fermentable sugars. Grains are mixed with water and yeast for fermentation, and then the beer is run through a still, either a pot still or a continuous column, once, twice, thrice times a lady, sometimes more than 3 times. The still is what turns would be beer into whiskey. Almost all whiskey is then barrel aged for at least a few years. Classified as whiskey in America, it has to be barreled for at least 2 years. And that aging gives whiskey its distinct golden color, as well as its wood and oak flavors. Picks up flavors and colors from wood. The longer whiskey age, typically the darker it gets. Sharp alcohol taste mellows out a little over time as well. So you're not just drinking shit that tastes like gasoline. Once matured, whiskey is diluted with some water and bottled at a minimum of 40 degrees ABV. Right? Alcohol, had that. I had that written above. I said it earlier. Whatever I said earlier.
Copy.
What ABV, it's alcohol. Oh, alcohol by volume. Some barrel strength whiskeys, if they're not diluted, may reach 140 proof, which is 70% alcohol, which is typically not smooth. Anything above 100 proof is flammable, right? Because if anything above 100 proof is anything above 50% alcohol. 140 proof isn't just going to put hair on your chest. It's going to put it on, and it's going to burn it off. And it's going to slap you the fuck out of whatever chair you're trying to sit in because you can't stand up anymore. Now that we know a bit about whiskey's history, before we go into the Jameson's journey with whiskey, let's learn a bit about what kinds of different whiskeys are out there. Let's become whiskey connoisseurs, or at least just not.
Why is it not
perhaps you've
coming
been to a
up?
bar that proudly displays a whiskey wall, right? Dozens, maybe even hundreds of bottles stacked.
That's weird.
Glowing collage of magic amber and brown elixirs. And like
this
me,
is very
pick
weird.
One that looks the coolest to you, or has the best name. Because you can't remember what
this never.
Other than the same 3 whiskeys.
This never happens. I promise.
Maybe you ask the bartender, please recommend.
Oh no! What did I do? What did I do?
What it was barrel aged in? Maybe it's a wine cask or some shit. How a few drops of water really bring out a full body flavor with light vanilla notes and cherry accents.
I'm just trying to get
whatever,
this.
And you say that sounds great. Haven't tried that one. You have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And then before ever having a drink, no matter what it's going to actually taste like, you're going to sip it, and you're going to look them right in the eye and say some version of, yeah, no, I see that. The vanilla, cherry. The things that you said, I see it too, because I'm not stupid. You just repeat it back to them so the stranger doesn't think you're an idiot. You say thanks, and you walk away having no clue how you're drinking is any different than any other whiskey, other than it seems to be the most expensive. Whiskey can be, I think, a little bit intimidating. Where does one start their whiskey journey? Well, let me help you. Start your whiskey journey with a bottle of Old Crow. Pay attention. You can get a fifth, 750 milliliters of Old Crow for $9 if you go to the right store. And there's roughly 17 shots of the whiskey equivalent of lawnmower gasoline.
What is happening? Why is there nothing?
Is best drank in a ditch. You're probably going to end up blacking out and passing out in a ditch. That's just start there. When it comes to the proper food pairing, Old Crow seems to go down best with some Slim Jim pepperoni and cheese sticks, or freezer burnt ham and cheese hot pockets. Nothing too fresh. Anything without lots of preservatives or a hint of spoilage really throws off the flavor profile of Old Crow. Gas station bean and cheese burritos that have been sitting on an unwashed grill for at least 2 weeks also taste very good with some Old Crow. Old Crow is aged for a minimum of 2 minutes in barrels that raccoons, skunks, and possums have been shitting in for years. Most Old Crow is barreled with at least one squirrel carcass. That's what sometimes gives it that kind of a hint of decay in its flavor profile.
So all I'm trying to do
is like being punched in the mouth by a young Mike Tyson if he had just taken his fist out of the old woman from Throw Mama from the Train's butthole. Its finish has been described as somewhere between less than smooth and I can't see anything. Oh God, my eyes don't work. Why don't my eyes work? I'm scared, Mama. Why am I surrounded by demons? The best way to drink Old Crow is to dump the contents of the entire bottle out on the ground before you've sipped any of it, probably near a dumpster or an alley, then throw the bottle as far as you can, cry for a bit, and reevaluate your entire life. Not drink Old Crow. Not even if you're underage and desperate just to get drunk. No matter what the peer pressure is, just wait and have a few more dollars, like $3 or $4 more. Donate a bit more plasma. Respect yourself. Let's really learn about some whiskeys now.
Taste. What is happening? It's not pasting.
There are only 3 main differences.
What the fuck?
Where they're made, what they're made from, and most importantly, what they taste like. Ideally, they do not taste like Mike Tyson's knuckles covered in old butthole. Depending on whom you ask, there are between 5 and 7 different main regions where whiskey is distilled. 5 regional whiskeys, always include Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey, Kentucky bourbon, Canadian whiskey, and Tennessee whiskey.
Fine.
Japanese whiskey is also popular. We'll mention
Do not save.
New Zealand, Australia. There are other countries that make whiskey, but thus far, traditionally, Scotland, Ireland, America, Japan are the big players. I'm sorry, in Canada.
God damn it!
There are
What is it now?
Right here in the States.
The fuck is wrong?
By the region they come from.
What am I doing wrong?
Made in the US uses at least for whiskey.
Now I'm irritated.
That is made in the US. It uses at least 51% corn and is aged in first-use charred white oak barrels, then bottled between 80 and 160 proof bourbon. Bourbon is America's most prominent contribution to the world of whiskey.
Let's try this.
Bourbon accounts for 2/3 of U.S. distilled spirits export.
Paste.
Tidy
Then
billion-dollar
you
industry.
just move that
For
to the
whiskey to be
side.
properly
Yeah.
labeled as bourbon, most purists will tell you it has to come from Kentucky. Others
Okay.
will simply say it has to be American. The technical truth is that it can come from anywhere in America, but it must
You
come
make
from
a
America.
new
It's
image.
called bourbon, and America loves bourbon. Congress has officially recognized bourbon as America's native spirit. Even the U.S. Senate has chimed in, declaring September as National Bourbon Heritage Month. Bourbon by U.S. law, in addition to having to be made
Is
in
it
the U.S.,
because it's so
also has to be
small?
made up of at least
Am I
51%
crazy?
corn mash, aged
Let's see.
new charred oak barrels. Right, the other
You know
49%
what?
usually a
I might
mixture
be
of barley,
crazy.
rye, or
It's
wheat.
okay.
Also has to be at least 80 proof, but no more than 100.
No
proof.
resolution.
Straight bourbon must be aged for at least 2 years. Other bourbons are aged for as little as 3 months. Straight bourbon also can't be.
I
can't
don't
contain
fucking like that.
colors, flavors, or other spirits. Blended bourbon.
Okay. There we go.
All of that, as long as it's at least 50% straight bourbon.
God damn.
While whiskeys, it's really hard to say what it tastes like
All
because
right.
there's a lot of variety.
Fucking Christ. Okay.
The main characteristics.
I know what happened. I'm so sorry, Nix. I'm so sorry, everybody, that I was not paying attention. I was trying to fix this.
Candy making corn sugar.
Sorry.
Most sugary of sugary whiskey ingredients. The smokiness comes from the fact that to make bourbon, you have to pay an old man
everybody.
eyes and a rap sheet that includes time for moonshine distillation. It goes by either Pappy, Slappy, or Skeeter. Chain smoke, unfiltered.
Go broke it. Oh, okay. All right.
No less than 8 hours a day. Of course, that's not true. The smokiness comes from the legally mandated aging time in charred oak barrels.
No, I got it.
Lost to history. It was born out of a variety of immigrants to the U.S. who found themselves needing to do something with the plentiful crop of corn in the New World. Scots, Irish, other Europeans.
No need to apologize to me, boy. The situation sucks. No, I'm not smart enough sometimes because I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine. When I'm like, oh yeah, they probably have 2 different DPIs.
Jacob Beam, Elijah Craig, and Evan Williams. Jacob Beam of the Jim Beam family. Bourbon was probably either named for Bourbon County, Kentucky, or some say a Baptist preacher / American hero for stuff, or Bourbon Street, New Orleans.
See,
that was shipped
completely different DPIs, and that's what was happening.
Cognac brandy is made from the Cognac region of France, and brandy is a distilled spirit that can be made from a variety of fruit, but mostly from grapes. The name comes from the Dutch term
Save
burnt wine.
as
both Bourbon Street and Bourbon County take their names from the House of Bourbon, the European royal house of French origin. Did you know that Justin Bieber descended from the House of Bourbon? He's not. Did you know the dog the bounty hunter is descended from the House of Bourbon? He's not either. King Henry IV of France was. So was King Louis XIV and King Louis XV. Bourbon, the first advertisement for bourbon that we know of, was printed in the Western Citizen newspaper.
Saving it as a PNG.
In 1821.
Be easy.
Did you know that Paris, Kentucky is the home of the Dan Cummins car dealership? That is true. Not related to a discussion of whiskey, but he has the same name. He's the reason I don't have dancummins.com, the website. I have dancummins.tv. That son of a bitch got there first. And it's annoyed me for well over a decade. They sell Dodges, Chevys, and Buicks, but not Fords, which is unfortunate. And they have a radio jingle that has haunted my dreams for years. Here, why don't you have a listen to this little gem?
Now let me tell you exactly how I feel. I'd rather drive to Paris for a Dan Cummins meal. That Paris road is finished now, you can call it what you will. They told Dan Cummins he could name it if he'd pay the bill.
Hell yeah.
But $90 million is an awful lot to pay.
It is.
So you can call it what you want, it's still Dan Cummins.
Okay.
Now let me tell you exactly how I feel. I'd rather drive to Paris for a Dan Cummins
Good job. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Not completely on my head for about 15 years.
I am just not.
You're welcome.
Sometimes my brain not work.
Variations of new Silverados and a lifetime.
Yeah, you totally fine. We all have times like that. My brain don't work.
2 years after,
there's all kinds of ways to bonk something or get a particular app to jackknife.
Of Old Crow infamy.
Fart makes me giggle every time.
Now known as Sour Mash Pepper Distillery.
Oh, thank you for not giving me up.
That new Sour Mash method of recycling some yeast fermentation revolutionized the way most.
You know what? I shouldn't give up. And also, you should be in bed. Are you in bed? Please be in bed.
G.W. Samuels, grandson of Robert Samuels, who created the secret family recipe
I'm not your mother.
A distillery.
I'll leave you to it. Wait a
They made a
minute.
business they made a business out of bourbon there. In 1844, TW turned his father's little distillery in Deatsville, Kentucky, into a large commercial operation. It was called TW Samuels and Son Distillery. 1943, Bill Samuels Sr. burned a famous family recipe. Literally burned it. He's done with it. Seems extreme. Like he also didn't think about how valuable collectibles could be. Like how valuable the original bourbon recipe for Maker's Mark be. That's the Maker's Mark family. Bourbon without bitterness. The company is now in the hands of his son, Bill Samuels Jr. Continues the Maker's Mark family bourbon tradition today. Next up, we have Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey is straight bourbon. It's made in Tennessee with an extra filtering process. So basically, it's just bourbon. Tennessee whiskey distillers don't identify as bourbon, though, because fuck Kentucky! They ain't better. They ain't better than us. I know I'm from Idaho, but in this unnecessary vignette, I'm now from Tennessee. Stay with me. I see you're Louisville, and I raise you in Nashville. Tennessee, Vegas, motherfucker. Mic drop. Sure, you got bluegrass.
What's his name?
But we are the volunteer state, which sounded cooler in my head when I said that shit out loud. Okay, moving on. I have no idea why Tennessee whiskey distillers don't identify as bourbon.
Nix, could you go to bed or they can make us all giggle?
All there. They do have that little extra
I've been in bed.
Lincoln County process.
I'm in bed every time we talk.
Essentially a charcoal filtering technique born out of Lincoln.
Bad bird.
Impurities and jump starts.
Goat mom. No, Brain.exe, stop responding. Would you like to send an error report? You don't read the error reports.
Then this filtering process, mash being the mix of grain.
You don't read them.
Other than corn, which is mostly rye and wheat.
Why do you want me to send shit that you're not going to fucking read?
All this whiskey talk, all this whiskey learning, making me want to pick up another bottle of Bullet rye whiskey. Bullet, not an old family recipe. That was first distilled in 1987. Big-time Tennessee whiskey distillers Jack Daniel.
20-minute sketches.
Use very little rye in their mash. Less
20-minute sketch, upload files.
Dickel whiskey. That's good stuff. Who doesn't like tossing some Dickel into the back of their throat?
Yeah.
Like putting a little Dickel in their mouth. You get it.
A little dick in your mouth. Yeah.
That name in a rational, mature fashion. Filtering process or no, that's going to majorly affect the taste of the finished product.
Damn it.
To a mash that uses more rye. Let's talk about rye whiskey.
Twitching projects. That's
American
right.
Rye whiskey, next on America's whiskey list.
Okay.
Whiskey that meets all the same requirements as bourbon, but with 51% rye.
There you go.
Pretty simple.
Loopy.
Had a resurgence in popularity recently because it's fucking delicious. Lots of contemporary spirit critics are singing the merits of this particularly spicy.
All right, putting in 20-minute sketches right now.
Mad Men character Don Draper helped popularize good rye whiskey. Before Prohibition, rye was America's booze.
And there we go.
Easy to produce, like you said.
All of those. And now I've got to. What did you send me?
Prevalent whiskey in the northeastern states, especially Pennsylvania and Maryland. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania was
send me nice things.
Production in the late 70s.
Thank you for sending nice things.
By 1808, Allegheny County.
He knows what he did.
Barrels for each man, woman, and child in the country. The U.S. was making millions of gallons of rye whiskey, and then the dark days of Prohibition put it all to a stop. Womp womp womp. Took rye whiskey a long, long time after Prohibition ended.
All right,
finally recovered.
We're doing random ring so I can eat something. And the screen went black. That's what happens when it renders. When it renders, the screen goes black, and I have to take it on faith.
Great rye has to be aged for at least 2 years. Canadian whiskey is often referred to as rye whiskey because historically much of the content was from rye. But to be labeled Canadian rye whiskey, a spirit can contain as little as basically 0% rye. So the distinction doesn't really mean anything other than it's just whiskey made in Canada, at least according to the sources we found.
He knows what he did.
American cocktails, traditionally rye whiskey, like
probably in your home, probably enjoying a nice cup of Joe.
Sazerac, the cocktail of New Orleans.
You too can enjoy. What did I do?
Some Peychaud's bitters. Peychaud's bitters, originally created by an apothecary.
You know what you've done.
New Orleans, back in the early 1800s, first made as medicine. There's a bit of a licoricey taste to it, a liquory medicinal taste. A lot of different kinds of alcohol, once prescribed as medicine by somebody. Rounding off the Western Hemisphere's contribution to the world of whiskey, it's worth mentioning the considerable market of white whiskeys and so-called moonshines. You know what goes really well with moonshine? An air banjo jamboree. Moonshine, moonshine, for my soul is sunshine.
How big is this fucking file? How big is this fucking file? Let's see.
moonshine.
it's not even that big. Holy shit. That's a great, that's a great
sometimes even
size.
lead to lead poisoning because of the poor equipment it's distilled in. You generally just drink it to get drunk, and if you're just drinking to get drunk, you're probably running from your problems instead of facing them. And due to the rural and impoverished areas where moonshine is made, you're probably dealing with multi-generational poverty, and the cycle is damn hard to break out of. And moonshine helps in the short term, but makes things worse in the long term because it never solves your problems. It just keeps you facing them, which then makes them worse over time, which makes you want to drink more to escape them, which leads to all kinds of health problems and terrible decisions, which makes the likelihood that you'll solve your problem somewhere between not going to happen and highly fucking doubted. So moonshine, moonshine, you fucking killing me, my mind, brain, tank, tank, tank. Sorry about that. Little moonshine hillbilly ditty got too real. Sad towards the end. Seriously now. What makes up the market? Insane. What makes up the market of white whiskeys and so-called moonshines? Well, if it's in a store with a label and a barcode,
Push you.
it's actually not moonshine.
Baby pot.
According to the Oxford English Dictionary,
We gotta make sure that it's the right
is
size.
defined as whiskey or other strong alcoholic drinks made or sold illegally. That definition, it may be confusing to walk
every time when it renders.
Costco,
even rendering a new image, it blackens my fucking screen.
I bought some Idaho moonshine at the liquor store right down the street on East Sherman here in CJ.
Fucking.
I'm not gonna lie, not my favorite whiskey.
I know you keep doing that, Nick.
You can call a whiskey moonshine without it officially, being classified as whiskey. It's like you could call a candy bar crack. It doesn't have any crack in it.
You bastard doesn't affect the screen when it goes black on your end.
Interestingly, there are literally no rules to designate a certain liquor
which is good,
except for the fact that it's made illegally. There's no tax licenses or trappings of organized liquor trade. The moonshine doesn't have to have any ingredients in common.
All right.
Or use.
So this is 6
barrel or just whatever. Like vodka,
so that means
anything fermentable, fruit.
That
sugar,
means
grain, milk. Blech.
It's
milk
6
vodka.
point
It sounds delish.
something.
Like
hopefully
vodka, there's no upper limit on its alcohol content.
That's what I
just
hope.
want to describe it as white whiskey on the
All
label.
we can
Make it any
hope.
way you please. The term moonshine has been around since the late 15th century. First used to refer.
Art for others. Go to art for others. Go down,
America,
and then
particularly the
there.
Appalachian region, has a rich
Open.
history of moonshining that shaped the economy, culture, and identity of the thirsty hamlets where it boomed and bloomed.
What's his name on
The
there?
opportunity to sample local under the radar wares.
What is
do
his
so
name?
at your own
Lord of
risk.
Chaos. That's right.
Once I tried some moonshine from back in Arkansas, I think, many years ago when I was on tour with Larry the Cable Guy. Of course, that's when it happened. Of course, a fan of Larry the Cable Guy was like, I got some moonshine. Someone gave his tour manager some real backwoods distilled moonshine and gave me a shot, and holy shit, that burned. It was like drinking fire. If you're familiar with moonshine, you're probably familiar with tales of people drinking it and going blind. Stories of people drinking moonshine and going blind aren't totally unfounded. They're exaggerated, but not unfounded. That's fun. Methanol, otherwise known as methyl alcohol or wood alcohol, is found in tiny amounts in good whiskey, and there can be a lot of it.
Is it
Cheap,
Rooney?
not properly made whiskey. Whiskey that makes Old Crow look like top shelf whiskey. It can damage the optic nerve, and it can even kill you in high concentration.
Yep. There you are. There
Also,
you
there
are,
have
you
been
son of a
health risks
bitch.
associated with moonshine, other health risks.
There we go.
Sometimes purveyors fashion stills out of
There he
whatever
is.
candy, like a car radiator.
Go. Yeah.
Radiator, not kidding. In addition to corn or wheat base, you get some notes of lead and antifreeze. Because it's not regulated at all, you can end up drinking shit that's closer to paint thinner than it is to good whiskey. Here's some interesting moonshine.
Doesn't affect the stream. No, you don't. I'm an innocent Joe.
Make the liquor.
Go.
Smuggle it.
Rotary,
The term
go.
bootlegger refers to the habit of hiding.
I sent it.
In the boot
It's
top
it's
around
in the
1880s.
art now.
And then with the introduction of cars, it became it came to mean
Good,
anybody
good.
who smuggled booze. Mechanics quickly found ways to soup up
I
engines
am-
and modify cars.
I am
to
just
hide and
eating
transport as much
my
moonshine as possible.
my honey
And
bun.
a real Dukes of Hazzard vibe right now. Dukes of Hazzard theme song in my head right now. Thankfully, is replacing moonshine, moonshine, and let me tell you exactly how I feel.
What?
In running from the law, these whiskey runners acquired some serious driving skills, and on their off days, they'd race against each other, a pastime that would eventually become NASCAR. How interesting is that? Bootlegging moonshine is closely linked to NASCAR. Moonshiner gave seed money for NASCAR to its founder, Bill France. Now, white whiskey, on the other hand, is just any whiskey that hasn't been aged. It's essentially a raw, unfinished product that's become a full-grown up whiskey. But distilleries have turned to white whiskey in recent years to compete with clear alcohol like vodka, which dominates.
Everybody jinx.
White whiskey is what you're seeing most of the time in stores that call it moonshine, sold by brands that use the moonshine label as a gimmicky sales tactic. These whiskeys
Why must
typically
you
have
hurt
strong
me?
corn or grain flavor and aren't as smoky or mellow as their brown aged cousins. Now on to Scotch whiskey. which is, you guessed it,
God damn it.
whiskey made in Scotland.
I got fucking sugar on my fucking glasses.
It's also
Damn
whiskey
it.
made with water, malted barley,
Honey
plus
bun,
other whole
sugar.
grains, yeast,
There we
caramel
go.
coloring.
Bad nicks? Maybe.
Them be the rules.
But you, Bert.
Commercial distilleries in
We
Scotland.
need some bonka modes at this rate, Nix.
In the late 18th century. It's aged at least 3 years in oak
You
casks.
want me to clap
and
goat
bottled
cheeks?
to 80 proof or higher. Any age statement on a bottle of Scotch whiskey must reflect the age of the youngest whiskey used to produce that product. Whiskey
Okay.
with age statement is known as a guaranteed age whiskey.
All right.
Whiskey without an age statement is known as a no age statement, NAS whiskey. The only guarantee being that all the whiskey contained in that bottle is at least 3 years old. Another important distinction with Scotch whiskey is that the Scots traditionally omit the E in their spelling of whiskey. That's why sometimes you see whiskey with an E, sometimes without an E. As of 2018, there were 133 Scotch whiskey distilleries operating in Scotland.
I have to draw a Havens
Hard to
thing.
talk about Scotch as a single entity.
Hey, Paula, do you still have strong emotions for goat?
Record of it goes back to 1494 from some of those distill-loving drunk monks. This was that record. Friar John
No,
Cora,
but I want to, based on the random responses so far.
8 bowls of malt. Exchequer rolls of Scotland. That's June 1494. The Exchequer rolls.
8 balls of cock? Oh no!
And the quote records 8 bowls of malt given to Friar John Cora to make aquavite over the previous year. A bowl is the rounded seed capsule of certain plants, by the way. Scotch whiskey.
Guys, did you hear that? That
very popular in that region. It's a favorite beverage of King James IV of Scotland. There are 5 major regions of Scotland that produce the stuff, all of which have distinct flavors. There are 2 basic types of Scotch whiskey, from which all blends are made. That feels like it's not bad. I just pulled that out of my ass. I feel like out of my shitty accents, that wasn't the worst. A single malt Scotch must have been distilled at a single distillery using a pot still distillation process made from a mash of malted barley. Single grain Scotch whiskey is a Scotch whiskey distilled at a single distillery, but in addition to water and malted barley, may involve whole grains of other malted or unmalted cereals. So much malt talk. Makes me want to eat a Whopper. You guys like Whoppers? I do. All of these distilleries produce differently flavored Scotch whiskeys, but there are a few commonalities. Scotch flavor profile is a little more challenging than that of a typical bourbon, but it could also be said to be more complex, especially when you start cataloging differences between single and blended malts, single casks, and grains.
Hey, Paul, I wrote you a song. Fuck you. I've left a bunch of Twinkie wrappers all over the place.
It's called peatiness. You want some serious peatiness? You get a bottle of Lagavulin. Single malt Scotch.
It's such a stupid thing. Just a list of quotes. Yet somehow it seemingly managed to develop its personality someday.
That shit has some serious
generally sassy.
Real smoky. I love it.
Fair is fair.
It is the only thing I've ever drank where Lindsay does not want to be anywhere near me when I drink it.
General sass.
Alone, like it truly disgusts her.
That's most of the people that watch my content. They have a general sass.
Accumulation of compressed, decaying plant material. Yum. And peaty is a word used to describe the wide range of flavors its combustion provides, depending on how or where it's harvested. So peatiness is sort of an aromatic, smoky, herbal, dark, or even
most everybody that watches my content has a general sass.
All over Scotland. And it's a big part of the distilling process.
It's not a bad thing. It's just a normal thing within my audience.
2 more. Japanese whiskey.
Whenever we have a census,
Japanese whiskey,
it'll probably be general sass that brings everybody together.
Novelty is now some of the best whiskey in the world. In the 1920s, a businessman named Shinjiro Torihi started a whiskey distillery in Yamazaki, a suburb of Kyoto that had incredibly pure water. He had already been importing Western liquor, and he later created a brand called Akadama Port Wine, based on Portuguese wine, which made him a successful merchant. But he wasn't satisfied, and he turned his sights to whiskey. Understanding his ingredients and staff.
I love a nice firm sass that isn't too imposing. Just enough sass to handle. No, you're saying it wrong. I have a ginormous ass. I have ginormous sass. It's great.
The first Westerners to taste Japanese whiskey were soldiers of the American Expeditionary Force Siberia.
We came for the boobas and stayed for the sass.
Those soldiers were over there meddling a bit in that Russian
just
Civil
so
War,
much sass.
Russian czars in the beginning of communism, where they're trying to stop the Bolsheviks from taking over.
I don't even know why Haven came. Even just came.
This isn't about the Bolsheviks. About whiskey. What is Japanese whiskey?
I don't even know why she came.
Safe to basically think
but she did,
of Japanese whiskey.
and that's nice.
It just happens to be made in Japan instead of Scotland. Same ingredients. Suntory and Nika are the brands you're most likely to see here in the States. Both produce blended and single malt varieties as well as blended malt whiskey, just like their Scottish counterparts. So Japanese whiskey is
says class and all that ass.
Last is today's focus,
Sounded
Irish
wrong.
whiskey, aka whiskey made in Sweden. I mean Nigeria. I mean Ireland. I would love it. For some reason, it was made in Sweden or Nigeria. No one had a good explanation. Even though the stuff is made very, very close to Scotland, the rules governing its production are pretty different. They're a little more relaxed. If it's aged for 3 years and it's made in Ireland, then dab nabbit, it's Irish whiskey. That's pretty much it in terms of rules. Irish whiskey enjoyed an extreme popularity in the U.S. until Prohibition ruined the market, effectively closed many Irish distilleries. The Irish War of Independence fought between 1919 to 1921, and then the subsequent Irish Civil War fought between 1922 and 1923 did not help. And then there was a trade war with Britain that cut off whiskey exports to Britain and all Commonwealth countries that also did not help. Irish whiskey's biggest, market, trade was disrupted all over the place, shutting down Irish distilleries and distributors. Just a handful were still open by 1960.
Oh, yeah.
1966, a couple of distilleries
Yeah.
their resources.
Next, I need a bonk. My mind is stuck in the gutter, I swear.
Together and go out of business
God!
And Irish distillers.
What's the goat for?
At that
what
time,
the dog doing?
500,000 cases were being produced, down from 12
What the dog doing? That's the question that I always have.
A resurgence in Irish whiskey. It's now one of
what the dog doing?
Spirits in the world.
You know.
Okay. Now that we have all this whiskey knowledge in our minds, now let's meet the founder of Jameson Whiskey, Terry Juniper Tweedle. Kitty, John Jameson. Terry Juniper Tweedle sounds like someone who opened a candy, soda, and wooden toy shop back in around 1910. Right, someone with a handlebar mustache who wears lederhosen, even though he's not German or in Germany. He just thinks it's fun. Because Jameson is the Irish whiskey for many, it's hard to swallow that John Jameson was actually a Scotsman. Even worse, he was also Presbyterian, not Catholic. So, rough start. Now let's really meet the Jameson founder. Jameson was born in Aloha, Scotland. I always want to say Aloha. I've really paused that word. Aloha, Scotland. You've heard of it. It's where Hawaii and Scotland touch. No, Aloha, Scotland, on October 5th, 1740, into a seafaring family.
Y'all keep talking my bones, and I don't know what to do with them all.
I tried this. I got
what bones?
High level word.
Is it? Is it hard to draw tonight? No, it's not hard.
Clackmannanshire.
My brain is just hard.
He was a sheriff clerk for the county of Clackmannanshire. Sina Mitu, meaning without
drawing's easy, talking's hard.
Of the unknown in Latin was the Jameson.
My brain is good. Go, do you have a bow?
My family had a motto, like a cool motto.
My brain's fine.
My dad got to pick the
it's not broken.
Like, don't ask me where I've been. I won't have to add one more corpse to the body.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. Gag if you're new. My mom got to
why
pick our
is everyone
motto.
It on me?
Based on my mom accurately, it would be worry about everything.
Why must I be so popular?
Queen of the word.
Yeah, so bullied.
1768, John Jameson married into whiskey. He married Margaret Haig, eldest daughter of John Haig and his wife, Margaret Stein, and the couple had 16 children. Yikes. Though only 10 survived to adulthood because fuck 1768. And Margaret was early whiskey royalty. Most historians describe the Steins, and Margaret was descended from as a great whiskey dynasty, responsible for a major portion of the total output of Scotch whiskey in the 18th century. The Steins not only revolutionized both the Scottish and Irish whiskey industries, but they were, without a doubt, some of the greatest Scottish industrialists of their time. The distilleries founded by the Steins were the largest manufacturing undertaking of any kind to emerge during the first decade of the Industrial Revolution in Scotland and Ireland.
Why must I be bullied?
The earliest reference to the Steins. In
Bertie, do you think goat has a bone for dog?
There we go. In the Clackmannan area dates back to around 1200.
You stop it now.
They owned farmland, Creighton, and also
you stop it now.
On the far bank of the River Forth.
You stop
At some
this.
Point, historians think maybe after the
you calm it down. You. I am working. And you know this.
Oh yeah, they did. Come on, Friar shitface. Show me that whiskey. Andrew Stein, born in 1672, first established a commercial distillery at Kinnett.
I am working, and you know it.
Kinnett Pans was the largest distillery in Scotland. At that point, it was run by Andrew's son, John Stein Sr.
I will save.
John Sr. soon set his sights in the Irish market. John Sr. founded the now famous Bow Street Distillery in 1780. The same year, he purchased another Dublin distillery, Marrowbone Lane, Both have become vast manufacturing plants, even by today's standards. Steins weren't content to use the same old distilling methods.
Damn it, I gotta buy a fucking new charger. Energizer does not make
that end, they were
fucking long lasting.
They thought might benefit distilling. And one of those pieces of technology ended up being something of their own invention, something called the continuous still. Many say they still don't get credit for this still to this day. An extract from the philosophical magazine.
A whole ass mallet. That's a lot of bonk, donk. Oh, you lent it to me. Hands over bonk stick. Welcome in, Napalm Blade. Welcome in. Also, Bort, you said you weren't going to be in today. Why am I surrounded by liars?
Strokes were used to vaporize the wash.
It's nothing but I am surrounded by liars.
Stein still offered improved fuel efficiency compared with the traditional pot still. It was the first continuous still to be employed commercially in Scotland. However, as the still did not allow for siphoning off of the pungent.
I mean, I like both the liars, but I'm just saying I'm surrounded by them.
They were still producing whiskey on a never-before-seen.
I'm surrounded by assholes.
More problems, mostly keeping these vast plant supplies.
That hurts my feelings.
This led to massive changes.
You said you were going to bed. What are you talking about? Why would it hurt your feelings with
the tramways? They were literally reshaping.
You said you were going to bed. You had every opportunity to come on this stream and hang out with me. You had every opopportunity.
With London gin merchants.
You said you were going to bed and you were going to sleep because you were a sleepy pup dog.
For example, they often distilled on the Sabbath when excise or customs officers were not on duty. When excise officers attempted to use
temptation is a cruel mistress.
Accuse the excise officers of trespass.
It is. Temptation is cruel. Why? Why are you doing this to me?
I'm Dale Hahn with Workman's Comp here in Idaho to do a little unannounced inspection of your studio. Mr. Hahn, this is private property. You can take your inspection the fuck out of this building before I shoot you for trespassing. Go on now, get! I don't think that would work.
I'm just saying that you're a liar. That doesn't stop me from liking you.
By controlling and destroying distillers around them. Steins would bankroll the Hagues and Jamesons to enable them to flourish in the whiskey business, but flourish under their thumbs. Flourish by giving them high interest loans.
Why do you two do this to me?
Went into liquidation.
Why do you two do this to me? I don't want you to go.
Steins controlled numerous
I don't want either one of you to go. I like both of you.
Made a fortune off of loans.
I like both of you for completely different reasons, but you're ultimately both my good friends. I just...
By now, they're financially cousins to Hagues. Threw around lots of bribe money, paid smaller distillers not to compete with them when selling to England. They bought up and dismantled.
How are you today, Napalm Blade? Hope you're doing well.
With other Scottish distillers, and they didn't give a fuck
back with food.
They were rich.
What do you think, Heathen?
They were the Starbucks or Amazon or Walmart or the
tells fans to leave circa 300 BC. What I missed? What do you think, Heathen?
Hard to trace the Stein.
What you think?
Distilling after the closure of John Stein's.
I'm in the doghouse.
Now to the Jameson family. After John Jameson was married to Margaret Hague, both a Hague and a Stein, John moved with his family to Ireland. There, John joined the Convivial Lodge
I'm in the doghouse.
Dublin Freemasons on June 24th, 1774. So, Illuminati, the reptilians, deemed him a whiskey baron. No, while a lot of people think that John founded the famous Jameson Bow Street Distillery, he started as an employee of John Stein Jr., Margaret's brother. He was soon appointed general manager of one of several distilleries in Dublin's Smithfield district. John Jameson.
He's looking heckin' cute. I love it.
When he appears to have become the sole proprietor.
Hello.
Though this would seem in reality to have been the date of expansion and modernization, not the founding.
Welcome in, Raven.
Carol Quinn, company archivist at Irish Distillers, writes,
hello,
in 1805,
lovelies.
John Jameson was joined by his son.
Are you creeps
John
being
Jameson,
mean to you, guy?
Over the family business that year.
They're being slightly mean, but I love them.
Handing over
I love everybody that comes to my streams.
In 1901, the company was formally incorporated.
I love everybody that comes to my streams.
And as part of a
even my good friends.
Noting the distillery was in existence in Bow Street in the year 1780. Around 1780, John Stein Jr. acquired a distillery in Marrowbone Lane, an and it appears that John Jameson's son William married Stein's daughter.
And then I gotta save this image.
Going on to take over the company.
Save image.
William
And
Jameson
I'm gonna save it
No
here.
cousin marriage.
There we
Now there
go.
are 2 Jameson distilleries. Jameson.
Or do I
versus
save
Jameson.
it?
The 2 Jameson
You know what?
distilleries were
I'll
major
save it
trading
in the
rivals,
right
especially
place
as they were
because
2
it's
of
in the
what
wrong
were
place.
often referred to as the Big 4 of Irish whiskey. John Jameson and Son, George Rowe and Company, John Power and Son, William Jameson and
There we go.
John Jameson operated Bow Street.
I will save that JPEG.
Bolstering the reputation of Dublin distillers, who were thought of as the makers of the finest pure
You
pot still
asshole.
whiskey. Jameson purchased.
Oh, it was even. It was even screaming. Oh, okay. I'm gonna dye my hair later. Okay.
Also seemed
Up Napalm starts rapping about the Great Depression.
Started the tradition of giving his workers nicknames. When one of his
What color Raven?
McCann posed to admire himself, his reflection in a window. He was from then on entered into company records as Gorgeous Gus McCann. Jameson himself ended up with the nickname Glorious John, a nickname given to him by a close circle of friends and family that would attend his magnificent Dublin parties. Am I related to this guy? Right? I'm Scot-Irish. I love nicknames. Just ask the artist formerly known as Micropene, Reverend Dr. Joe Horsecock Johnson Paisley. We love a good nickname here. When the whiskey was ready to be put away for aging, John Jameson ordered the excavation of cellars on the distillery site to provide cool, moist conditions optimal for whiskey aging. He also allowed Tremaine in casks for much longer than many of his competitors to ensure the highest quality spirit. He wasn't making that old crow.
He was not making that old crow.
During his lifetime.
Oh, Raven, can't wait to see it. Yeah, turquoise, but think I'll turn turquoise top, emerald bottom. I didn't know there's 2. I'm not smart. No bully. You're fine.
Firmly established as the country's leading whiskey family, the first family of Irish whiskey.
Because she is so cute. She is very cute.
Declares that John Jameson was arguably the single main driving force behind the success of the Irish whiskey industry in the 19th century, and his industry was a behemoth. Distillery chronicler Alfred Bernard visited Bow Street during.
And now I will draw.
The distillery.
I will draw this boy, and then I will draw Nix. I will give Nix a drawing because he needs a drawing. 300 men are employed. He is a cutie, and he will get a drawing.
We noticed many hale and hearty old men. One old veteran was over 86 years of age.
Nix will get a drawing because he needs a drawing.
1,000,000 gallons a year. A lot of hangover. John Jameson's son would much later, lose.
He will get a cute drawing because he is a cutie.
And then 2 years after
he knows why.
That's when Jameson was first sold.
He knows why he gets a drawing.
I was surprised by that. Rather than by the cask, the publicans and bonders. All the money made back in the early days of Jameson was not money made through slick marketing campaigns and selling it by the bottle. No one was going
Raven and Board need drawings.
Sold by the cask.
I don't know if they need drawings.
Like you had to go to the bar to get it. Basically,
I don't know if they need drawings.
Bonders were people who took the distilled whiskey.
I know that I put up the drawing that I did for Raven in 20-minute sketches,
grocers and
so that she has it now.
Distilleries weren't really known as brands yet. The Bow Street Distillery was the second last to close in Dublin. Finally, in 1971.
I'm rapping about the Industrial Revolution now. Oh, okay.
Distillery of James Power.
Rap away, Napalm Blade. Rap away.
Combined pot still.
Oh, Haven just wants to give me money, and she's making up excuses to give me money, which is fine. I'm not stopping her. She wants to give me money.
Whiskey maturation returned to Dublin. John Jameson himself would surely have been pleased with this development, just as he would be happy to see Dublin beginning to.
She wants to give me money, and I don't like taking money for free.
Okay, enough random whiskey details. Now we've gotten kind of whiskey nerdy here. Did you almost forget this talk was about cannibalism? I did.
Don't forget that stanza about John Henry. That man was a legend. If I got a Goku Man Certified Hood Classic 20-minute sketch, I'd probably faint. Oh, okay.
Hail Nimrod, and thank you for the whiskey knowledge. Now let's head to 1860.
Certified Hood Classic.
Right, the chapter in Jameson's history. Big pivot here. Let's explore allegations.
There is actually an artist that I really love. Her art is really good. She is so fucking young. It's crazy.
In the late 19th century in Europe,
but
it was fashionable for rich
she draws hyenas or gnolls, basically, that are in the hood.
At some big whiskey distillery. He had a lot of money.
Because she lives in the hood.
Interesting vacations of sorts. That's some cool shit to talk
and it looks good. All of her stuff looks good.
And that's the life James Jameson was living in 1886 when he bought his way onto the Amin Pasha
certified hood classic.
James Jameson. What a bummer of a name. Same first and last name. Old Jimmy James Jameson. This expedition he went on, the one he died on, was one of the last major European expeditions.
Oh, John Henry, the talent. Oh, I'm into hood.
Mostly to save a man known as Amin Pasha, who was the governor of some territory
being classist.
Egypt, basically co-governed. It's a little complicated.
Well, I have
a place called Equatoria, what is now South Sudan.
All I've heard of
some local Sufi Muslims did not want.
Welcome in, back in, loudest,
Ludus. There was a revolt. And an expedition was launched to save Amin Pasha before rebels killed him, and also to maybe see if some kind of agreement could be reached that would allow England and Egypt to keep a foothold in that part of Central Africa. It's actually very, very complicated and pretty dry. That's the gist. The man who led the expedition Jameson went on was Henry Morton Stanley. Henry Morton Stanley. His original name was John Rowlands. His Congolese name was Bula Matari, breaker of rocks. Nice! Mr. Rockbreaker was born on January 28th.
A Raven and Board get picks. Please send what you like drawn to go. Yeah, he even just wants me to have money.
It is not. I checked.
She just wants me to have Christmas money.
Between this,
so send me your picks, I guess. She just wants me to have so much money,
including an expedition that went very wrong. Let's look at Henry starting.
She's just like,
overview of Henry.
Goat needs money. Here you go.
She abandoned him as a very young baby, cut off all communication. So fun, sweet mom. Stanley never knew his dad. His dad died within a few weeks of his birth. The stigma of his legitimacy weighed on him all his life. His birth certificate even said bastard, which was common at the time, but still had to sting. Makes me think of Game of Thrones. Jon Snow. He was brought up by his maternal grandfather, Moses Perry, a butcher, and then Moses would die when Henry John was 5. He then stayed with families of cousins and nieces for a little time here, a little time there, before eventually being sent to the St. Asaph Union Workhouse for the Poor. Sounds like a fucking terrible place, and it was. The overcrowding, the lack of supervision resulted in him being frequently abused by older boys, and the headmaster of the workhouse, the headmaster sexually abused Henry John. Holy shit.
Damn.
Poor guy's childhood is starting to feel like a Steph Cox scurvy fodder, like the upbringing of a serial killer. Rowlands immigrated to the U.S. in 1859 at the age of 18, where he met Henry Hope Stanley, a wealthy trader. He asked Henry Hope Stanley if he needed any help with his business in the typical British style, apparently literally asking him, "Do you need a boy, sir?" Very creepy question to ask people now. But I guess it was not creepy at the time. Can you imagine approaching some business owner when you're a teenager? Just asking him, "Do you need a boy, sir? Do you need a girl, sir?" And having them answer, "Yes, I do need a boy."
Damn you, Nix.
Boy would do nicely.
Or too late, already paid.
A boy
the company is more than enough.
Eek. John Henry didn't know it, but Henry
so hurry on.
Long wished for a son.
Wait, what? No, I'm good. Thank you, though. I'm, my goodness, you're too sweet.
John took
I just woke up and you're asking me to brain? I can't brain. Nani? Yeah, she already sent me my money. She already sent me the money, board. She already sent me the money.
18 years, makes it to America, then serves for both
you have to pick what drawing you want, what headshot you want.
Why not?
You just gotta have to accept it.
Guy, you know? Sure, I'll try it.
People want you to have stuff and things.
Prisoner. That was not fun, I'm sure. Then to Spain.
I know it's scary, and it'll be difficult times going ahead, as people care about you. When people care about you, you know,
lost contact with the outside world.
Things happen, like you smile more, and you get to be around people that like you.
Public in 2010, and it says, "I am terribly knocked up, but this is for your own eye.
It's crazy.
Only. Doubtful I will live to see you again."
It's crazy that happens.
Henry Morton Stanley was the one who found him.
Sad to say, that's normally what happens when you're around other people.
Big word again.
You start. It will be so cute to see all of us in goat style.
Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Nice. Henry Morton Stanley is that guy. The guy who said, "Dr.
You are too sweet. You are too sweet, even."
His First off, Livingstone was
You
the
are
only
too
other white
sweet.
person for hundreds of months.
Also, make sure that your bills are
Also,
paid.
people laughed at Henry Morton Stanley's attempt.
Make sure everything's paid for before sending me money.
Traveling through the bush for week after week after week. After finding Dr.
I know
Livingstone,
it's $10 each, and British money is not the same as Americano money, but still.
And then in the 1880s, Stanley worked for King Leopold II.
Just send me references, guys.
During the Belgian monarch. Stanley was contracted to map out some trade routes for Leopold.
All right, Napalm.
Realized that Leopold basically wanted him to carve out the entire nation. Leopold admitted that he
I pay them all on the first. Okay.
Very clear, saying
I don't even have a persona or anything. My little lady tends to draw me as a humanoid bear. Love you, must send money.
For his role
what?
In the colonization of Africa. Stanley manipulated a lot of tribes into fighting each
other.
Send
me money?
Also, pretty ruthless in his use of modern weaponry.
Why must you send me money?
To the Upper Congo for trade.
Who are these people?
Do a whole suck on Stanley sometimes.
Why must they send me money? And also, he has tiny lips. He has tiny lips.
Southern Sudan, held hostage by locals. Sadly, he would rescue Pasha, but he would not get him out of Africa. Pasha would die in Africa, killed by rebels a couple years later. Jameson would tag along on this ill-fated expedition. He would become part of a rear column of the expedition, sometimes better known as
I'm sketching it out first.
Who was James S. Jameson again? Jimmy James was the son of Andrew Jameson and Margaret Cochran, making him the great-grandson of Jameson Whiskey's founder, John Jameson. As a super wealthy heir to a whiskey empire, Jameson lived a good life. He was also, as much as I tried to paint him as a, nothing-to-do trust funder, he was a talented artist, known as one of the great naturalist artists and sketchers of the late 19th century's age of exploration. James S. was famed in his day for sketches of butterflies and birds made during travels through southern Africa, Borneo, and the Rocky Mountains of North America, which is something you fall into if you just have, a lot of money. You don't have to ever really work. It would be some of these sketches that he would make on this trip into Africa that would ruin his reputation forever. The trip seemed like a good idea at first. He was an experienced traveler, ready to face danger in the forests of the Congo Basin. He hoped he would be going on a fantastic expedition that would have people all over Europe talking about him. That would happen, but not for the reasons he'd hoped. The expedition ended up taking James Jameson to a village along a slave and ivory trading trail that also happened to be where rumors of cannibalism were floating around. The village was called Lukando Kasongo in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Around April of 1888, Jameson and his crew had been abandoned by Stanley, cut adrift from the main column. They were basically lost.
And I am now on the PC. Just accept it already. You're really nice and talented person. Okay.
At the mercy
we are people that love you. Okay.
Infamous independent
I wish I could send cookies. Everyone has been addicted to my chocolate cookies lately. I substitute half of the white sugar with Ovaltine. I hate Nestle, but chocolate multivitamin is helpful. Add chocolate powder to drop a cookie recipe mom has. 1 cup butter, half a cup of oil, touch of cane. That does sound good, Board. It does sound good, but also Board makes delicious shit all the time.
Hamad bin Muhammad bin Juma bin Rajab el Majurib, which is a mouthful. Thank God he was given a much shorter nickname. Tip was born in 1837 into a Zanzibar merchant dynasty at a time when trading routes from Zanzibar were just beginning to reach into other areas, including present-day Republic of Zaire. It was during the course of his third expedition that he gained the nickname of Tip Tip, representation of the sound of firearms. And he befriended the British missionary and explored David Livingstone. In 1870,
yes, Livingstone.
Tip Tip returned to the Congo and over the following decade built a formidable trading empire.
Yeah.
In the process, Tip Tip established control. Sometimes it's like it said like Tip Tip. It's like this slight in the middle. Tip Tip. It's just easier for me to say Tip Tip. But if you're like I'm actually a Tip Tip expert. It's actually a Tip Tip. I know, but it makes it sound even weirder if I try and do that. He established control over a number of African chiefs who agreed to serve as his vassals, as well as a number of rival Zanzibari traders. He was killing it. In October of 1876, Tip Tip first met Henry Morton Stanley, who persuaded him to escort his expedition down the Congo River. Stanley in the Upper Congo founded a trading post at what was named Stanley Falls, a site which Arab traders also wanted to use for commercial purposes. Years later, in early 1877,
if you wanted to give me your reference, you can. Sounds really addictive.
Congo.
I almost got mad until I saw that your name was Borg.
At the same time, he agreed to man the expedition, which Stanley had been commissioned to organize for the
I
purpose
like
of
chocolate with a touch of black pepper. My original recipe had too much sugar and all butter. Wound up like chocolate cake in the shape of cookies. Those things stood no chance. What if I don't have reference and just an idea?
Instead, Tip is leading
it was a headshot, right? Yep, headshots.
Possibly rub shoulders.
All right, if it's a head, if it's an idea, just make it a good one. So I know what I'm drawing, and not literally just.
Like every source has a slight.
I'll try my best. Try my best. No promises, Raven. I will try.
But the expedition seems to have unraveled once the two groups were separated in the jungles of Africa. By April 1888, the only other European officer, in addition to Jimmy James, in the ragtag rear column was British Army Major Edward Musgrave Barttelot, who by this point, for some reason, went batshit crazy. He had recently kicked a camp boy to death, killed another with 300 lashes from a rhino hide bullwhip, and then he will shortly be shot dead by a local strongman after physically attacking the man's wife. Too many days marching to the jungle.
Yes.
Meanwhile, also struggling with his mental health. These motherfuckers are going full apocalypse.
Good Smithers.
The horror.
Make me a persona as a raven. Okay.
Jameson starts asking
board, birdie, birdster. Just not Shirley or late for dinner.
Real dark shit.
Shirley or late for dinner. No.
In actually encountering that dark shit. He was like John Goodman's character in The Big Lebowski, right? Walter. Remember Walter? Can get you a toe?
You want a toe? I can get you a toe. Believe me. There are ways, dude. You don't want to know about it. Believe me. Yeah, but Walter. Hell, I can get you a toe by 3 o'clock this afternoon with nail polish. I'm going to give him a shirt.
He was that guy. He was that guy that couldn't get you a toe. Jimmy James spoke up to him about rumors of cannibalism. Tip was like, I can get you a cannibal. I can find you some cannibals. Want somebody eating? I can get you somebody eating.
I will make you a persona then.
Experience.
You don't have to have a persona, but I can make you one.
Child and watch cannibals kill and eat her.
I don't have a persona. I'm thinking. Okay, you don't have to have a persona, guys.
Okay, we can do that.
I don't have to draw personas. I don't have to just draw furries.
Good, because it is very expensive. Name it, and I will pay it. 6 handkerchiefs.
Feel free to make.
When I picture Jimmy James thinking, "Are you fucking serious? I thought he was gonna ask for like 5,000 pounds or something." Oh, 6 handkerchiefs. Jameson paid him, and that's kind of a weird. The 6 handkerchiefs, as inconsistent as the sources are, that detail remains consistent. Everybody seems to agree. Oh yeah, no, it was 6 handkerchiefs. And when the story gets out later, the bad press around it allegedly helps put an end to European expeditions into Africa. It would also pit Henry Morton Stanley and his reputation against the Jameson family and their reputation, becoming one of the great international scandals of the late Victorian era.
Verify me. Okay.
Jameson paid his 6 handkerchiefs through
the
village chief.
We all want to be first.
Made.
Even like the idea of a bunch of cute headshots of us, as it is, as it was envisioned, so it shall be. The prophecy must be fulfilled. You wrote too many lines. Now you got to read them all abroad. The bot spam.
Presented him by Tip and many others.
What about an ancient animal? Fair enough. Ancient animal is fair. It's fine.
Is a present from a white man who desires to see her eaten, said the man who brought the young girl. What the fuck? Then Jameson got out his sketchbook, as one does. Document.
No.
Maybe.
It's only an hour in, and I'm already fucking tired. I fucking hate this.
Kind of like a weird.
I goddamn hate this.
I didn't know.
Not you guys. I hate my body being so weak.
While she's being eaten and killed. No, I did not do that.
My body is so weak.
No, I did like,
and I must strengthen it.
I did a little bit later.
With
he stressed also to his
all
wife,
natural.
The best of a bad situation. That he didn't intend for this
something or no, supplements.
He wrote as if
supplements.
Basically, he had made a joke. Tip had taken him seriously, and then now this just happened, and he couldn't stop it, which does not seem to be true.
Looking at cute little ravens. Looking at cute little ravens. Looking at cute little ravens. Because they are cute.
She quietly watched her fellow
looking at cute little ravens.
As Jimmy James got out his watercolor colors. What the fuck? She apparently stayed quiet as they tied her to a tree.
Really
one of the men stabbed her twice in the belly. According to Ferrand's account, she did not scream, but knew what would happen, looking to the right and left for help. When stabbed, she fell dead. The natives cut pieces from her body. The fuck? Jameson drew pictures of all this. Jameson created a total of 6 different images of the event in watercolor sketches. What kind of sociopath just calmly watercolors a girl being killed and eaten? I wonder if he's happy with how it turned out. Like his
Cheeky, curious ravens.
I'm just not sure I got her eyes right.
Raving ravens
quiet,
in a club.
There was anguish in her
Same
eyes.
though, bunch of thick ass blankets until I'm immobilized in comfort.
I wish I would have got it. What a pity.
Some low
plants?
What?
To a tree with people around her.
I want
knives.
To hibernate.
Like that, my God. Next one shows her being stabbed, blood gushing from her wounds, running down her small body. Third sketch shows the tribesman dissecting her body parts with a large knife.
Just figure out what you want me to draw.
Body parts as they prepare.
Do you want me to draw the headshot of
Imager, if you're morbidly curious like myself? Link in the show notes that you can download the TimeSuck app.
Was it an art? I think it was an art. Or was it in general?
You just Google it to get that Imager galleries. Well, according to some of the accounts,
for your makeup,
showed these sketches to the chief
that you did.
Did I get it right? You think this is accurate? This would lead many to think that Jameson's claim that the entire event started as a joke.
Yes, there it is.
James Jameson would not survive his journey to tell his side of the story in any great detail. He would not be able to ever defend himself against the rumors.
Also, finally got an order to new glasses for myself. My father lent me the money, so I'll have the functional glasses before Christmas.
Just about to turn 32 years old. On his deathbed,
yes. Oh, by the way, I have new tea, hibiscus and orange. Ooh.
Best effort to save his ruined reputation.
Nice.
Allegations and counter allegations made by Stanley, survivors of the expedition, the Jameson family, British colonial officials will be made via letters and editorials in the most influential newspapers of Dublin, London, even New York. Stanley and his allies would accuse Jameson of what was regarded as amongst the most horrible crimes imaginable. Buying a young slave girl for the sole purpose of having her murdered so that a cannibalistic scene might be presented for a sketchbook. It's a quote from one of the papers. The Jameson family fired back, accusing Stanley and others of fabricating horror stories, attacking an honorable man who was not alive to defend himself. Stanley's reputation was not doing really well at this point either. His expedition had become a 3-year continent-crossing trek of slaughter, savagery, and disease, costing hundreds and hundreds of lives. The public was merciless with its criticism. To many, calling Jameson a cannibal looked like Stanley was just trying to find a fall guy, trying to distract from his own failures. To many others, though, Jameson was a cannibal. He might as well have eaten the girl. Rumors floated around that he did. The Jameson's family name would be tarnished for years and years because of the sketches he drew that were published, sketches carried out of the jungle by one of the last survivors of the expedition. No one seems to deny that these were his sketches, and it clearly details his involvement in dark rites for many who have condemned him forever. For years, the Jameson name would be synonymous not with whiskey, but with cannibalism. What a weird little blemish, not little, huge blemish on the Jameson reputation. Strange historical moment, right? Very weird. Very weird. And you know what else is weird? Our final sponsor of this episode. Sorry, we do have one more. TimeSuck is brought to you today. I'm very excited. I'm hoping they're going to be a long-time sponsor of the show by the upcoming series on A&G, Dog the Bounty Hacker. Dog the Bounty Hacker follows the trials and tribulations of the world's most elite hacker, MIT-educated Dwayne Dog Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter, now known as Dog the Bounty Hacker. With his signature long, blonde locks, sleeveless vests, and Oakley sunglasses, Dog the Bounty Hacker is all over the interwebs, bringing criminals down. With his all-new signature phrases like, "It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the dog's ability to manipulate numerous coded languages and recognize security breaches that make the dog the best at stopping cybercrime." And born on a mountain, raised in a cave, intercepting data breach transmissions and deconstructing malware and piecing together the proper IP addresses is all I crave. And also, dog is God spelled backwards, and God sees all, and God will dock. Have to be stored, where they're made. There's Irish whiskey, Scotch whiskey, Japanese whiskey, American bourbon, rye whiskey, blended whiskey, single malt. The list goes on and on. To find out what you like, experts recommend trying whiskeys watered down. Like a few drops of water in there to get the best representation of the real flavor and aroma. Or if you really don't care what they taste like and you just want to get drunk,
it is stupid expensive. My needs even more so. I'm super weight sensitive, so most of the frame glasses give me a headache from the weight of them. So 95% of them of the time I need frameless, which is like double price because glasses need special treatment. Rabbit. Yes. Looking at the head sketch, it's so, too cute. Dog the Bounty Hunter is an interesting case. I saw him on Dr. Oz once. That is pretty interesting. I will say that. That is pretty interesting.
Recognition of their contributions to the development of wireless telegraphy or telegraphy. Without him, we might not even have podcasts to listen to today. He never paid anyone to eat kids ever, so cheers, Marconi.
Time Suck Top 5 Takeaways.
Let's see.
Jameson Whiskey and Cannibalism has now been sucked. A shorter episode than normal, a different episode than normal. I hope you still enjoyed it. I very much struggled to figure out. Despite the fact that he doesn't need to worry about incriminating himself further because he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, he refuses to open up and discuss what he went to prison for. He will not reveal any additional details. He won't verify claims made about him by numerous former followers. He chooses to live in complete and total denial regarding the very strange life he chose to lead. What a weird tale we have for you today. It reminds me a bit of the Children of Thunder Children of Thunder cult suck from last April, but maybe even weirder. Even Glenn Helzer, as methed out as he was, as crazy as his plan was to take over the Mormon church with an army of militarized orphans, at least he had a big theological plan. At least he claimed to be super powerful. And then he would take his tiny band of followers with him when he went on to basically rule the world after some giant end times type battle. It was crazy, but at least I can see the incentive to follow him. Stick around and you get to be on the winning side of an apocalyptic war. Big. He went big. Perez's plan didn't seem to lead to anything other than some vague notion of, I could probably help you get to heaven or maybe bring you back via reincarnation or something like that. I'm not sure. If you kill yourself so I can keep driving sports cars and riding ATVs and getting drunk and sleep with teen girls outside Wichita. Pretty low rent spiritual goals. Today we're going to look into everything we can about Perez, who he really was, who he claimed to be, all the lies he told, the girls he abused, the mysterious deaths of various cult members, and how he finally got caught thanks to some excellent law enforcement sleuthing in today's what the shit is going on around here? How could anyone believe this asshole? Cult edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
My face is like a brick, so thick frames are preferred for some reason.
Happy Monday, meat sacks. Welcome to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, Suck Nasty, Dog the Bounty Hacker, Assistant Coder. About time, and it's going to be interesting to see what the political fallout. I'm going to Wichita, far from this opera forevermore. Daniel Perez went to Wichita in 1997, and he brought a weird fucking opera with him. Let's learn a little bit about Wichita. Been a while since we've been there. I forgot that Wichita's nickname was once the air capital of the world.
This fucking.
And when I first read that for this week's
pile of shit,
I thought they were bragging
God damn it.
about how clean the air was or something. And I thought that was
Give me a second. Give me a goddamn
like, come to Wichita,
second.
where the air is clean, and well, there's other stuff too. It's humid as fuck in the summer, so try not to focus on that. It gets pretty damn cold in the winter. There's no hills for skiing or really anything, so don't focus on that either. There aren't really good views. It's flat as fuck, to be honest. So don't really come for the beautiful vistas. We got the Arkansas River. It runs through town, but it doesn't have any rapids. It's pretty muddy.
Charger.
Maybe don't come for crystal clean.
My phone is being a bastard because the charger sucks.
And White Castle started here. There's plenty of stuffed crust pizza and gut bomb burger like meat things. So that's could be worse. So hey, did I mention how clean the fucking air is? Oh man, the air is so sick, bro.
But I really don't want to. It's okay, Haven.
World, nice.
Heaven.
That's not what the nickname is.
Big giant hug for Heaven.
No reason.
Have a great shift, Heaven.
No, Wichita was once called the air capital of the world because it was once a major hub for airplane manufacturing.
And it's gone.
Clyde
and it's gone. How much and per seconds a minute? It's like 50 bar tap points. 10 years earlier, I think 21 cents a minute. Sounds fair.
Founded in Wichita in 1920. Two early Swallow employees, Lloyd
Stearman, I am trying to draw this adorable,
and Beechcraft,
this adorable woman here. What did you send me, Board?
During World War II, Wichita exploded in population when the city became a major manufacturing center for the B-29 bomber used extensively in World War II. Population went up 46.5% from 1940 to 1950. That's ridiculous in 10 years. Going from 114,966 to 168,279. I remember gluing together a model B-29 bomber.
Okay.
Anyone else get really into model planes? I can still smell that glue. I was
God
terrible.
damn it.
Every plane and
I
car I put
fucking
together had
hate
those
work.
blue fingerprint marks
I
all over
fucking
them.
hate work.
Yeah,
To
model,
be fucking
airplane model
honest,
nerd.
I genuinely
Today,
hate
Wichita
work.
is still a pretty big manufacturing center in the aviation
Just because
world.
of
It's not as big as
how
it used to be, thanks
like
to Boeing
it
ending its
makes me
operations
feel
in
on these
Wichita.
streams because I'm
Despite that
genuinely
law, still the largest city in Kansas.
like I'm
Metro
annoyed
area,
of how
population
tired
estimated to
I
be around
feel right
650,000.
now. Because
The city was originally founded back in 1864, trading post at the site
I
of the village
just
of the Wichita American Indian tribe.
I want to have a fun time
Left
with you
a century earlier
guys.
due to fighting with
And then
Osage people.
Friday,
Europeans
I'm gonna
first
have
scoped
to
out the area
not
back in
like
1541, long time ago.
Thursday. I'm gonna have to
Spanish
do an
expedition
early
led by explorer
stream,
Francisco
just to
Vasquez
stream.
Coronado traveled through searching for the cities of Cibola,
Cause
aka
goddamn
the
it,
mythical 7 cities of gold. Never found them.
couldn't
He did find
just
Kansas.
have a
Made it back to
nice
Mexico with the
stream.
president.
No, they got me working at
Century when he collapsed
8:45 in the
area.
fucking
He died
morning.
2 decades later in Mexico City, and he got me thinking about the
Couldn't
age of
just have a
exploration.
nice fucking
How
stream.
fucking exciting must it have been to believe that 7 cities loaded with gold lay somewhere up ahead, right around the next bend, waiting to bestow immense riches on anyone who could find
So
it.
fucking.
Some real life Indiana Jones shit.
Cause I just want to
Sure, it was
hang
a
out
huge
with you
bummer,
guys. You
Gave
guys
up
are
looking for 'em after
awesome.
wandering around the Midwest for not finding shit, for 2 years and then going completely bankrupt.
I love just hanging
But
out with
before
you
then,
guys, and
very exciting, very magical.
it genuinely is
Did encounter
nice.
tribe after tribe that no European had ever
But
seen before.
God fucking damn it.
1868, a proper town was founded along the Arkansas River. It was incorporated 2 years
I
later.
gotta
Wichita was
stream
primarily used as a
very
stopping place to
early in the
take cattle
morning,
drives
which means
coming up
that
north from Texas. Santa Fe
very
Railway
early
reached
at
Freedom in
night,
1872,
so
became a
that
major
you
player in the
guys
cattle industry.
will have a stream.
Cattle will be driven up from
That
Texas
just
to
pisses me
Wichita, and
off.
beef would be shipped via the railroad.
I need to
all
come
over the
over
damn
and
place.
cook and clean for you sometime.
The
Yes.
air capital of
Bleach
the
the
world,
walls,
it
scrub
had
the
way
pots,
less cool
polish the
nickname for being
silverware.
Cowtown. That's actually kind of an awesome nickname. If you think about how tasty beef is. Think about all the tasty steaks that were once walking through Wichita. The smell of ground beef, right? Being cooked up on the stove. Nothing but some salt and pepper in it. Maybe some onions tossed in. That's a good smell. Or the smell of a juicy steak grilled on the barbecue. Love it so much. Gets me hungry. It makes me happy to be alive. Sorry you're so fucking delicious, cows. It'd be so much easier to put.
That sounds like a good pay raise right there.
Hammer. Avoid red meat. Maybe shed a few pounds. You weren't. So tasty. It's your fault.
Raven can be cute.
In the mid-1870s, grain became equally as important as cattle trade, and settlers came in quickly in large numbers to Wichita to farm the surrounding fields full of a dark, rich soil. By 1920, thanks in large part to
And
cattle and
then
agriculture, the
make up
population surpassed 100,000.
the
Wichita
eyebrow
transformed
on.
from rural to an industrial town. Aviation industry now boomed. Meat packing and aircraft manufacturing, as well as the oil industry, gave good jobs to many. Right, there was a huge oil boom. Black Gold, Texas Tea, the Wichita Natural Gas Company drilled down far enough in 1915, 670 feet down, tap into the massive mid-continent oil field. The oil market in and around Wichita soon faded, but recently started making a comeback. New technology, turning lands once thought to be sucked dry of oil and gas into vast untapped reserves. It can produce more fossil fuels for about another 100 years. Outside of oil, aviation, and cattle, lots of other good jobs in Wichita. Coleman Outdoor Products. Who doesn't love a Coleman thermos? Or a little Coleman flip lid cooler? I've had a ton of Coleman camping gear over the years. They're based in Wichita, as are Koch Industries, Koch, not Coke. Massive oil conglomerate, not massive sugar soda maker. Also ran by an incredibly wealthy family of libertarians. One of the current 30 richest people in the world, 85-year-old Charles Koch, worth around $46 billion. Born, raised, based in Wichita. Wichita overall is ranked as a great place to live for many years, although it's been slipping in the last decade. In July 2006, CNN Money magazine ranked Wichita 9th on their list of the 10th best U.S. cities in which to live. 2008, MSN Real Estate ranked Wichita number 1 on its list of most affordable cities. But then in 2019, in the Best Places to Live survey, U.S. News and World Report ranked Wichita as 79 out of 125 U.S. cities, falling quite a bit. The publication noted that violent crime in Wichita had risen substantially over the past few years. And crime has risen high enough in Wichita to consistently rank it as one of the top 50 most dangerous places to live in recent years in the U.S. And home to some pretty famous violent criminals over the years. The most famous is someone we already covered when we last learned about Wichita way back in the fall of 2017. Holy shit, time flies. BTK, bind, torture, kill. Serial killer Dennis Rader one of the most infamous serial killers of the 20th century, killed 10 people in Wichita between 1974 and 1921 before taking a long cooling off period and then, surfacing to, bring up old crimes but not commit new ones and then be arrested in 2005. Currently in prison in Kansas right now at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, where he will likely die in good fucking riddance. And another much lesser known but arguably just as evil criminal, who also called Wichita their home, is sitting in the Lansing Correctional Facility in Leavenworth, Kansas, where he will die. Daniel Perez, aka Lou Castro, lived just outside of Wichita from 2001 to 2009 in a compound he and his cult called Angel's Landing. Fast cars, nice houses, lots of parties. And what appeared to be a wonderful little group of friends is what characterized life on the compound on the surface. Underneath all that was a lot of craziness and darkness, supposedly unbeknownst to the other members, but I feel like some of them had to have known. Perez was raping the daughters of cult member Jennifer Hudson hundreds of times. He sexually exploited and assaulted other children, murdered at least one member of the cult. He was involved in the serious deaths and suicides of various other members.
It's
6
a
accidental
pretty
deaths,
good,
quote unquote,
accurate
accidental, over a period of
thing
7
right
years
there.
later, millions of dollars in life insurance payouts.
Don't do that. There's no need.
Spent. All that money kept the Angels Landing compound parties going.
1, 2, 3, and then I got
He was more than
one
human.
more.
He was divine. He actually convinced some people.
And then
that
I
he was
gotta draw
1,000 years old,
Nick's.
possessed by
Gotta
various
draw
angels,
Nick's
some good,
his.
some evil. If he's telling the truth, I do have to admit, he looks fucking great. I got to give credit where credit's due. When I first saw pics of him, I'll be honest, I thought he looked a little rough. I thought he looked a little haggard. But that's when I thought I was looking at pics of some pedo crazy creep in his 50s. For a pedo crazy creep who's 1,000 years old, if you don't think he looks dynamite, you're just hating. He is without a doubt by far the best looking 1,000-year-old dude I've ever seen. Every other person I've seen around that age is literally just a rotted out skeleton.
Next would be bored as an
maybe they have a little bit of dried out skin covering their bones, but that's it. Perez looks fucking way better than that. I mean, he even had a pretty sweet ponytail a couple years ago.
A barn owl would
Hopefully
be
he
cute.
launched some kind of anti-aging vitamin and skincare product company from behind bars to share his angel-based
Maybe a barn or a horn.
Person line by his
a barn.
Sounds pretty gross.
Would be very cute.
Jackass actually did convince some people he was
Barns are very cute.
Also convinced his few followers.
They're so cute.
Powers, like being able to predict followers.
They're adorable.
That's that conveniently occurred right when the group's bank account got pretty low on cash. Weird, not suspicious at all. How did he get people to buy all this nonsense? Well, he's a really, really good con man. He was also an idiot. You'll see that. But he did know how to spot a mark. He knew how to strike, who to strike, when to strike them. He knew how to befriend and build someone up when they were at their lowest point. He knew how to worm his way into their psyche and corrupt their mind and bend it to his will. Now get started from the beginning.
Barns are cute. Let's see, what else?
And con artists as best we can to this odd, creepy, and very unusual time suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier.
There's the horned owl. They're cute. Maybe make board a horned owl.
According to 2 sources we found,
a horned one would be adorable.
On November 26, 1959,
they've got very expressive eyes, which is very much a Bored Birdie original.
20 minutes from Corpus Christi, right down in South Texas. You probably know that it's home to the largest hummingbird garden in Texas. If you're one of the 3 people on Earth who care enough about hummingbirds to store random hummingbird trivia in your head like that. What did he do back in Aransas past growing up? No clue. No one seems to have any idea. His childhood is a total mystery. He has not given any details. None of his followers know any details because none of them knew him.
These 3, what I'm thinking is Bored.
Most of the people who did know him then are dead.
And then I got Nick's right here.
Family, they're not talking. I do have a guess about who his dad is. This is admittedly a total guess. I did some digging around on Ancestry.com, looking through some obituaries.
I got his pick. I got his picky.
An obituary for one.
I got his picky with his encouragement.
Born May 30th, 1915, which would have made
he can't tell me what to do.
I think this guy was his dad. I had 6 sons and a daughter. One of his sons, Daniel Perez. Is Perez a common last name? Yeah, not super rare. Is Daniel a common first name? Super common. But in 1959, there were only about 7,000 people living in Aransas.
You can't tell me what to do.
37% of the population there. Now, if the population was similar in 1959, that would make the pool of possible people, down to about 2,500 people. That's not many. How many Perez's could there have been out of that number? How many could have been the right ages for this all to work? Also kind of weird
Large glasses.
Daniel will be obsessed with angels. We'll call his compound Angel
Where's the
Landing.
camera? Welcome in, Census Taker.
Can't find
Welcome
shit
in,
about
Census Taker.
Angel Perez's life either. According to his obituary, he just says he was a devoted family man and a man of God. Helped raise 7 kids. Googled all his siblings' names. Nothing came up on any of them. No criminal records. Wish I could find out more. Seems like maybe he had a typical childhood. Maybe he was just a bad seed. Again, totally gets it.
A horned owl for board.
We know that when Daniel became
what do you think?
Joined the Navy.
A horned owl?
No real details on how
I see it sometimes. Or do you think it should be more of a
mechanic in the Navy? After his service, he worked as a correctional officer.
Or do you think a barn owl? What owl do you think owls you?
Led him to Wichita. Very little records out there about him.
Which one do you feel is more up your bird alley?
Spins elaborate webs.
Which one?
Lies regarding his background all the time.
Because either one's fine.
He's given a new interview. It's like a fucking different story. He gave so many different stories about his origins to so many different people. Some people thought he was a descendant of Geronimo. He was American Indian. He told them that. He told others he was Mexican. He's gone by all kinds of different names: Daniel, Lou, Louis, Joseph.
What is spiritually more my owl?
Some people he was a seer, psychic who could
I
see
must
the future and heal the
pontificate.
Sick. But he didn't tell everyone.
Okay.
He gave
If that's the case, I'll work on Nix's.
Supernatural abilities seem to be pretty slippery. Right? They shifted from person to person. He told some people he could bring both animals and people back from the dead. Told others he had the ability to reincarnate people. Told others he had like basically a shortcut to heaven. He could send them to heaven. He sometimes claimed he could predict when you would die, or that he could speak to people from the past. That he could bring the ring. That's a fun one. So annoying. Someone this fucking dumb is able to become a cult leader. My God. So thankful I'm not wired right to become a cult follower. I just have way too much skeptic in me. Way too much. Get the fuck out of here with that silly bullshit. If someone was like, I can bring animals back from the dead, right, I would offer to turn over all my belongings to them. I would give them all my money, everything, if and only if they could bring one dead animal back in front of me. I got to make sure that it's dead, and then they bring it back alive. Then I'm in. Right, we could just drive around until we found some roadkill, make sure it's dead. It's like, all right, bring it back, fucker. We go to a pet store. And I know this is a bit sad. But I can just buy goldfish, lay it on the counter for about 10 minutes. Make sure it's totally dead. Maybe get a little tiny fish stethoscope or something. Make sure it doesn't have a little tiny fish heartbeat. And then just, all right, bring it back. Breathe new life into Nemo, you piece of shit, you dark magician. Let's go, necromancer. No?
By the way,
that's what I'm thinking. If it's a sunny day outside, just pop out and be like, all right, make it rain, dipshit.
Were you going to
talk to someone from the past?
I mean, if you weren't, I'm not going to be bothered by it. But
to speak on behalf of my grandpa.
I thought you said something about sending me money and stuff like that.
Get out of here. Go on, get.
If you don't, that is fine. I am just asking because you said something about that. And Nick said something about that. And he's like, oh man, you denied my payment. I can't find the store. The Kofi store?
Arthur, Daniel.
Can't find the Kofi?
God, it's so good. Those details.
I mean, I can post it.
Probably the dumbest angel names of
all
time.
I can post.
What kind of fucking idiot names an angel Amber or Arthur? It sounds like he never even bothered to read the Bible.
I can post.
He didn't even try to sound
good. Post.
Right? I mean,
I can copy link.
You don't want to go too big.
And then I can photocopy.
You don't want to go like to Archangel Michael or Gabriel. Too well known. Too obvious. Maybe Azrael.
That's where you can buy these.
Or maybe Celestial.
Where you can buy a headshot. Or will you add me as your friend on Discord? I need to show you Owl.
Maybe go for like a naughty angel, a powerful demon like Moloch. Sometimes called one of the devil's angels.
There you go.
Did no homework.
I'm not allowed to add you. Only you can add me.
Arthur sounds like the name you would give like the patron angel of like circus clown or something.
There you go, buddy.
Hey kids, I'm Arthur the angel. Do you know heaven has clouds made out of cotton candy?
God damn it.
Do you know that in heaven, balloon animals never go flat? It's true. Here, pull my finger if you don't believe me. Smell that? Yeah, angel farts smell like fresh baked cinnamon sugar cookies. Hey, did you know that Arthur the angel can pee glitter? And then I poop grilled cheese sandwiches? Oh, I can't wait till we can hang out in heaven. See you when you die in a few weeks. Whoops, we'll see that last part. Fucking Arthur, get out of here. Unfortunately, Arthur was not a corny clown angel. He was cruel. He was the angel who most often committed acts of abuse. Daniel was a nicer angel. Okay, that's kind of sweet. Daniel, my angel, you are the nicest angel, better than Arthur and Amber. More like the friendly Lou that the cult knew. Amber was the angel of death. Did not expect that. I thought Amber was going to be maybe like a lesser minion of Lucifina, maybe like a sexy dancer angel or something, a lap dance angel, Victoria's Secret angel. Nope, the angel of death, Amber. When Amber took over, I'm not making this up, Perez would stop blinking. He would put on an evil grin on his face. He would talk in a monster voice. And Amber would threaten to send people to purgatory, and followers would get scared. Holy shit. It would be so hard not to laugh at this clown going into one of his Amber trances. How extra sad and crazy, by the way, to lose a friend or family member to a cult this fucking stupid. Like to watch them get scared when Daniel made some over the top crazy scare face. Right? And then they tell you, like, quiet, don't draw attention to yourself right now. Be careful.
Don't say nothing.
Amber,
It's Amber.
Angel of Death has arrived. I swear to God, if one of my kids got sucked into a cult like this, and I went to the compound to try and rescue them, and then some little 5'6", 135-pound dipshit, that's Perez's size, sat down and pretended to go into a trance and made a scary face at me and said he was Amber, the Angel of Death. When I was done laughing, I hope that I would have the strength to kick him in the fucking face. That would snap him out of a trance real quick. And if no one stopped me, I hope I would just keep kicking him until he admitted that he was full of shit and begged me to stop. I actually think that would be worth going to jail for. In the early and mid-90s, Daniel Perez in his 30s now, old fucking Amber, is still living in South Texas somewhere near Aransas Pass, where he grew up. He just finished serving in the military as that airplane mechanic. When his service ended, he met a woman named Patricia Gomez, nicknamed Trish, who was only around 17 or 18 when she met this fucking psychopath. She would later change her name to Patricia Hughes for reasons unknown. Maybe he was going by Hughes at the time, and she took his fake last name. I assume she did it to conceal her identity because she was probably doing illegal shit with Perez, but I can't say with certainty. Patricia allegedly did not know Perez as Daniel Perez, but knew him as Lou Castro. Why did he start living under aliases or in alias?
I'll admit, I'm a bit of a perplexed. I can't seem to find immediate research materials on the standard personality differences and etiquette of different types of owls. Yeah, it is. It is very difficult to. But there are so many cute little owls.
1996, around the time you met Trish, or
there
perhaps
are so many cute little owls.
Met a woman in Texas.
There's so many adorable little owls.
Perez let them stay with him in his apartment while Mary prepared
There's so many cuties.
Young Mary will later go on to testify that she was
you could find your cutie today.
Only 11. When her mother Mary filed charges against him, she apparently didn't believe his bullshit.
Hey, what's up, YouTube?
Making him do it.
Just wanted to hit that like button and subscribe.
He was presumed dead. This sucks. Perez.
What I noted on owl personalities on a night of going flying with owls, I had awesome night. The bigger, the calmer, the chiller, the smaller and more boastful personality.
Yes. That our Daniel Perez had died after fleeing. They thought the case was closed.
The board is pretty much is pretty chill all the time.
Years, no one would connect.
He very chill.
Castro to this Daniel Perez until a law.
You know what? I'll look up a husky. That'll help me out.
Due diligence.
I'll feel more comfortable with the husky.
Summer of 1996,
the husky
traveled to North Dakota. There, he meets a 15-year-old girl named Catherine. Perez was 36.
Yes.
He told Catherine he was much younger.
Get a husky.
She believed him, even though he was actually much older than 36. He was 1,000. Remember? He told Catherine he had powers to make it rain, see the past, present, and future.
And then I will draw the Knicks. And then he will be like, no, you can't do this.
Perez and Catherine began a sexual
relationship. You can't do this to me.
Both Perez and Catherine
I'll be like, yes, I did.
Relationship,
what are you going to do about it?
Arrested Perez at Catherine's home and supposedly deported him. Catherine's dad, Lionel Lemire Sr., found out about Perez, immediately didn't like what he saw, called authorities.
I mean, he paid me.
Dad. One confusing detail regarding all this the story is how was he deported? Why was he deported if he was born in Texas? At his later trial, he testified that
he paid me money. And he's like, no, I just wanted to give you money to give you money.
Deportation.
I'm like, well,
likely he just left, probably with Trish. Perez never returned to North Dakota, but he and Catherine would continue to talk over the phone, which again makes it even less likely he was deported. Perez was probably just calling, checking on her, making sure if Catherine's garden, lawn maybe needed watering. Maybe she had some pets he needed to bring back to life.
Sorry, Nix.
From late 1996
to
1997, Perez, still going by Lou Castro, is back in Texas, living in Corpus Christi with Patricia Gomez. There he meets soon-to-be dedicated follower, 33-year-old Mona Griffith. her 8-year-old daughter, Lindsay, and her son, Cody, Lindsay's older brother. Mona, her children, Lou, and Patricia, now they all move into an apartment together. Who's he sleeping with? Don't know for sure, but sadly, if I had to guess, everyone but Cody. After a few months, maybe not Mona and Cody, but the other two. After a few months, this little group, without Cody, moved to Wichita. Cody will remain in Texas with his father. Why did Mona pack up and take off with this fucking weirdo? She was going through a messy divorce, extremely emotionally vulnerable, known to be a free spirit. She was into and open to unusual spiritual beliefs. She always wanted to travel, and she just made a terrible fucking decision. She's the perfect target for Perez. After the move to Wichita, but before the Angels Landing compound he would later set up, Perez and Catherine regained contact. She's only 16 or 17 at this point. She stays with Perez and the others for 2 weeks before she goes back to North Dakota to finish school. And she would later say she was jealous of Perez's relationship with Lindsay, who is no older than 9 right now. And that is obviously super fucking creepy. I've tossed out a lot of names. Sorry if you hear that police siren go by. I've tossed out a lot of names. So to bring everybody up to speed, in 1997, Daniel Perez, man of the 3 weird, dumb name having angels, is now living somewhere around Wichita with Mona Griffith. She's around 34. Patricia Gomez, roughly 20 now. Mona's daughter, Lindsay, only 8 or 9. 16-year-old Catherine is coming to stay with them, off and on. Hard not to judge Mona here. Impossible not to judge her, for me. Not making good mom moves. Why would you bring your daughter into this bullshit? So easy, I think, for many of us to paint cult members as blameless victims. But if we're going to judge cult leaders for their terrible, shitty decisions, shouldn't we also judge some of the cult members for the terrible decisions they make to join? Like, no part of the story feels like, oh man, it could happen to anybody. No, not just anybody. It's going to fall for Perez's insane bullshit. You want to go on some weird fucking spiritual quest with a 2-bit con artist that sometimes tells you this body's taken over by Amber, Angel of Death. Okay, throw your life away. Are you going to bring your 8-year-old into that? All right, fuck off. Like, you bring an 8-year-old who, based on other sources, could have easily stayed with dad back in Texas, like her brother Cody did. Fuck off. And bringing her daughter led to her daughter being molested by Perez. Ugh. And I'm guessing he was blaming naughty Angel Arthur for doing all of it. That's what he would do later. Such a ridiculous reality to live in. Shortly after Wichita, the group moves to Rapid City, South Dakota, where they will stay for years.
Yes, pop.
Lindsay's brother Cody will visit the group in Rapid City. He later reports they lived outside the city in a very small cabin he visited, kind of off the grid. Nice secluded spot where Perez can have sex with all of them and
let's go down.
Crazy angel nonsense. In Rapid City, over the next 3 years,
smaller animals tend to be shorter lifespan and faster heart rates, which is apparently correlative. Larger animals tend to be more relaxed, chilled, and conserve energy more. Hummingbirds are here for a short time, not a long time. European is the most chill I met. Is chill and heavy. Most chill cat I ever met was a Persian. She behaved like a rag doll and had the most exquisite soft fur. You could wear her as a scarf, drape her over your head, hold her upside down. So long as one hand was petting her and it wasn't painful, she didn't have give a rat's ass woo. Cat was a living purr reactor. All she ever wanted to do was snuggle, chill, and be loved. Crack addict in water, though. Hot damn. Since the stink eye to my little spaz cats. You want a scarf cat? Ragdolls are notorious for being basically throw pillow shaped cats. Or cat-shaped throw pillows. Both? Both.
The rescue team to find the plane.
I'm scared. I don't know what furry variant I want to be. Well, it's okay. It's alright. Finding your first son. You don't have to. Also, Napalm, you don't have to be for you fucking exes. You don't have to trick me. You can just be you. You can be like, I want a picture of my super awesome D&D character.
Trying to obtain Mona's insurance money. March 30th, 2001.
You can just do that, you asses. You don't have to. I'm not just a furry artist. You've seen my non-furry art. You know I can do humans. You know very well I can do humans.
Search team theorizes bad weather caused the crash. Mona was 38, Jim 50, and Lindsay 12. After the bodies were found, the $750,000 worth of life insurance goes to Patricia Hughes. Some wonder if Perez who did work for years as an airplane mechanic, did something.
And you're like, I'll get a furry.
Despite the investigation finding nothing.
I'm going to be furry one day.
I know this sounds real insane.
Aw, Napalm.
Others wonder if Perez, I should call Lou now.
I'm scared. I don't know what furry variant I want to be.
They wonder if Lou convinced Mona to crash the plane and kill herself with the others on board. For right now,
well, I personally would just like you, like you. If you were animal, then what would fit you? And my now my cat went in full spaz. If you drew me as a human, I need
new baby daughter Nora,
dispose of the evidence. No witnesses. Red rum. That is true.
Wichita, suburb of Kansas City, home to about 100,000 people. There they meet real estate agent, soon to be cult member, 41-year-old Jennifer.
Fluffy ears.
Helps them find a home. The home was purchased under Catherine's name. Catherine's now just 20, too old for Perez. He wants girls to sleep with, and he finds them, some younger girls. He finds them in Jennifer's 2 daughters. More on that in a bit. Perez finds another great mark in Jennifer. She was a huge believer in angels. I guess she was borderline obsessed with angels. Always talked about them. How they watched over people, how they protected people. Lou, of course, notices this. I'm sure has a little fucked up, like, aha moment. Starts talking some of his angel jibber jabber to her. Tells her that he's an angel. He has special powers, or that he's infested with angels. His angel story seems to shift around, depending on who he's talking to. Sometimes he's an angel. Sometimes he's possessed by angels. Again, this fucker's lazy. He didn't really write this stuff down. He didn't create like a character log or anything. He didn't put a lot of effort into his mythology. Jennifer later wrote in her journal about the first interaction she had with the group in 2001, saying, the first time I met Trish, Brian, and Lou, their innocence and trust of people in situations was a little alarming to me. I began to sense that I needed to watch out for them more than I did for other people. It was almost as if we had some sort of instant bond or connection, my sole purpose being their protector. Oh boy. Lou was lazy, and as you'll see over the course of this episode, dumb in many ways, but he was a good con man. Just like a lot of those Nigerian spam email authors, right? He got her to feel sorry for him. Make her think that he needs her. Plays to her maternal instincts, ego, and love of angels. 3 months after moving to Missouri, the group sells the home they just bought in Lee Summit and move back to Wichita. They move into some townhomes initially while they try and figure out where they're going to live more permanently. After they leave,
thank you guys for being awesome. I know it's easy for you, but
I don't like
thank you for being awesome.
Oh boy. She and Lou are now keeping in contact. That human turd is worming his way further and further into her head. Trish convinces Jennifer that she should choose a new family, a better family. She should come live with them. We'll have a compound. And then Jennifer makes the worst fucking decision of her life by far. She listens to Trish, Lou's right-hand disciple.
A new follower?
Her husband moves herself and her 2 daughters, Sarah and Emily, to Wichita. Sarah is 17 and Emily is 10 when they move.
A new follower. Thank you for the follow.
Like Lou. Her instincts are steering her in the right direction. He tries his hardest to win both the girls over, and he does. Her mom, Jennifer, is fascinated with him and the stories.
New meat. I mean, follower.
Quickly comes to believe that he is in fact an angel, and maybe also possessed by angels. He's a psychic. He has magical powers. All that shit. Doesn't matter how little sense it makes. She just wanted to believe, so she.
I hate that bots can follow.
How often does that happen?
Is it a bot?
Now, with all that life insurance money, the group buys a 20-acre property on the edge of Wichita. Land is cheap. Start building 3 nice houses.
A Chihuahua? No. Lurking Miku is a bot. Last seen live in 7,495.
Guns. Fucking around with model airplanes. More on that later.
Smash me nuts. All right. Hello, smash me nuts.
How you can see the future and stuff.
Welcome in. More specific
details,
smash my nuts.
Quotes on what he would say in his rambling sermon-ish, monologues.
Smash nuts.
The mutterings of a fucking lunatic. And that's how I knew that Amber, the angel of death, had inhabited my soul. And then Arthur entered my body as well. Oh, oh shit. You don't want to know about Arthur, what he wants, okay? And I began to have psychic visions. And I could hear the word of God. And God said, go to Wichita. Eat, drink, be merry. Hey, can someone grab another beer? Hey, no,
you're gonna love my nuts.
And then God said, get some nice guns.
Dang, my nuts hurt.
A couple 4-wheelers. Now, active imagination. Burn that fucking rubber, son. God said, do not take the lowly jobs of men. Honest work, that's the devil. That's the devil's distraction. That's how the king of lies is going to get you. You're not going to hear God's word anymore. I will give you.
Thank you for coming in. Smash my nuts.
To the
hope everything's been going well. I am doing commissions right now.
God and his angels.
Like this.
You have to first play in the mud.
Hold up.
And drink Natty Light.
Hold up.
Wait my word. Party on, children. Fuck yeah, bro. Nice.
They're
right, have a
$10.
good time. And one more thing.
They're
to hell with the devil.
$10 and they're right here. I'm trying to find my persona.
Turn off that striper. Okay.
Well, if you're
Lou started working
from
on some keto grooming.
Mexico,
Started
there
keto
is
grooming
a
Jennifer's daughter right
dragon.
away.
There is
Emily's 11th
Quetzalcoatl.
birthday, he bought her a horse.
You could be a
Of course, she's always had
Quetzalcoatl
whatever she
can.
wanted. Started buttering up Sarah
Quetzalcoatl's a
as best
cutie.
he could as well.
Big old
Convinced her he
cutie.
really was an angel. He did convince her to convince the girls to believe Lou's
But
plan
yeah,
of being an
I'm
angel.
doing
Trish
$10
told her a story about a time when
headshots
he died. He for sure died. And then he came back to life.
and
That story
also
convinced Sarah
drawing
that
my
he was telling the
comic.
truth. Now, why would Trish tell the story? The girls trusted Trish.
But
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
doing
I don't know.
is
I wish I knew
I'm doing
pressure from
the
Perez, maybe?
sketch
Did
first,
he maybe have some dirt on her?
and I'm trying to do as many of the sketches as I've got so far.
He really was
So
angelic.
I've got
Never
Nyx,
said, and she
I've got
will never say now, because she's dead.
Raven,
Lou
I've
killed her
got
on that day.
Floof,
Shortly after
I
moving to
got
Angel's Landing after Trish
Heathen,
and her mom
I
convinced her that Lou was a
got
good dude and an angel,
I
Sarah
got
realized that
Rooney,
angels aren't always kind and protected. When Lou raped her for the first and
and then I
many
got
times.
bored.
She was too scared to tell
So I
anybody.
need to
Later
shrink
said
the
that
head
she,
just a
had
little
also been
bit
brought
more
up
so I
very
can
innocent, naive, and
hold
she didn't
all the
fully
hair,
realize
so
that she had
all the
been
hair can
sexually
be
abused.
fitted in.
These poor people. November 1st,
Dragons are
2001,
too
Sarah's
epic
sister
for my
Emily was raped for the
for a
first time.
guy like me.
One of the
No,
most disturbing lies
why
he
would
tells
they
Emily
be
to
too
convince her that
epic?
it's okay for him
Bronze,
to have
silver,
sex with a very young
copper.
girl.
There's
he's an angel,
non-chromatic
100 years
dragons,
old, like
but
1,000 years old,
Quetzalcoatl is
and he
so
needs to have sex with young
cool.
girls or he'll die. That's how he stays alive. He said he would literally die.
Quetzalcoatl is so cool.
Some kind of crazy, like, sorry, I have to do this. I'll make the rules as work here. Kind of insane bullshit.
What
a fucking
Quetzalcoatl.
nightmare that would be if that was actually true. You ever have weird thoughts?
It's
like,
giant.
what if God is
It's a
real?
giant fluffy snake.
But
it's so
Mr.
cool.
Big Butt, he's completely fucking insane.
It's radical.
And we're all fucked. Like what if
I
Perez
love
was like,
Quetzalcoatl.
like, ever let your mind go to that crazy
And
and dark
Quetzalcoatl
place?
is super cool.
Exists,
It
angels,
doesn't ask any
angels
of its
consume
followers
humans,
to
they're
fucking
Arthur
kill
and Amber
for it.
and fucking dumb angel names.
It's just a badass.
And angels
It's
actually
just
do need
like your
young girl vagina
harvest.
to keep from
Don't
dying.
you worry, baby
Like,
boy.
what if Jeffrey Epstein?
I will let you
He's up in
have
some
your
kind of horrific
harvest.
heaven right now.
Have
sitting
it
on the
your
right hand of God.
He's like the
Just getting
Burger
high fives
King
from the Almighty for quote getting it.
king.
You know,
He's
God's
like,
you
have
always
it
got
your
it, Jeff.
way.
You always understood what life was really about. Help yourself to all the kid souls up here. That's why I made them. God loves little children. They sing it. They just didn't know what I meant. Meanwhile, the devil's down in hell trying to cure cancer or something. He's actually a fucking great positive entity that's just been the victim of a horrible smear campaign for millennia.
Yeah.
Please let that not be reality. Oh, my heck. That would be the worst. Come on, Nimrod. Let virtue be rewarded. Let the wicked be punished. Lou convinces young Emily it's her job to take care of him, have sex with him so he can stay alive. What a mindfuck. He would even read random Bible verses. Twist their interpretation, justify his actions, make her think it was all godly. So I guess he, looked at the Bible for like 5 minutes. Poor young Emily fell in love with Lou, who's now 42 years old. She goes along with anything he asks, even if she feels uncomfortable about it because, God is, this is what he wants, he thinks. Yikes. She keeps the true nature of their relationship quiet. Somehow her older sister Sarah will later claim that other members did not know that Emily was being continually raped by Perez, even though Emily now moves into his bedroom and they sleep in the same bed together every night. Emily's mom was apparently aware of this, but somehow didn't think anything inappropriate was going on. Because, angels. it's just angels. It's okay for that, 40-some-year-old fucking guy to sleep with a, 10-year-old. Hey, who am I to judge? A wee bit of a fucked up mom moved there. Angels don't molest kids, dummy. They don't show up on Earth as 42-year-old dudes who share beds with 11-year-olds. She's a fucking terrible woman. How else can you fucking look at it? Both of Jennifer's daughters now being regularly raped by Perez right under her nose. Sarah will later talk about how Lou abused them both, but differently. She says he was always more violent with her than Emily. Showed Emily preferential treatment. Lou always told Sarah
it looks like I'm just drawing a horned owl.
Inside of it was Arthur. Arthur's an abusive pedophile angel. If only the nice angel, Daniel, could boot him out, but he can't.
But
Amber,
but it is
stronger,
Board's
like
owl. Because
Sarah
Board
said later that
won't fucking pick.
Emily caused her and sister to fight. That Lou hated when they fought.
Hey,
Amber, the angel of death,
Board won't fucking pick his fucking persona because he's like, I have to have a persona. So you know what? I'm picking it for you. You know what? I'm like, what? I couldn't find.
Fuck your head up. To further illustrate the kind of crazy they were living with, Sarah later told the following story in one of her
interviews.
She said that when she disobeyed
if you want to change it,
shouted her,
you know
degrade
who
her,
you
and
got.
told her
You
that she
can
was
talk
broken.
to.
And she said that one time when the two of them were home alone,
If you don't want, a
life,
fucking
she didn't
owl,
let him fix her.
and you got big
He told her that
old,
the only way for her
you
to
got
ever
big
be able
old
to get married,
glasses.
have children of her own, would be for him to let him fix her. So creepy. By
I
fixing,
also
he meant
love
raping.
drawing owls.
After it
I
was
also
over, Sarah
love
asked her if
drawing
she was finally
animals.
fixed, which Lou said that the fix was temporary.
And you
In order
got
to keep
thin
her
hair.
fixed, you'd have to continue having sex with her, or she'd go back to being broken.
You got
Then he
thin
told her that if
hair
she ever told
that
anyone
curls
how
at the
he was
end.
fixing her, you'd have to kill her father. Spoken like a true angel. That's what angels do. If you know one thing about angels, you should know that they rape you, and then they tell you that if you tell anybody, they're going to fucking kill your dad. Amen. Lou would continue to rape Sarah for 7 years, from the age of 17 to the age of 24.
I hope I'm doing it right.
Being raped.
I don't.
My God,
I
this is why
don't
you talk to
know
your
if
kids
I'm
about
doing
sex.
your hair
I'm
right.
not kidding. This is like an extreme example of why you need to talk to your kids about sex.
You're gonna have to.
Let them know
Can you
exactly
send
what
me a
it is,
pic that's
right? So
close
they
to
know
what
what
your
it
hair
is.
looks
So
like?
they know what's being
Like not a
done
pic of
around
your
them,
hair
possibly
because
to
I know
them,
how you
right? You let them
how you
know,
are.
who should not be
But
having
just
sex
in
with them and why.
case,
You let them know how some people are insane, evil liars, and you talk to them about how they will make threats and how the threats are bullshit. You tell them that there are lunatics out there in the world who will try and and who will tell you crazy shit in order to get in your pants. You tell them that God does not work in ways anywhere near that mysterious. God doesn't want anyone molesting kids. Anyone who tells them
because
otherwise,
that's what I'm
dirty
getting
motherfucker,
from
needs a
this.
reckoning. My kids are sick of me checking in on them about perverts. I don't even care. Right? I check in with them about friends parents. They go
It's
sleepover.
not
What their parents up
bad
to? What
as
their
a
parents doing?
hair,
No one's touching you, right?
but
Like,
like
God, no, Dad. All right, okay. You tell me if they were, right? Yes, of course. I'd rather have them think that I'm just paranoid and crazy, risk them having to live with that kind of secret.
You want to be a napalm
They're in a
owl?
different prison. It'll probably be for killing some.
You want to be an owl? Napalm? Owls
I
are
think about the
cute.
most noble thing you can go to prison.
There's quite a few owls.
Sarah would later say that the abuse she and her sister suffered usually happened late at night.
Just remember,
Mom, Jennifer was asleep.
They have to move their head.
Emily, though, would later say that it was not uncommon at all for
it's a requirement that they have to move their head.
No one thought anything of it. And she's sleeping in the same bed with
owls,
it's all insane.
Eyes are so big,
what else is going on in Angel's
they don't have muscles to move their. They don't have muscles in their eyes. They're so powerful. They don't have any muscles to move their eyes around.
No one really does chores. Jennifer and Brian end up getting day jobs. Everyone else remains unemployed. Trish took care
so
of the
they
girls,
don't have any muscles to move their eyes around. So they have to move their head. Lots of birds actually have this, where their eyes are so powerful, they're basically like giant telescopes.
Show him holding a beer bottle in both, one of his hands.
So they have to move. They have to move their entire head. Owls are inherently cockier and cockeyed in a sense. It's an inevitable compensate. Yeah.
Build them up and beat them down. A lot of back and forth.
They're very expressive. Their eyes are very expressive because of it.
The group completed building 2 of their 3 houses on the property. The houses they bought in the compound in Sedgwick County. Angel's Landing almost complete. Property with 3 large houses on it, located on the 9500 block.
They have to move their head to a situation or anything.
One house had Sarah, Emily,
because their
Jennifer,
eyes are so complex.
Little Nora. Lou eventually
just to do what they do.
Not fully completed until 2005. According to Sarah, each little family had their own little house. Despite the rape,
yes,
she says,
yes, it does.
Saw is mostly Lou fixing her. Sarah thought they were all a real family.
Ravens and other birds don't have this though. So ravens and other birds don't have this this unique quality that owls do. That comparatively is very interesting
compared to what's coming later. Life seemed to outsiders, at least.
I love talking about animals.
Sounds on Angel's Landing to be pretty good. There were large houses, expensive cars, horses, a pool, anything anybody wanted they could have. Sarah would later tell an investigation discovery show, we had everything we ever wanted, but there was always a price to pay. April of 2003, someone with the ability to investigate Lou Castro finally gets suspicious about his piece of shit regarding what's going on at Angel's Landing. Local detective Robert Goodwin. Goodwin wondered about the
science is so fucking cool. Yeah, I love science.
Heard from a few people about how Lou was always bragging about his
but yes, this is very much bored. If there ever was bored, I feel like this sums up Bored Birdie way more than my other depictions of him.
Worked as a realtor. Brian worked as an auto mechanic. No one else made any money. How is this operating?
Just kind of
Goodwin didn't
done.
think their combined income came close
Kind
to
of
covering
like,
the
oh
expenses of the
god.
landing. Even more suspicious, he couldn't
Dear
find
God.
any background
Tell me
info
if the
at
hair's
all.
right.
A dude named Lou Castro, who matched the age, address, etc. of the
Tell
dude
me
he was
if the
looking for.
hair's right,
Nothing.
friend.
No record of the guy existing in any databases he was searching. Goodwin made a bunch of large drug trafficker busts previously over the course of his career, and how Castro and those around
You
him
have
lived
to
and
tell
reminded
me
him
if
of
the hair
lifestyles
is
of the
right.
people he busted. So he started keeping an eye on things. He kept digging. He soon found out that the Angels Landing houses did not have very many personal items or homey touches. It seemed like staged homes, very suspicious. Also weird, the parking area, written in the concrete, was the name Angels Landing. All the group's cars had vanity plates labeling them Angel 1, Angel 2, Angel 3, etc. And the women in the group always paid for everything, using various credit cards to purchase what they needed.
The hair is
Then
fine. I
someone started to
usually keep
wonder
the hair out of my
if this was
face,
some sort of
but it
cult.
does go
Ding, ding,
where
ding.
it please.
Yes. Then
I
even more
assumed.
suspicion arises when one of the angels dies. On June 23rd,
I assumed it
2003,
went
first
wherever
follower of
it
Patricia Hughes drowns in
wherever
the
it
pool at
wanted.
Angels Landing. Young Emily then called 911 at 3 o'clock p.m. She called Sarah. After calling 911, a firefighter took the phone from her, said, "Sarah, I need you to come home as quick as you can." There was at school. She and Lou rushed home from the car dealership. I'm sorry, she was at the car dealership.
Adding a few extra
Sergeant
strands
Benjamin
here
Blick
and
was
there.
one of the first responders.
Which is
Blick
definitely
spoke to
my
Sarah's
style.
sister, Emily,
Hair is my
sobbing
style.
uncontrollably. Could hardly talk about what happened. He tried to revive
Just
Trish for
done.
45 minutes to no avail. He said on arrival at the hospital, despite finding evidence of blunt force trauma to her head, Patricia's death was declared an accidental drowning. Remember that blunt force trauma? Things are not what they seem here, of course not. Paramedics noted that they thought it was strange that Patricia was found in the shallow end where she could have stood up in the water. Also, Patricia allegedly did not know how to swim, so why was she even in the pool when no one else was around? This death concerned Detective Goodwin. Was it truly an accident or just another piece of evidence in his growing case against Castro? He looks further into Lou. He finds out that his license plate was registered in South Dakota. I'm sorry, his driver's license was registered in South Dakota. Keep adding details, not the notes, and then correcting myself. He began hearing stories that Castro may have had a wife and child who died in a plane crash. He read in some reports that says wife and child, not his wife and child. Is that what Lou told some people? Probably. He finds a story in a Rapid City newspaper about the plane crash. In the obituary, Lou is listed as Mona Griffith's brother. He was not her brother. Did he tell other people that? Probably. He was definitely not good at keeping his story straight. Goodwin further searched databases and found information about every compound member except Lou Castro.
Like my freaking
more concerned
eyes.
than ever. He just can't find any details about this guy other than being named,
if you're an owl, they only go one way. Which you would be, your neck would be hurting so bad. Your neck would be hurting so bad if you did coding.
A week before
your neck would hurt so fucking bad just being like, oh fuck, I gotta follow this line of code. Just meow, wow, wow. Because you can't move your eyes.
Go to the other side, and that they needed her help. Emily's upset. Ask Perez.
You can't move your eyes. They are where they are.
Too close to death to be there when Patricia
If you're
died.
an owl.
Emily insists she didn't want to be there when Patricia died either. So Lou then tells her
I love
he will
it.
just bend time.
I love it. Just
so she could be at the pool.
How'd you know
when
about
Patricia
my
died,
neck?
and also be somewhere else at the same time.
Look, if there's one thing I know about pain, it's never one
it's hard
region.
To follow. It's because it's fucking gibberish. I had to go over this a few times to get my head around it. It all feels, it feels like a poorly written knockoff of season 1 of True Detective. Reminds me of like a janky version of Matthew McConaughey.
I do love the YouTuber that has an owl, and Emily, it has this look. It has that perpetual this look.
Someone
so what do you think? You think you're a Quetzalcoatl napalm blade? What are you feeling?
Everything we've done or will do, we're gonna do.
If not, if you're unsure, you can take your time. Don't feel like you have to be like, I have to have this.
Won't be there.
It needs to be like this.
You might be watching a rerun of Saved by the Bell. It's hard to say specifically. Trish will still be there. Pay attention, she won't be there. She'll be in the pool, Brown.
Get rid of that.
But also not there and making breakfast like always.
Let's grab.
Buying some new flatware.
Let's grab Haven first. First and foremost.
Or maybe playing
grab Haven.
They enjoyed that. And there will be angels. Amber, definitely Arthur, probably Daniel. I'll be bonus husband. But I won't be. I'll be your brother. and I won't be. And I won't know her, and I will know her. And I'll be Lou, and I'll be Daniel. Maybe at the same time, I'll be Joe or Helen Henny. There's a chance I'll be Helen Henny, the chicken lady who plays bass in the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic band. And this will happen again and again and again. Forever. Do you understand? It's fucking crazy. Seriously, as crazy as all this sounds. Oh my God. Patricia comforts Emily, agreeing with Lou. It's her time to go. She promised she'd come back. Lou assures her she will come back. Lou convinces Emily that Patricia's dying is a good thing. Fucking insane. Insane that Patricia went along with this or appeared to go along with this on some level. Like that she bought this guy's crazy bullshit enough that she agreed to let him kill her, to collect on a life insurance policy because she thought that he could just bring her back. And it wouldn't even matter. She'd just be back alive. Maybe. She seems to have had second thoughts when it came to dying, as we will learn when we go over the trial info. Seems that at least at the last
Do I have to make a PayPal? I mean,
on June 23rd,
to use PayPal, you have to make a PayPal.
When no one else was around, before Patricia walked
because Kofi uses PayPal.
Eventually, Lou told Emily to take Little Nora into the pool house.
So I mean, I would assume you have to. If you don't want to make one, that's fine.
She couldn't have been more than 4, likely a year or 2 younger, based on how she was used to help stage her mom's death.
It's not.
Once she and Nora,
I'm not gonna be mad if you don't.
Followed by a splash.
I'm not gonna be like, oh, I can't believe he did that.
Soaking wet, panting out of breath.
I can't believe it.
Looks sad, looks distraught. He tells her to stay in the pool house for 20 minutes, so he could go to the car dealership.
Also, sorry for all the questions.
He tells her not to look outside. Emily agrees.
It's fair.
20 minutes later, Emily calmly carries Nora into the pool.
You just want to make sure that everything's all good. And also, I'm fine with people talking to me. I'm fine with it. I like it when people talk to me. It's nice.
30 minutes further to call 911.
It's like there's people there.
And on the phone, she tells him
makes me feel comforted.
Lou now has a nice alibi. He's at the car dealership.
Makes me feel like people care about me.
But in reality, of course, she agreed to let him drown her or changed her mind at the last second and he killed her. Is what, he will be found guilty of in court. Earlier that day, Sarah had been instructed by Lou to go to the car dealership.
I'm making one I just thought I could just thought I could use a direct card. Oh, I get you.
Said, let's go with the dealership.
I know it is a pain in the ass.
Returned home with Sarah. Big elaborate, ruse. Tricia's life insurance payouts $1.24 million, which her husband Brian receives in 2003. And how interesting is this detail that Lou never receives the money himself when someone dies? Right, to put some distance between himself and these other people, and because he's using an alias. Probably for legal reasons, he can't collect. Another cult member will collect, and then that cult member is often the next to die. This way, I guess he's not so stupid. Pretty ingenious, evil plan he has here. This weird, fucked up domino life insurance system he has. Detective Goodwin will eventually be able to dig into the financial records of the cult and see this strange pattern. Tricia's body taken back to Texas for burial. Some members go to her funeral. Lou carefully instructs them not to tell anyone in Texas that he's in Kansas. Guessing he doesn't want local authorities down there to realize that he's not dead after all, and should be in jail for that previous child molestation conviction. Brian becomes severely depressed after Trish dies. He often sleeps with her wedding picture in the bed with him. So fucking sad. Lou starts spending more and more time with Brian now, talking to him more than he ever did before, specifically about death, working on his brain. He convinces Brian that going over the other side is the ultimate goal in life. It's a good thing. If you lived right, if you died right, it was just stepping through a doorway right into a much better existence. Now you get to live in a place where you couldn't feel pain. You only feel peace. He tells Brian, one day you're going to get your chance to go to the other side. Too bad he couldn't get his rapey angel Arthur to go to that peaceful place. Lou is getting Brian mentally prepared to sacrifice himself like Trish seems to have at least initially agreed to. Right? Then they can have even more money to fuck around with, buy sports cars, and more ATVs, and keep getting drunk. It's such a weird, crafty, and also unambitious cult leader. It doesn't seem like Perez ever wanted to lead a big cult. Never did any real recruiting. That would take too much work. I think he hung around, drank pretty much every day, just wanted enough followers to be able to have, one die every couple of years so he gets some life insurance money, keep his cool cars, have some more cool toys, a pool, live in a nice house. A few people think he's an angel or infested with angels and be able to have sex with an underage girl or two. Shortly after Patricia's death, Emily and Sarah somehow learn about the plane crash in 2001.
Gonna be a little half lurker. It's okay. It's all right, Raven. Thank you for coming in and being awesome.
Emily actually
Thank you for being amazing.
He told her not to worry. Because Patricia, she's not really dead. She's going to come back to life. He said the incident didn't really occur also the way that she thought it did. That's just her mind playing tricks on her, manipulating her. Some more time as a flat circle bullshit. 3 months after Tricia's death, in September of 2003, Lou donates $19,000 to the city of Wichita to help them buy a new police vehicle, trying to curry some favor here. Said he all he wanted in return was a sticker on the vehicle in remembrance of Patricia. Really, I think he just wanted them to think he was a great guy, not a murdering cult leader. Lou actively now befriending local officers. Sarah will even soon start dating an officer. A few officers will stop by the compound on a regular basis for a while, hang out at some of Perez's parties. Both Sarah and Emily are too afraid still to tell these officers what's being done to them on the compound. Also, in later
Those lashes looking
Sarah and
nice.
Emily's mom, Jennifer Hudson,
Yeah.
dating a man named David Queering. David had recently gone through divorce, didn't want to be alone, wanted to feel like he was part of a community, which is what drew him not just to Jennifer, but to the Angels Landing group. A few months later, in early 2004, a woman named Morgan joins the group. Morgan and Lou begin a romantic relationship. Eventually, they will have a daughter together. Really hard to find info on Morgan. I don't know her last name or how old she was. Guessing she was young. Morgan joins her little cult. Lou forces, or maybe I should say strongly pressures his group members to take out more life insurance policies. When they first moved to Wichita, Patricia took out the $1 million policy that included an accidental death rider. Brian was the beneficiary. Catherine the co-beneficiary. Now Brian, Catherine, Jennifer, and Morgan also take out expensive life insurance policies. According to later court testimony, Lou was present whenever anyone took out a life insurance policy. He dictated, the amount, the beneficiaries, all that stuff. All the reasoning, I'm sure, wrapped up in some type of angel mumbo jumbo. Why do you have to take out a life insurance policy as well? Well, you know what? I mean, I guess you are young and healthy. Maybe you know what? Maybe you don't need to take one. I think, oh God, not now, Arthur. Please don't possess me. I'm not Daniel. I'm Arthur now. I'm Arthur, the angel of violence. Did I say Daniel?
Those
I meant
long
Lou.
strands
I'm not Daniel or Lou.
hair
I'm definitely
make
Arthur,
me want to take wing.
You don't sign the policy, I will make Lou rape you by the power of grace,
so cute,
or by Jesus, or something.
So
anyway, just
cute.
do it. Or Amber will send you to purgatory. Oh,
Haven
no,
made a very cute
angel.
OC, and I'm trying
Amber.
to make it as cute as possible.
Amber,
Last
exactly
time,
like
as you have seen on my Discord,
of Arthur earlier. Okay,
I have made not the most cutest.
Of little faith. You know not what the hour passing through camel needle.
Yes.
Water wine.
Cute
yada, yada.
owlets.
And then I just picture a really confused cult member just being like,
best out. Beautiful. The marble pattern is absolutely exquisite. Such expressive facial fur.
Lots of credit.
Yes.
Purchase more vehicles, more toys.
Facial little fluff.
Lou directs the application process. Paperwork is always in someone else's name.
It's beautiful. It is beautiful.
Ruin someone else's credit.
It's quite beautiful.
In his mind, they're all going to be dead soon anyways. If they start skimping on payments before they die, oh well. He's not going to be on the hook for debt they'll carry. He reminds me of some kind of fucked up cattle rancher. Right? These people were his cows. He harvested them, helped feed them, treated most of them pretty well. He molested a few, but the rest pretty well. Then at a certain point, he has them slaughtered, and he just feasts off of their deaths. Soon, Lou and Morgan get engaged. This doesn't stop him from continuing to rape both Emily and Sarah. He does kick Emily out of the master bedroom, though, now, which was emotionally traumatizing to Emily, who was only 12. She later said at his trial that it felt like she was getting divorced. Poor kid. I feel sorry for her sister Sarah as well, but I mostly feel sorry, or I feel the most sorry for Emily, to be raised in this madness from such a young age, to be victimized from such a young age. Also in 2004, David Queering officially moves into Angels Landing compound. He and Jennifer get married. It seems, unless there was another David Queering at the right age to be married to Jennifer at this time, that David passed away in Wichita just recently on February 5th this year at the age of 60 due to complications from COVID-19. In late 2004, Detective Goodwin now enlists FBI Special Agent John Sullivan into investigating Castro. The two had worked together on some drug cases back in the late 90s. Sullivan, like Goodwin, was unable to find a photo or description of Castro. There was seemingly no trail for him still. Goodwin now has heard stories from locals about Castro, telling members how much to withdraw from ATMs at local convenience stores. He's now heard about Castro giving a variety of different explanations to community members about where his money came from. He tells some it's oil money. Tells others he invented an airplane tank. Tells others that he sold cattle to the government. This guy's so fucking dumb in some ways. It's amazing to me. He wasn't caught so much earlier. He just cannot keep a story straight. In a desperate effort to get more info, Goodwin gathers trash from the compound. The crime lab doesn't find any prints on Castro. Once he sees Castro and a woman at a restaurant, Goodwin follows him, watches them, gets permission from the manager to collect the glasses they use, but he still can't get a fingerprint. Poor guy He did not catch a break when it comes to finding out who the fuck Castro really is. Luckily, he will not give up. In December of 2004, Mystery Lady Morgan now gives birth to her
Such a good artist.
Alice.
You can fit so much talent in those goat slaps.
On March 2nd, 2006,
no!
Ryan Hughes
Slapping me. Why?
Crushed beneath the car.
Why must I be slapped?
Ryan was an experienced mechanic. A lot of people find
so many people.
He'd put the jack in a position.
You're not the only one that slaps me. There are so many people that slap me.
Former Colt member Sarah thinks that Perez talked him into killing himself.
Just slap me.
Like an accident. So that the little
just slap
like
me.
A third life insurance policy now. Brian was
just so
tiny.
South
Dakota, was working on the car.
I'm just a tiny little person in a tiny little world
with Lou,
who has not experienced the beauty of ice spiders.
Told Nora goodbye over the phone. Pretty weird. Then just a few hours later, the people
Ice Spiders is the greatest movie I've ever seen.
Believe it. Brian was extremely safety conscious.
Ice Spiders.
For a long time, knew how to be safe around cars. Sarah, Jennifer, and Emily all believe Brian kicked the jack out from under the car, committing suicide.
I'm a tiny little person.
Crossed over and make it look like an accident. Brian's life insurance payout over $700,000. Cult member Catherine's the beneficiary. What a crazy and dark.
I'm only a tiny little
worm his way into someone's mind so far he could talk them into dying for him. He was like a small-time Jim Jones, but sneaky.
Limited DVR,
right? In a really fucked up way. I hate to use this phrasing, but I don't know how else to express it in a way more impressive. For as dumb as he was in some ways,
how are you today, Mouse?
He was real smart when it came to the specific ability to convince someone that it was okay to die. It was good to die. And make them think you could come back from the other side.
How's every
little
thing?
Believe it so thoroughly they would leave their young daughter behind. Right? Might as well give your angel.
I spy with my little eye someone who's talented.
Like Kevin's Gates, Marshall
thank you.
Applewhite or Jim Jones. Perez didn't get
good. How are you? I'm good.
Singular purpose.
I'm just drawing Heaven's OC.
Bent on imprisoning them, destroying them.
As you have seen,
take their lives.
Hopefully you have seen it.
Based on different bullshit stories. Like he would just work on the psyche of each person, break them down.
Where is it?
Take themselves out when
Where
it was
did
most
I put
financially beneficial time.
What is the name?
Do so for him.
That's right.
His bank accounts, we're getting just low.
I'm on it.
It was like some kind
I'm
of dark
literally
wizard
on it.
Who used his warlock power to buy more Corvettes and ATVs out in Kansas.
This
later in August 2006,
Susan this is what Rooney.
Claire. She'd like to join the family.
This is what Rooney got.
Say how she came
so I'm making
only that she did.
I'm making
Sarah into filming
$10 headshot commissions. Because I've seen so many people do it, and they make such good headshot commissions.
Definitely was not.
And then I was told that there is way too much detail, and I'm like, no, there isn't. Not enough detail. What a cute, what the goat doing?
She didn't do whatever he wanted. 2007.
What is the goat doing? What is the goat doing? That's something I ask on a daily basis.
Mysterious deaths. Three died in that plane crash. Then Trish. Then
what
Brian.
Is the goat
Can't
doing?
figure out who Lou is. Goodwin wonders if Lou is just extremely unlucky to have the people around him die left and right, or if he's involved in some way. Goodwin now learns about Brian's death.
What does the goat do?
Because it was a custody battle over Nora between Lou and Lou's grandparents.
What the goat
Lou
doing?
Sadly would eventually win custody.
What the dog doing?
That's horrible. With access to the cult's financial records, Goodwin, I always want to say Godwin. Goodwin soon discovered the life insurance policies taken out by various members, then cashed in by beneficiaries who were also
what the goat doing?
Seize the pattern.
What the dog doing?
Whenever their collective cash reserves would fall below $10,000, another death would occur. It would only occur when they had less than $10,000. Goodwin began searching harder for more evidence, something to charge Lou with, desperate to prevent another death. Goodwin's investigation would prove extremely difficult, unfortunately. Although he had the financial records, he has no police reports, victims, or even a real name to look up with Lou. Then later in 2007, Goodwin's detective work will be interrupted when he's placed on a task force against the Crips gang. During his time on the task force, Goodwin will tell a coworker, Detective Clint Snyder, all he knows about Castro and the mysterious group on the compound. Fun fact about Snyder, he was one of the Wichita detectives who helped hunt down the BTK killer. Now Snyder will help Goodwin catch Daniel Perez, giving him various tips on how to nab him. But Goodwin will have to wait.
Yeah, what to go do though? What do they? How's the cup of Murph, General?
Cool. You know who stepped in and busted
How is the Murph?
Daniel Perez
what the
single-handedly?
Murph doing?
Take one guess.
You know what, General?
Bet you got it right.
What the Murph
Dog
doing?
The bounty hacker.
That's a good question.
In the season 1 premiere of the sure-to-be hit on ANG this fall,
whatever
Dog
I
the
want
bounty
to
hacker
know.
World's most
what the
elite
Merc
MIT
doing. I
educated
gotta
hacker
ask the general.
takes down Daniel Perez with nothing
Where
but
I
an
can
old
save
Dell
money.
desktop, some AOL dial-up, and some bleach
Where I
blonde
can save
whips.
some money
Starting with prank calls,
on an
escalating
insurance
to
quote.
doxing Lou Castro's real identity, then raiding the compound, kicking indoors, and
But
lecturing
I'm
Daniel
pretty
Perez
sure
about the
that they're
dangers
going to
of
try to get
methamphetamines.
me
Even
to
though I'm
have
pretty sure he
general
never touched
insurance.
meth. Nothing gets past Dog the Bounty Hacker, even when he has a hard time seeing his Dell screen at night because he still has his Oakleys on in a dark room. He's almost 70 and his eyes ain't what they used to be, but he's still Dog the Bounty Hacker.
Are you going to try this shit and sell me insurance as well?
It's the size of the code the dog can chew up. Or we're still working on a better tagline. Dog the Bounty Hacker. Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Central Time this summer on A&G. Obvious JK. Goodwin would have to wait. Thanks to his new assignment and, thanks to not being helped by Dog the Bounty Hacker. March 1st, 2007. Perez commits count of rape. That part's not funny. I was laughing about the Dog the Bounty Hacker. It was a 4-time laugh. Commits a count of rape he'll be found guilty of a few years later at his trial. This incident provides further evidence of how crazy Perez was. Her testimony, at 2 a.m., Sarah woke up Emily, told her to get dressed, go outside to the pool house because Lou was angry. Lou and Catherine, inside the building when they arrive, he grabs the girls by their throats, threatens to kill them, makes all 3 women undress, points a gun at them, shoots a computer tower near them, tells them to go to his bedroom. There he forces Emily and Sarah to get on the bed, makes Catherine stand in the corner and watch. He rapes both Emily and Sarah with a beer bottle, forces Catherine to drink from the beer bottle. Fucking maniac, monster. Then he makes Catherine leave the room, continues to rape Sarah and Emily. And how would he later rationalize this horror? Same as he always did. It wasn't him doing it. It was the angels. Damn you, Arthur. Why do you do things like that? He was like the cult leader version of Jeff Dunham. I didn't say that horrible thing. The puppet did. The jalapeno did. Right? Just, you pull that deflection off and you can get away with anything. I didn't rape anyone with a beer bottle. Arthur did. He did it. Not me. I hate it. I'm sorry. This dirty angel traumatized us both. In mid-September 2008, about a week before Jennifer's death, Lou sits Sarah down, tells her it's Jennifer's time to go now. She's next in line to die. Money's getting low. Someone's got to go. What if he actually said...
Turn the OBS a bit down because it covers your voice a bit. Okay.
For real, you have to die. Well, one of the angels said so. Amber, I think. Also in attendance at this
just a wee bit.
Emily and Catherine.
I don't know how it covers my voice.
Step up if she didn't want to also die. And after this meeting, Lou rapes both
Proposed
Sarah
it's
and
always
Emily,
what the goat doing and never how the goat is doing.
Jennifer dies, Sarah approaches her mom and tells her, "I can't live without you. I don't want you to go anywhere."
Actually, we
Jennifer
do.
reassures Sarah she's not going anywhere.
Well,
always
Jeff
be there for her
Dunham.
daughters. And then the next day,
Jeff Dunham.
22nd, 2008, Jennifer
What a
Hudson dies in
card.
car crash. She's 48.
What?
According to eyewitnesses,
What a card.
she seemed to blatantly, intentionally
Man.
swerve her car into the oncoming traffic lane, just in time to collide head-on with a big-ass gravel truck. And this lifetime seatbelt wearer not wearing her seatbelt. Eject her from the vehicle, dies almost instantly. She goes to the windshield. Fucker did it again. Dark Wizard talks another person into taking themselves out. Remember way back when I said that Mona may have intentionally helped crash that plane she was on with her daughter and her fiance? Dude was an evil Jedi, killing people with Jedi mind tricks. The day Jennifer dies, Emily calls her before her class started or had called her. Jennifer didn't answer. Emily remembers feeling angry about her mom ignoring the call, doesn't think anything of it. About 30 minutes into taking her test, she was pulled out of class, given the news. How terrible. Lou called Sarah, told her Jennifer was in an accident, wouldn't tell her anything else. Sarah screamed into the phone because she knew what was really going on. She screamed, "What did you do to my mom?" She knew Jennifer would not be coming back from the other side. She would later say, like Lou always promised, because Trish and Brian never came back. Everyone at Angel's Landing is confused by Jennifer's death.
That's the first thing we come by, saying how we doing. Yeah,
somehow
I know.
Their mom to commit suicide.
I always ask how they always ask how the goat is doing. I always tell them,
Jennifer's life insurance
could be better, could be worse.
Sources don't specify.
I live in a perpetual thought of
towards the end of 2008,
hopefully one
Sarah
day,
and a friend go to Club Rodeo. She meets future husband.
This is what I want to do with the rest of my life, which is hanging out with you guys, hanging out with all you people.
Will soon help Dog the Bounty Hacker. No, we'll help Detective Goodwin take an evil motherfucker down. Daniel was a member of the National Guard. He began to visit Sarah at Angel's Landing often after they met. At first, he thought, like many of the Angel's Landing, it seemed like a nice place. He met Lou, though. Didn't like him. He thought he seemed too standoffish. He thought it was weird how many women on the compound, were around him compared to men. And then after he met Sarah's younger sister, Emily, just a teenager, he noticed how she always sat next to Lou and how Lou was always touching her in ways he felt were inappropriate, rubbing on her leg, not outright molestation, but weird, not okay. He felt even before Sarah told him what she'd gone through, like he had to do something. He started trying to gather evidence. Started trying to get, he kept a real close eye on Lou, waited for him to slip up, do something blatantly illegal. Paid attention to that see something, say something rule. And he'll help with the investigation later. November 10th, 2008, Goodwin and a colleague go to Angel's Landing under the ruse of investigating some burglaries that have been happening around town. At the advice of Detective Snyder, he hands Castro a set of glossy photos trying to get him to unknowingly leave a fingerprint, but that fucking son of a bitch won't take the bait. Careful to never touch photos with his fingertips. Wasn't dumb in some ways, unfortunately. He held them with his palms, dumping them on the table, using his fingernails to move them around. He gave them his name, but not his ID. Instead, he gave them a fake social security number. This wasn't enough to charge him with anything substantial. In March of 2009, Lou abruptly moves to Columbia, Tennessee.
Small what the goat doing? I'm doing the commissions.
45 miles
You're such a sweetheart, goat. And talking about my favorite movie of all time, Ice Spiders. That's right, Ice Spiders.
Somebody planned on, making take a life insurance policy out, taking him out.
Yep, Yahoo! Oh, I got too excited.
And the three joined Perez in Tennessee and
well, we don't ask the most interesting part. What the goat doing?
Sarah stays behind with her future husband. She still hasn't told
just doing my little commissions, which general I still have slots open.
What he had done to Emily and some of the others. In April of 2009,
Kevin's already bought out a few.
His daughter Alice Emily. The house costs about $400,000. Puts it under the name of two acquaintances. Lou tells Emily they're all moving for her. They're moving closer to the Vanderbilt, the college she wanted to attend.
But it's $10 commissions.
Lou also explains, to Emily, that he wants to change his name to Joe Venegas now. And he needs some documents.
$10. $10 a pop.
Daniel will later recall after this move where Lou calls Sarah, screaming at her over the phone. He took the phone from Sarah, told Lou not to call her anymore. Daniel now finally asked Sarah if Lou had ever sexually abused her. He was suspicious. She says yes, she had been sexually abused all those years. When Sarah falls asleep a few hours later, Daniel logs on to the FBI's website, sends an email that will change everything. Fucking hail Nimrod. About time we got some good news out of this crazy story. December 29, 2009, Daniel McGrath writes an email to the FBI revealing all the info he collected about the group. His concern about the crimes Lou may have committed.
What the Haven even doing?
Time out with Detective Goodwin wrapping up his time on the Crypt Task Force. Goodwin and Detective Snyder, that BTK guy, had just been assigned to the U.S. Attorney's Office to focus on financial investigations. Everything's lining up. Now FBI Special Agent Sullivan is calling, asking Goodwin if he can send him a fax. He sends him the email that Sarah's boyfriend had messaged in. Goodwin now has the lead he needs, inside access to someone who knows what's going on in this group. A few days later, early January 2010, Goodwin and Sullivan interviewed.
It gets repetitive, so I actually like to come by saying anything different depending on my mood. Goat, I'm saving that money for playing with you, bud. Remember? Yes.
Well, baby, cold shit.
Yes, I know.
Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan.
But you have friends.
Registered to Joe Venegas.
Tell them about it.
They also obtained security camera.
Tell them about this Christmas deal.
Joe Venegas, who looks
the savings they could have to have a headshot from yours truly.
Federal offense. Now they can arrest this piece of shit.
No, I know what you're doing, Jin. You're good.
April
I ain't messing with you.
Lou Castro is arrested.
I actually don't like people bothering other people about spam emails and stuff like that.
Search warrants issued at 8:10 a.m. Detective Goodwin.
I actually genuinely do not like doing that. So please, I do appreciate everybody that comes in and supports me as much as I can. I don't want to spam people. I don't want to bother people.
Wallets with IDs for Lou Castro and Joe Venegas, and a social security card and a birth certificate for Joe Venegas. No idea how he obtained all
spam.
That.
Yes, spam.
Never said how he got a little.
I don't want to spam people.
Just made them for him. It seems like the kind of thing.
But it's like, oh hey guys, you can get the money. If you pay me money, you can get this.
Informs her Lou has been arrested.
I don't want to bother people.
About Lou when they question her, she's still too scared. That monster raised her, brainwashed her for years. It's going to take a lot more than one round of questioning for her to say anything. Lou/Joe/Daniel/Angel Fuckface McGee also not giving up any info.
There we go.
Even after a 6-hour interview.
Look at that. Look at that lining.
He pleads guilty to one of the 2 charges. He's actually booked into prison as John Doe. John Doe is sentenced to 2 years in prison. They still don't know. He's in prison now. They still don't know who he is.
What the dog?
They do take his fingerprints. Took that when they brought him in. What the dog do? But his prints, they can't find a match in the system. Goodwin now dedicates himself, even further to nailing who this piece of shit is. He has 2 years to do it.
You can spam me, Goat. Goat, do not worry, you're good. Okay.
Over the next several months to interview
someone say my name.
People trying to get dirt on this dirty angel.
For commissions, I wish I could just yeet money at your face until you actually had a screen for safety. Oh yeah, I do need a scream for safety.
In May 2010, Goodwin interviews Patricia's mom, Rosalinda Gomez. She gives them his real name.
I would like to scream for safety.
Real name to search, they find his old criminal record, at least part of it, from the 90s. See that his records were hard to find because local authorities thought Daniel Perez was dead. Now they head back to Kansas to confront Perez with his new info. He still refuses to admit it's him. Oh well, they don't need him to admit it now. They definitively match his prints with the old Perez prints. Then they travel to Beeville, Texas, obtain more police reports on that sexual assault in 96-97. Also, after exposing more of Lou's lies, they now get Sarah and Emily to talk. After being assured nothing will happen to them, they have new crimes to punish Perez with. They finally started giving police the info they so desperately needed to put him away for good. Goodwin coordinates the first interview with Sarah to discuss what really happened at Angel's Landing. That interview lasted close to 4 hours. Then they interviewed Emily, who gave the final evidence to put Lou in jail for the rest of his life. She was reluctant at first, but after Lou's arrest in 2010, she had gone to prison to visit him, and they'd had an argument. And this is what led her to tell everything. This is so crazy. When she went to visit him prior to her, visit with the detectives, she noticed he looked healthy and well, even though for years he had been telling her that if he didn't have regular sex with a young, pure girl, he would quickly die. And I mentioned that part of his insanity, right? It's hard to keep track of it all. After realizing he was a liar and his raping had nothing to do with angels and staying alive or whatever other bullshit he told her, she finally agrees to tell Goodwin everything. This guy was incredible when it came to getting people to totally believe the dumbest shit ever. Too bad he was such a perv, right? With his salesmanship skills, he could have made way more money in, say, Amway than he did with life insurance claims, right? My name is Daniel Three Angels Perez, and I need you to bow down to the good God, Amway, maker and seller of divine
somebody wants to know a good
nutrition and
artist.
Beauty supplies. Like the new Artistry Skin Nutrition Hydrating.
Have you ever done a canvas of over 4,000 resolution before? I don't think Clip Studio will allow me.
She told him that she'd heard a splash, followed by a scream.
4,000.
Gasping for breath.
Okay, so
him about all the sexual abuse she went
probably actually.
Thanks to Emily.
So like, if you're going by pixel sizes, I have.
Goodwin frequently calls the prison to ensure
if you're going by pixel size, I most definitely have.
On September 1st,
4,000 pixels.
Now reclassified officially as a homicide.
Like 4,000 4K resolution. Yeah,
charge will become public.
Most definitely. I have definitely been there.
First-degree murder, 10 counts rape, 10 counts aggravated criminal sodomy, 3 counts aggravated assault, 11 counts false information.
Go over here, and then you go over to layer 5, and then you label it colors.
While he's in prison, leading to his immediate rearrest once his 2-year sentence ends. The trial will begin a few years later, starting in 2015.
And then you do this, and you do this.
Perez makes his first court appearance. The court part of this, by the way, usually is like
is that the right color? Yeah, that's the right color. Yeah. Yep.
Entertainment-wise, there's some weird shit coming up. His defense is legendarily bad. One of the first witnesses to testify at his trial is the guy who owned a remote-controlled airplane store. Fucking love this dude.
I'm pretty sure I have, actually.
George Knapple, owner of the hangar.
Anything new you learned in these days? Anything new?
Testifies that he sold numerous toy planes to Lou Castro.
Not really.
He spoke of extravagant spending on airplanes, saying he started spending money like a drunken sailor, tearing the hell out of them, then buying some more. He spent a ton of money on those things. He said that Lou frequently ordered planes for $15,000 more each.
Not really. I haven't learned anything new. Was I supposed to learn anything new?
And a teenager Emily, who he called Baby Girl.
Was I supposed to learn?
Why does Perez buy a bunch of toy planes?
Did I not know that I needed to learn?
He either killed or talked to kill themselves. Money that also
was I supposed to learn? Nobody told me I needed to learn.
Like if his hobby was collecting, like, I don't know, 1930s movie posters, not as
dear God.
kind of interesting, but don't really care.
I needed to learn the entire time.
But toy planes, super creepy.
And then
Roughly as
here,
creepy,
and then
or maybe
expand.
him being like a model train enthusiast, super into like yo-yoing. It just adds to such an odd, disturbing overall portrait.
Select
people into killing themselves. Warn people to not make.
Oh yeah, it's coming together. It's already coming together.
He told at least one of his victims that if he didn't have sex on a regular basis with a young, pure girl, he would die. He told some people he was 1,000 years old.
Go here.
Bring the rain.
He
told some people to speak with animals.
Like that, and then you
like to party.
Expand selected area.
ATVs.
Really
like model airplanes.
Here.
Maybe more than everything else.
Man,
talk about
deselect.
Of your own drummer. On May 12th, 2012, preliminary hearings for Perez's case continued.
I dropped
how Perez forced her to have sex with him hundreds of times.
And you did
testimony about the shooting from 2007. She testified about her involvement in Patricia's death. Osborne asked Sarah if Perez was drunk the night of
just in case
shooting. Sarah responded, probably he drank a lot. Osborne's a defense attorney. Susan, mother of the girl Perez, had Sarah filmed naked to see if she had a birthmark. She spoke about how Perez tried to persuade them to live at the compound. He told her, "I'm here to help people. It's all about the children," which it was, just not in the way that he was making it seem. Susan said she had reservations about living there because there was too much drinking going on. Daughter Claire, only 8 when she met Perez, now 14, testified about how
your picnic basket. No, there's no need to overreact. Notices there's no more coffee. Go press the alarm button. Persona, what to be? Well, you could be as you see the resident circle over here.
I don't like all the drinking.
You can be whatever you want, man.
Yeah, but what about all the
you
people
can be
that
a
keep
fantasy
dying?
creature.
I forgot.
You can be from any series.
Young girls, the drinking and the death. When you add it all up,
your persona could literally be from Fallout.
Testimony.
It's like my persona is this, or you could be from World of Warcraft and be one of those fish people.
51. When she last lived with him, she told her.
Oh no, he's a circle. Circles are like dragons, but different.
He most often forced her to engage in oral sex
with them. But they're very different.
She didn't really understand.
Tell them all the differences. Go on.
About how he would call himself.
Well, I choose to look like a furry shark. Yes. There we go. There we go. A fluffy furry shark with a triangle head.
And because he kept threatening to kill
That's definitely not a cult.
Alice Osborne, Perez's defense attorney, points out that Emily made a choice to go with Perez to Tennessee and asked her why she never spoke to counselors if all this was happening. Emily said it was because Lou was against counseling. Gross defense attorney move here. When they moved, Emily was just 17, maybe just turned 18, finishing up high school, legally an adult, but not financially independent or prepared to live on her own, especially after all the grooming and abuse she went through. I know it was Osborne's job to defend Perez, but come on, that's fucking low blow. Also found this interesting. Doing a little bit of digging on Osborne, in 2016, Alice Osborne left criminal defense, switched to the other team, criminal prosecution. She is currently the chief attorney who supervises the division that prosecutes crimes involving sex offense and domestic violence in Sedgwick County, Kansas. I have to wonder how much defending a piece of shit like Perez pushed her towards fighting for the other side. June 7th, 2012, Perez was ordered to stand trial for the murder of Patricia Hughes as well as other crimes. As defense argued there wasn't enough evidence to put him on the trial, this argument was quickly dismissed. I imagine the judge muttering something like, "Get the fuck out of here, weak shit." The trial would go forward with the prosecution to be led by DA Mark Bennett and the defense led by Alice Osborne. They would have to wait 3 years due to various boring legal delays. February 4th, 2015, Daniel Perez's criminal trial begins. The prosecution and defense present their opening statements. Kim Parker, Chief Deputy District Attorney, gives the prosecution's opening statement. She describes Perez as manipulative, violent, with a sexual appetite for children. He was someone who persuaded his followers to take out expensive life insurance policies, after which he staged their deaths to fund his luxurious lifestyle. Life at the commune was characterized by domination and control. She stated there were multiple instances of sexual violence, multiple instances of physical violence. And then later she ended with, "This is a case that will take a while. I will give you a lay of the land, but the real accounting will come from the witness stand, from the mouths of those involved." Then Alice Osborne, that defense attorney, gave her opening statement saying, 3 naughty angels did it. To judge them is to judge God, and to judge God is to burn in hell. Defense rests. And then Perez was released. He's back in Nashville, living on a compound that doubles as a sleepaway preschool. JK, that would be the worst. No, Osborne presented Perez as a welcoming person, a friend to his community. His house was an open home, friends and police. He spoke about how he donated $19,000 to the city for a new police vehicle. Yes, she admitted. Perez was attracted to younger women. These women were always of legal age and consensual partners. His defense argued that his followers conspired together to blame him for the false documents once police started investigating them. He said that most of his relationships with the women in the commune were not like a father figure. Kind of like a big brother. Uh huh. She said that the women he had sex with were legal age and consenting. He never had sex with underage girls. He did share a bedroom with 11-year-old Emily, but they never shared a bed. Even him just sharing a room with her is so fucking creepy. Doesn't make him look innocent. I think she knew that she had to she didn't have much to work with here, right? She didn't have much to work with for the defense. No, he's not a pedophile.
Tell me.
He shares bedrooms.
Circle of the chat,
like
what
Jackson,
is your wisdom?
But he just doesn't have the
More
musical
likely.
It
all depends on what you wish to become. Wild dragons are more likely common, so circle what wisdoms might you bestow upon thy today. That's it.
She said that yes,
I'll think about it since I always find the persona idea. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the quickest. It can be literally. It takes people time. And also, don't feel scared to change it. Don't be like, well, I don't feel like this is me. Like my first one was a fax.
Happy to be there.
And I don't feel like it really explains me at all.
Patricia died. He was at a Wichita car dealership. He's there for 30 minutes when he received the call from a neighbor who told him there was emergency vehicles at Angel's Landing. Emily did see him wet and out of breath, yes, but that was on the 24th. That was the day after Patricia died. That's what she closed on. That was the best thing she had. Yeah, some of that stuff happened, but like the next day, I imagine her finally just throwing up her hands in the air at the end of her defense opening speech, just being like, I don't know. Come on, look what I'm working with. It's hard. It's hard to defend someone who's so fucking guilty. It's so hard. Oh, the defense didn't have a leg to stand on. Prosecution will bury them. Investigators found the tapes of the naked 8-year-old Claire amongst Perez's things, right after his arrest. Sarah and Emily testify about all the sexual abuse. Other former followers like Catherine, they corroborate all the stories. The stories of like Perez being violent, carrying a gun. Catherine did witness at least a couple of the rapes. Like threatening followers, sometimes shooting near them, and during drunken rambling speeches about his angel jibber jabber. Catherine testified that she was just 15 when she met Perez in North Dakota, that they had sex. She believed his name was Lou at that time. They had special powers because he once made it rain, supposedly. Lots of testimony against him. According to various cult members, Perez would decide who took out the various life insurance policies, how much they were worth, who was the beneficiary. He was never a beneficiary, but he did get access to the money in an account once the member received it. Everyone talked about how he told them he was a seer whose body was inhabited by angels. The prosecution brought up a broken hair clip on the bottom of the pool related to Patricia's drowning. This hair clip helped prove that Perez broke it while drowning Patricia. Chris Sperry, a forensic pathologist, testified that Patricia's injuries were consistent with someone gripping the top of their head, of her head. There was also small bruises on her body, not consistent with her slipping and hitting her head. She was violently held underwater. She fought back. She did not want to die, as he'd ordained. Maggie, the girl Perez raped way back in 1996 in Texas, she came and testified that when she was 11, she and her mom, Mary, visited Perez in Texas. Her mom left her alone with him. He touched her inappropriately. Perez told her he had magic powers, used those magic powers or, claims of magic powers to convince her to perform sexual acts, then threatened to kill her or kill her family. If she said anything, she reported him anyways. She told her mom what happened. They filed charges in 1996. Jurors learned this is why he fled Texas in 1997, and on and on and on. Basically, every character you met today who didn't already die testified against Perez and painted the picture you heard today. Most of the info I laid out was taken from court testimony. And on February 12, 2015, here's where it gets good. Perez testifies in his own defense, and it really, really, really does not go well. Learning what he said here made me think again that he was for sure an idiot. He was really good at ruthlessly manipulating a very small group of people, really open to a bunch of angel jibber jabber and kids, But overall, stupid and crazy. He was on the stand for over 4 hours, and the following statements we cherry picked from those 4 hours
happened?
not a joke. He actually said this shit in court, as if it were reasonable things to say that might get him off.
I'll think about it since I always like the persona, but I never feel like anything. Yeah,
he said,
I'll tell you what Circle's moods are likely. Okay, yo, Goat, this might be a bit soon, but have you ever thought of teaching kids how to draw? I don't know if I could stop myself from cursing. That's the problem.
Woke up in the hospital later. He was severely
I don't think I could stop myself.
And then when he left the hospital, knowing nothing,
I don't think I could stop myself.
Called him Lou Castro.
I love children.
He just went with it. That woman was Patricia Gomez.
That would be.
That Patricia was his friend, and sometimes
that would be amazing. I would genuinely. If you want my honest opinion,
aimlessly an hour.
I would genuinely be very happy if I
makes sense.
taught some kids how to draw.
Patricia lady sees him and like, "Hey, you're Lou Castro," and he's like, "Okay." And then he says that Patricia took him to either Brownsville,
like it
Texas,
sounds
or maybe
great,
Mexico to recover from his injuries further. He can't remember. He says, I didn't recollect anything at the time. I knew that I knew her. Also said for some reason, Patricia allegedly did know his real name, but wouldn't tell him what it was. Would only call him Lou Castro.
That's racist.
Then he and Patricia moved to Corpus Christi. And then they moved to various other places. Over the years, Patricia would just, I don't know, just kind of invite people into this some sort of cult thing that was happening around him, but he didn't really know what was going on. And he just rambled on nonsensically with this weird, like, I took a fake name because, you know, I got beaten into amnesia, and then the lady...
Their simple mindedness makes them focus on basic concerns, which leads to having poor awareness of smaller details of the bigger picture.
This cult thing, I guess.
Noteworthy potential benefits of this are that they do not remember quarrels and do not hold grudges, and easy to recover from shocking or sad happenings. Oh.
I just sent out for popcorn. I'm looking forward to the rest of the show you're on. And the show does get better. Then he's asked, how did he sustain his luxury lifestyle? Oh, this is so dumb. He says he had a red duffel bag full of cash. Come on, you know, come on. How did I do it? Well, I had a red duffel bag full of cash. You know how those things are. Sometimes you find one and you're like, that's awesome. No, he says that Trish gave him this duffel bag right after he lost his memory. And he says the money probably came from selling a house and some cars in his previous life. Who knows? I can't remember, you know? This is so great. How did you pay for your lifestyle, Prez? I had a red duffel bag full of cash that Trish gave me, and I spent the money, you know, for like over 10 years. And, you know, I just never bothered asking her where it fucking came from. Listen, I don't like to rock the boat. I was just happy to have a bag of cash. I was raised to not look a bag of cash gift in the mouth or however that goes. I just didn't ask, you know, because that's how I was raised. I think I was raised that way. I don't remember. It's hard to remember things. Oh my God. It's like he was hoping the courtroom was just as desperate and gullible as some of the people he tricked. Then his defense gets even dumber still. Now he brings up his scar tissue penis defense. He was asked about some scar tissue on his penis. Where did it come from? And he was asked this because this was a big part of the defense. Was to prove he couldn't rape because he had a scar on his dick. Not kidding. I picture his defense attorney, Osborne, begging him to please don't insist on using this defense. It's embarrassing. You know, I picture her saying like, Daniel, stop. No, come on, please. I'm trying to get people to take me seriously. I know you're going to say so many dumb things, no matter what I tell you, because you're an idiot. But please shut the fuck up about the scar tissue dick defense. And he was like, no way, Jose. My angel Arthur, or maybe Amber, tells me my scar tissue dick defense is the key to my freedom. Perez actually tells the jury that he had an injury in the 90s. You know, he can't remember what happened in the early 90s. That left scar tissue on his wing. Can't remember his name, but he does remember that someone jacked his dick up in the early 90s. And he claims that this injury made him unable to rape anyone. You know, he still have sex, but only consensual sex because of this scar tissue injury. No doctor backed this up because it's one of the dumbest, or maybe the dumbest, I couldn't have raped anyone defenses of all time. What? Rape? Me? No, I can't. I can only have gentle sex with very lubricated and extremely receptive and inviting vaginas and or mouths. I mean, look at it. Look at my weenus. Look at that scar. You know how ouchy it feels to put my scar peen into a dry no thank you hole? Touch it. Come on, touch it. Poke it a little bit. Okay, I'll do it. You know what? I'll flick it. Ow! Owie! Wowie! That hurts so much! Look at the tears in my eyes when I flick my peen scar.
I really love that we have Ninja here.
Thrusting that scar peen in a dry no thank you front butt. Gee willikers, I plumb pass out from the pain.
We got Ninja right here.
God damn it.
Man, guys.
Stupid.
Welcome back. Remember to hit that, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button. Oh man, Ninja here.
I never called myself a seer.
Oh hey, Floopy.
Referring to some
go to the Discord, see what I did.
People just misheard and misunderstood.
See what I did, Floopy. And also, Floopy, I also did this.
Like an attempted murder.
Oh no.
I also did this version of your character.
I said, and I quote, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch, tonight you die. That's what she says. No way. What I said was, I'm gonna thrill you, sis.
In the 20-minute sketch.
I was offering to cook her dinner, which is also why I was holding a butcher knife. Come on. When Perez was asked, did he tell Patricia Hughes she would be reincarnated? He said, and I quote, no, we watched a lot of movies. This guy is the king of lame defenses. He acted like it was just something she misunderstood about a movie. He went on to the prosecutor, hey, did you tell Patricia Hughes that she'd be reincarnated if she killed herself so you could get her life insurance money? No, never. Never, ever. But when I think about it, okay, I think I know what happened. We watched that Chris Rock movie, Down to Earth, where he plays a struggling comic who gets hit by a truck and then takes over the body of a rich white dude. You know what? That's what everyone's probably talking about. That right there. After 6 days of presenting witness testimony, the prosecutors rested their case in the morning of February 12th. The defense rested their case after all the dumb bullshit you just heard. Perez was facing life without parole for the murder of Trish, numerous counts of sexual abuse of a child under 14, another kind of sexual exploitation of a child, etc. On February 18, 2015, Perez is finally convicted for his crimes. His incredible, well-thought-out, plausible defenses did not let him get away with anything. His three angels let him down, especially Amber. The jury deliberated for just 3 hours in order to find him guilty on all those charges, which is not much time for that many charges and how serious they were. They were like, fuck this guy. Let's hang out, have some snacks for a couple hours, and then fuck him. March 24th, 2015, Perez, now 55, sentenced to life in prison for Trish's murder, plus an extra 406 months tacked on for other charges. These sentences will run consecutively.
Lunch break. Ninja, look at the Gummy Bear album on November 13th. That's a lot of music video movies extras.
He'll probably be fine, you know.
Okay.
He lives so long, unless he's telling the truth about the young vagina keeping him alive. Then he should already be dead.
Yeah.
The sentencing hearing, poor Emily made a powerful statement saying, I was 10 when my childhood was over. While other 10-year-olds were riding bikes or playing with dolls, I was laying naked in a bed with a pillow over my head, just waiting for it to be over. My God. While other 13-year-olds were getting boyfriends and holding hands, I was holding on to my secret, losing the people I loved one by one. When other 16-year-olds were experiencing the freedom of learning how to drive and planning parties with their friends, I was planning my own death every day when I drove to school. Holy shit. Since 2015, Perez has been serving his sentence at the Lansing Correctional Facility, Lansing, Kansas, on the edge of Leavenworth, Kansas. As of 2020, sisters Sarah and Emily had resolved their old conflicts caused by Perez and had a close relationship. Were also close with her father. Sarah now is happily married to that Daniel McGrath in Wichita. Emily is living in South Carolina, working as a paralegal. She wants to help others who are in situations similar to her, what she went through. Detective Goodwin, the guy who would not give up on busting Perez, has become good friends with Sarah. And on that nice note, let's hop on out of today's timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Man, I really love that Ninja jumped in and gave us a
weird cult.
Gave us a good explanation.
Live on a compound. They did.
I love Ninja and Ninja videos.
Definitely their leader.
I know that I need to smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit the bell for notifications.
No ceremonies, no theology, just a drunk guy who rambles about being possessed by angels, who tells you you can bring animals back from the dead and make it rain and shit. No church, just ATVs, sports cars, beer, and fucking model airplanes. And quite a bit of death for a small group. In 2001, a plane crash caller Ramona Griffith, her fiancé Jim Chase, and her
this is having a job.
Griffith. 2003, longtime first follower Patricia Hughes, 26, drowned at the compound. 2006, Patricia's husband, follower Brian Hughes, killed when a carjack slipped and he was crushed by a car. 2008, follower Jennifer Hudson died in a car crash. How did he pull off what he pulled off? Former follower and victim Jennifer Hudson's older daughter Sarah says that cult leaders like Perez are sneaky in their abuse. She says, I think that my situation was very uncommon. My mom just kind of accepted all these whimsical things that he would tell her. She was just sucked into it. I don't think it's a very common thing.
Yeah, and I remember busting my ass for 12 ungrateful hours, cooking, cleaning, and still being expected to move. Yeah.
Saying he was adept in identifying people who were vulnerable. He would talk and recruit women who were going through difficult times, either through a divorce or a broken home, who would take advantage of people at their absolute worst. I don't think these assessments paint the complete picture, though. This is not something that can happen to anyone. It's not. Unless your parents drag you in, unless you're born in, you do have to choose to join. Plenty of people who end up down their luck do not get lured into a cult. I don't think going through a rough divorce is a good excuse to go through or to go into a cult. And like Jennifer was apparently happily married. And then she met him, and then she chose to initiate her divorce and go into this cult. Now, the people who believed Perez's claims chose to believe someone who made just the most outrageous claims that were so easily to identify as being bullshit. And that was a terrible choice. You know, he said he could make it rain. All right, well, make it rain, motherfucker. He said he could bring animals back from the dead. Okay, well, let's head to an animal shelter, see what you can do. He said he could see the future. All right, so make some specific prediction or fuck off, asshole. This all reminds me of the Q drop, the QAnon bit. Right, if you choose to believe in foolish claims that consistently don't come true over and over again, what does that make you? Doesn't it make you a fool? So don't be a fool. Don't throw your life away. Don't make that choice. Be more protective of your life, the lives around you, your children. Value them more. What's that old saying? There's a sucker born every minute. I do believe the basic truth of that saying, adamantly.
Yeah.
There will only be cults for as long as
there are people self-employed. I would love it. Oh yeah.
Bullshit that is
well, you can. You just gotta believe in yourself.
He was not some criminal mastermind. Right? He just had no moral qualms in exploiting.
You just gotta believe in yourself. Just gotta set up. Take it one day at a time, and then you too can also be successful. You too can stand in success. That's what I'm trying to do.
Added to the marinade, the fish is either then impaled on 2 sharp iron spikes or placed in a big iron.
We're still 20.
Alec Murdoch is notorious.
Go on. Go on.
Students with ADHD say.
Shut up.
Passenger ship speed didn't really matter that much.
There we go.
Commercial air travel had already put some nails.
I'm down for that. Yes. Self-employed.
But not as a way to get somewhere
Self. That's what I'm trying to do right here. You see this? This is being self-employed.
22 hours, 39 minutes, cost $375. Not as cheap as
you guys are making it happen.
But a lot cheaper than Queen Mary's $663.
And once it happens,
soon commercial flight price.
I'll be happy.
Both cheaper and faster than taking a boat. And then bye-bye massive transatlantic passenger liner. Now, by the way, you can fly from New York City to Paris, France in under 7.5 hours. What a world we live in. Back in 1907, steamships were still king. They didn't know they only had a few decades left to enjoy their heyday. Back in 1907, there was still a lot of money to be made in ferrying passengers back and forth across the Atlantic. And as I said, Cunard had just launched 2 new spectacular ships. Without something to equal or surpass them, the White Star Line would quickly...
I'm here for seeing y'all make this shit on your own, like a bunch of bosses. Yeah, and then you could be also there as well.
I'll point that out before Bojangles at timesuckpodcast.com. It's
I can't wait.
From the many, many transatlantic passenger line historians who undoubtedly listen to this show. Your captain's hat's back on. Get your fingers off the keyboard. The White Star Line had been founded 5 years after Cunard in 1845, also in Liverpool. The White Star chairman in 1907, J. Bruce Ismay, reportedly met with William Peary, who ran the Belfast shipbuilding firm Harland and Wolff. Harland and Wolff had constructed most of the White Star's vessels, and Ismay wanted Peary to step shit up. So he put a knife to the man's throat, and he demanded a bigger, faster ship, or he would, quote, turned Perry's wife and children into a fucking stew before slitting his throat and then stuffing the man's family into the hole he had just made. At least that is what someone told me he did, but that person didn't seem very stable. Actual legitimate sources say the two men got along just fine.
And you'll be there.
Put their heads together.
I'll be the guy in the corner with the shit-eating grin and a mile-long list of hipster puns. Yep, that's what we hire him for. What does he do here? Oh, he just kind of stands there and makes terrible hipster puns.
3 vessels would be constructed: the Olympic, the Titanic, and then later the Britannic.
Does he do anything else?
Even safer than the Titanic.
I didn't hire him for anything else.
By a German mine, or I guess it hit a German mine, and sank into the Aegean Sea in 1916. The largest liner sunk in all of the world.
What else would you hire him for?
Passenger ship on the ocean floor. And by the way, liner means a large ship built to carry passengers, usually in luxurious and comfortable surroundings on long trips. They're different from ships.
He's my emotional support. Emotional support? I'm never the most miserable person here when he gets done telling you every last one of his jokes. My only qualification is that I'm me. Hipster was censored for me. Weird.
Longitudinal structural element.
That is weird.
So essentially, the bottom. Think of it as a ship's spine. It has some other uses on a sailboat, but on a steamer, just think bottom. The Titanic and the Olympic were built side by side in a specially constructed gantry, a giant metal thing, looks like a bridge of sorts, used to both build
so weird.
Beneath it
so like lol, that's so random.
The gantry was enormous, so it could accommodate the ship's unprecedented sizes. The sister ships were largely designed by Thomas Andrews of Harland and Wolff, and they each cost 1.5 million pounds, equivalent to $7.5 million in 1912. That's equivalent to roughly $200 million today, but inflation calculator estimates sometimes can be off and sometimes just don't work for certain products or projects. According to a 2019 Investopedia article, it would actually cost over $400 million to build this ship today. Now big luxury liners, even more expensive, quite a bit more actually. The last couple of the Royal Caribbean's Oasis-class ships, their biggest liners, completed in 2010 and 2016, cost roughly $1.6 billion to build each. These new ships quite a bit bigger than the Titanic was. The Royal Caribbean's Harmony of the Seas, almost 1,200 feet long. The Titanic was just a few inches short of being 883 feet long. Almost 3 standard football fields, also weighed roughly 50,000 tons. It was the biggest passenger ship in the world when it debuted in 1912. The bridge deck extended 550 feet. Passenger accommodation and public areas were located on the promenade, bridge, shelter, saloon, upper, middle, and lower decks. The other 3 were reserved for the crew, cargo, and machinery. The boat and the promenade decks were above the superstructure of the ship. If you really want to get a feel for how all this looked, and I do recommend this, check out Britannica.com's diagram of the Titanic. Link in the episode notes, available on the TimeSuck app. Do a word search for diagrams.
I do love
in the notes.
The history of the Titanic.
Put it all in perspective. The Titanic and its sister ship, the Olympic, could each carry 3,295 people, 2,435 passengers, plus a crew of 860.
Yep.
The Olympic, by the way,
is offended.
Smaller than the
is offended.
Would debut a bit earlier. Launching in 1911 and running all the way until 1935 when it was sold for scrap metal. The only ship of the trio to never sink. Unless you're a conspiracy theorist, then it did sink, but the Titanic never did. More on that later. If you're not a conspiracy theorist, you understand that it was completely demolished by 1937. The largest current ship in the world,
which is very sad.
Symphony of the Sea. It debuted in 2018, has 22 restaurants, 42 bars, an ice rink, a zip line, and more. Can hold up to 6,680 passengers and a 2,200 person crew. Little over twice as many total person capacity as the Titanic. So enormous. How much bigger are these ships going to get? When are they going to have little freeways on them? You can drive like golf carts or ATVs or something.
That's what they want.
Then you can be on a ship in the middle of the ocean and still complain about traffic. While the Titanic was only slightly bigger than the Olympic, it had far more.
They want floating cities, and then they want them in space because they're fucking crazy.
Seen on a passenger ship. Among them were swimming pools, Turkish baths, squash courts, a gym, first-class public rooms. Included a dining saloon, reception room, restaurant, lounge, reading and writing room, smoking room, veranda cafes, and palm courts. The goal of the Titanic was to blow passengers away with size and luxury. The designers were so interested in making the ship look spectacular, it even had a giant fake smokestack. One of its huge smokestacks was just a prop. Only 3 of the 4 smokestacks were functional. The extra one was built just to make the ship look more impressive, which is so funny to me. Like, did that 4th stack really help move tickets? Did it really make any difference at all? I'll admit, in old photos, the 4th stack does look pretty cool. But if it only had 3, I seriously doubt I'd think like, whatever. I don't know what the big deal was with this fucking rinky-dink 3-stack ship. And I highly doubt anyone would have not bought a ticket. Rubbish and poppycock. I thought the ship was supposed to be some kind of next-level liner. Look, my dear, only 3 stacks. I'm no simp. Will not pull over the wool over these peepers, jeepers creepers. I wonder if that was the owner's call. The designers just had to go with it. Now, like, they're annoyed. What? A fake stack? The fuck, stupid. I know, but Ismay wants it. He's signing the checks. He said, and I quote, "Put the 4th stack on the Titanic and watch me shove it right up Cunard's ass." Let's talk about what kind of tickets you could buy for the Titanic. Passengers were separated by class immediately upon
Sorry, my
arrival.
brain buzzed out for a second.
3rd, 4th class. There were 689 passengers in 1st class, 674 in 2nd.
Your brain can fuzz out sometimes.
3rd class passengers, and 502 unlucky 4th class passengers. First up to 1st class passengers, who obviously had the most luxurious experience.
Where am I? Well, you're hanging out with me.
Back in 1912 of every race. The Jim Crow segregation that existed in America at the time did not exist in Britain and France in the same way at the same time. Not saying there wasn't racism, but wasn't legalized and enforced like it was in America. The 1st class dining room was 114 feet long, spanned the full width of the ship, seated 532 passengers at once, the largest dining room ever seen on a ship. Not sure how that compares to today's cruise liner dining rooms. Had a hard time finding square footage for those rooms specifically. The Symphony of the Seas, with 23 different dining venues, able to seat 5,200 passengers at once. And they have a culinary staff of over 1,000. And I'll stop doing that compare and contrast now. I don't want this to come across like some kind of cruise line infomercial. I just want to establish some comparative content. For those of you who have been on cruise. The Titanic had 15,000 bottles of ale on board, 12,000 bottles of wine. It was supposed to take 137 hours, 5 days, 17 hours. The ship was also stocked with 850 bottles of liquor and 8,000 cigars. Back when people smoked way more cigars. Some champagne would actually be recovered when the shipwreck was discovered in 1905. No published report has stated how many good bottles were recovered, but in 2004, bottles this bad were rumored to have been sold to a rich Asian collector. Similar champagne from the wreckage of a Swedish ship that sunk in 1907 have been salvaged and sold for roughly $200,000 a bottle. And apparently that champagne was not only still drinkable, but it was quite tasty and full of fizz. Still full of fizz after all those years. Also, musicians perform in the 1st class dining room. Only the 1st and 2nd class got to hear a full band play live music. And the 1st class band was bigger and better. The 1st class band was expected to know 352 songs. These songs all listed in a songbook given out to 1st class passengers so they could make requests. And they had some bangers.
It's so big.
Yeah, that's just the tip. DJ Iceberg.
You got me. Got me something to drink. I've returned.
And we're singing today's
Jack caused the Titanic sinking for
Get ready
reals.
For this hot track from 1899. It's Howard Whitney's "The Mosquitoes Parade."
Just go to the Discord. Let me sync you like one of my girls.
They have sharpened all their stings and put
Go to the Discord. It's in the Discord, Rune.
Not on a holiday.
It's on the Discord.
Mosquitoes on parade.
You can have your pick and eat it too.
We're annoyed by their parents requested that one. His father, why? Why do you always request that old song? Why can't we listen to some new stuff like Irving Berlin's Alexander's Ragtime Band? And his dad slaps him in the face. I will not tolerate such filth. Where do you hear such vulgarity? Irving Berlin is a flash in the pan. His music will never last. He's not capable of capturing humanity's timeless struggle with mortality embodied by the Mosquitoes Parade. That, my boy, is music. And I do know that now you really want me to sing a bit of that Irving Berlin's Alexander Ragtime Band after, demonstrated my vocal chops in that last little.
Love it. Yep.
Here's a little something I cooked.
Saw it, love it, yeah.
Come on in here, Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on in here. Come on in here. It's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before. So natural that you want to go to war. That's just the best. Come on, God damn it, sing with me. Honey Lamb. Sorry about the other guy. It's hard to find somebody you really do some duets with. Anyway.
It's so big.
Yeah, that's just the tip. DJ Iceberg.
You just heard Dan Cummins and Who Gives a Shit singing Irving Berlin's 1911 classic, Alexander's Ragtime Band, the best new sound on Titanic FM. So you know, there's that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of shit, that's the kind of shit people were singing and hearing on the Titanic's one and only voyage. Hot bangers, just like those. Except, of course, not sung as well because back then, no one was able to access the elite musical training that I have, which is why I can sing in 17 different octaves and in 35 different keys and in 4 languages. Anyway, back to amenities. The decor of the Titanic's dining room was top notch. I just think about somebody new listening to the show right now. What the fuck is this? Why did my friend recommend this show? The Titanic's dining room was, a lot of painstaking research went into making sure it was top quality. Designs were based on Hatton Hall and some other manors in Hatfield, England. Prime examples of the English European style.
It's so big. Yeah, that's just the tip.
Silhouettes in the color white. The chairs and tables in the dining room were made of oak, not stained oak. Actual hardwood chairs. Moving through other rooms, you might have felt like you were taking a tour of the best of European architecture. Each were decorated in different periodic styles, including Louis XVI, Louis XV, Georgian, and Queen Anne. I have no idea what any of those look like. There were also exotic elements in Titanic's first class amenities. Class decorated looked like they were some Arabian palace. Portholes were covered with carved Cairo curtains, so that when light shone through, brilliant patterns would cover the walls and floors. The first class grand staircase was a Titanic crowning glory, later made famous in James Cameron's blockbuster Titanic film. There were actually 2 grand staircases constructed on the Titanic, but the front staircase became the iconic symbol of the Titanic, a place where first-class passengers would descend to enjoy their evening of luxury and leisure. The staircase descended 5 decks from the first-class entrance to the lower accommodation decks, lounges, and dining room, constructed with polished oak, featured gilded balustrades, and wrought iron railings. 60-foot high, 16 feet wide staircase featured a mix of architectural influences, oak paneling coming from the English William and Mary style, ironwork taken from French Louis XIV. The entire staircase was lit by a huge glass dome overhead, which allowed natural light to flood in. And at the foot of the grand staircase stood a statue of a cherub, which was later rescued from the wreck and now resides in a private collection. And found this interesting, they had 10 highly trained German shepherds protecting the staircase from any lower class ticket holders. Dogs would sniff out the smell of palaces, motor oil, cheap vodka, financial despair. They knew that none of those smells could possibly come from a first class passenger, so when they caught a whiff of like sausage gravy or clothes that didn't need to be dry cleaned or fake fur, they would fucking attack. And if need be, they would kill. JK. Of course, JK. First class men remained in the dining room after the women left to smoke cigars and drink brandy. While women retired to the reading and writing room. That room was painted in white and furnished very elegantly. There was a huge bow window, that let women look out over the enclosed promenade deck. And a large ornate fireplace provided warmth. The ship even had a newspaper. It had the Atlantic Daily Bulletin. Was printed and posted every night in the first class smoking room. When I first read this, I immediately pictured its final headline. Just a giant picture of an iceberg and a single word below it. Just fuck. Along with a swimming pool and Turkish baths, first-class passengers also used Titanic's state-of-the-art gymnasium located on the boat deck. It included the usual dumbbells, rowing machines, as well as a mechanical horse and a mechanical
I gotta at least say hi if I can.
A good form of exercise in 1912, riding a mechanical camel. Gotta keep those hip abductions
Clash Royale.
Engage
What the fuck
core.
is that?
Don't fall off that fake boat, camel. I picture a 1912 personal trainer.
What happened?
Come on, you got this. 5 more minutes. Keep sitting there.
Yo, go. Did you really check the Villas info about the circles before? Yes, I did.
You show that fake camel you know how to ride like the
recovery
wind.
isn't as important as seeing you as well. I did. I read about the circles. I read about the circles.
Gymnasium steward, dressed in white.
I read about the circles.
I'd like to introduce you to Thomas Macaulay, our gymnasium.
I read about the circles, yes.
Titanic provided 39 first-class private suites, 30 on the bridge deck, 9 on the shelter deck. Suites included bedrooms and private toilet facilities. All had up to 5 different rooms, 2 bedrooms, 2 wardrobe rooms, a bathroom. There were also 350 cheaper standard cabins with single beds in first class.
There we go.
The
There
first
we
class
go.
tickets ranged enormously.
Gotta add my own flair to it.
For a simple berth to up to $4,350 for one of those 2 parlor suites. Online inflation calculators say that's equivalent to roughly $116,000.
I love that napalm.
For a trip that was to last.
True that. That is pretty great.
Serious disposable income. If you were like 116 grand for a trip across the Atlantic, all right, I'll take 2.
I was like, what?
Now let's talk about second class accommodation.
Pretty funny.
Second
That's
class
pretty silly.
Spread over 7
That's pretty silly. You probably did, but forgot mostly. Yes.
Staircase, you second class swine.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You. The oak paneled second class dining room.
You're good. I think it's silly.
Furniture was mahogany, crimson.
Of course I did. I forget things all the time.
Birth rooms, BERTH. The rooms were fitted in an
You can ask a board. You can ask everybody. I forget things so much.
Second class tickets were $60, around $1,600 today. For first and second class passengers, the Titanic and the Olympic set brand new standards for accommodation. The second class experience on the Titanic would have been comparable to the first class experience on almost any other passenger liner. There were 3 separate outdoor promenade areas for second class passengers. There was a second class library and smoking room and a saloon about half the size of the first class saloon. Unlike in first class, where each passenger's rooms had their own toilets, second class bathrooms were communal, with each bathroom shared by a few passengers. For an easy way to compare the first and second class, check out the dinner menus. The April 14th, 1912 first class dinner menu was oysters for hors d'oeuvres. The second course was cream of barley soup. The third course was poached salmon with mousseline sauce and cucumbers. The fourth course was filet mignon, lyonnaise, sautéed chicken, and vegetable marrow farci. I don't even know what that shit is. The fifth course was lamb with mint sauce, roast duckling with applesauce, sirloin of beef, and chateau potatoes, green peas, creamed carrots, rice, and other potato options. And there were 4 other courses. Actually, 5. It was a 10-course menu. Another course had foie gras, that fancy-ass French fat and goose liver dish. For dessert, there was 4 options: Waldorf pudding, peaches and chartreuse jelly, chocolate vanilla eclairs, and
I can't even finish a first like.
And it was not served in courses. It was presented
course.
Curious style. Still good. Baked haddock with sharp sauce, curried chicken and rice, spring lamb with mint sauce, roast turkey, cranberry sauce, green peas.
Like I gotta, bring up my game of eating.
Sandwich, American ice cream, nuts.
We're in your walls.
Now let's check out.
Why are you people in my living?
Way less fancy. Big drop off. Rice soup, fresh bread, cabin biscuits.
I just like cats. Wait, what are you asking me? Who is asking me?
After they've been out for a day. Also, roast beef,
there are the
gravy,
walls.
sweet corn, boiled potatoes. 2 options for dessert in third class. There was plum pudding.
They drew
and there was
first
go fuck
blood.
yourself if you don't like plum pudding. No filet mignon, no second class meat options.
I'm gonna finish heaving stuff.
Part of the third class community. It was their main meeting room, paneled in pine and finished in white with teak furniture. The dining room, situated on the middle deck, could seat approximately 470 passengers in each of its 3 sections. The pantries and galley were situated behind the dining room. There was no proper saloon.
Oh, no.
There was a small males-only smoking room with a bar. Sorry, ladies. Lucifina's fuming. There were over 1,000 third class.
And then I gotta add that blush.
Many of the third class passengers.
I gotta add that blush.
The White Star Line wanted
That's right. Gotta add that blush.
Symbolic beginning of their new lives and to enjoy themselves. The rooms comprised mainly of 2 to 6 berth rooms, unlike third class living on other passenger liners. The rooms weren't dormitory style, but were actually individual cabins. Each cabin had its own sink. Like second class, shared bathrooms, but only 2 bathtubs for 1,000 passengers. 1 for men, 1 for women. Luckily, an attendant would wash this tub in between uses. And so that no one would hog these bathrooms, they had a very strict no masturbation policy. The attendant was trained to recognize the sounds of both male and female masturbation and do what was needed to put a stop to it. Oh my heck, that's not true. What is true is that third class passengers paid between £3 and £8 per ticket, around $40 US. According to the inflation calculator, is equivalent to about $1,000 today, which at first sounded crazy to me. But that includes 3 meals a day for a 5.5-day trip. Thinking about it like that, it doesn't sound that expensive to me. $1,000, that's like 5 nights in a hotel and 3 meals a day and a trip across the Atlantic. Altogether, it sounds pretty reasonable. Now let's talk about fourth class. Big drop off. Might as well start with the April 14th, 1912 fourth class dinner menu. Corn chowder, cabin biscuits, and basically some fruit, not seemed suitable for the other classes of guests. There was no dessert. There were no individual cabins for fourth class. There was essentially some barracks down near the boilers with prison-style bunk beds, slightly better mattresses, where everyone slept in the same room. There was no bathtub for anyone, only one toilet for just over 500 people, no lunch, 2 meals a day with a fresh bread and butter snack service, but the bread really wasn't fresh. It was probably whatever first class hadn't eaten the night before. There was no common room. There was no saloon access. At night, men were allowed to take flasks of liquor and smoke and drink and play cards near one of the ship's boilers. Sounds fucking terrible. The hardest part about fourth class was that you were literally locked in the lower holds of the hull for the entire duration of the trip. There was no windows. You were not allowed to come up to any of the decks for fresh air at any point. And it got really hot down in fourth class. Because of proximity to the boilers, the temperature would vary between about 98 and 105 degrees Fahrenheit, they estimate. The entire
make
voyage,
the colors
the risk
pop
of
a
heat
little.
stroke, very real, those temperatures. And you felt more movement than in other parts of the ship. So seasickness, common.
I'm going back to work. Have fun. All right.
Ventilation, also poor. And to save electricity,
Hold up.
power the nighttime
I'm missing so much.
I
was going to draw a buff go camera, but didn't. Thought it wasn't going to be too funny. Stone curtain walls won't save them from the cold winter is coming. I think you should draw a buff go camera.
Finally, none of the fourth class
Period. Hodor.
because no one bothered to unlock the doors.
All right, have fun.
Portion of the ship.
Sometimes, yeah, your own worst critic, Napalm. Even if things don't go how you want, sometimes you get the insight you need.
Titanic's crew.
Going to be in the Wojak Chad art style.
There was only first, second, third class.
Good luck with your work, Floopy Snow. Anti what now? Excuse me?
Never let out to get fresh air. I thought about that lie so much it became real to me over the course of research. I would have to catch myself like, God, that would suck to be in fourth class. I'm like, you idiot. You're making it up. Just as the passengers were divided into separate areas of the ship, the crew was also separated from the passengers. The White Star Line intended that crew and passengers would not meet privately at any time during the voyage. But we'll see later. They definitely would meet due to that holy shit, we are sinking situation. The engine room staff was housed on the starboard side at the forward end of the ship on the lower, middle, upper, and saloon decks. 2 spiral staircases connected their rooms to the boiler and engine room. Such a maze, these big ships. As expected for the times, there were very few women in the crew, only 23. Those 23 women, part of a small part of the estimated 885 total crew members on board. And how much sexual harassment did those poor women endure? Can't imagine. It would have been fun to be a young, single, cute woman on a ship full of dicks. Or maybe the most fun. But maybe had your pick of the litter. Hey, Lucifina. Now for a quick word about a safety feature. If you're familiar with the story of the Titanic, you have probably heard about the claim that it was unsinkable. Why was that claim made? First off, it wasn't actually some huge public claim. It's not like there was a giant ad campaign revolving around the Titanic being literally unsinkable. That's an exaggeration. But that claim was made, and many did think it was truly unsinkable. It was called that because the ship's head designer, Thomas Andrews, made some design modifications to make it more safe than previous liner, and the new safety features were advertised. Some passengers were so certain that the ship was unsinkable that they initially remained calm as the ship literally sank. So what were the new safety modifications? By far the biggest was 16 compartments within the hull whose doors could be shut by the flick of a switch. It was believed that the ability to quickly close off these compartments, if any of them were breached, could keep the ship afloat even if it suffered severe damage. But these compartments, sadly, just didn't fucking work. To be fair to Thomas Andrews, it was very hard to beta test something like that back in 1912 without any simulation computers. They were, of course, presumed to be watertight, but the bulkheads were not capped at the top. In nautical usage, a bulkhead is a dividing wall or barrier between compartments in a ship. The ship's builders claimed that 4 of the compartments would be flooded once without endangering the liner's.
All are lovely.
Buoyancy.
What?
I know how
What
to
was it, General? Merp?
And this advertised fact led many to claim.
Oh no, it spoke to me spiritually.
But of course, it was pretty simple. Those compartments, as it turns out, once filled up with water and all the pressure that went along with all that water, not totally watertight. Almost, but not completely. And almost watertight doesn't keep a ship from sinking nearly as well as totally watertight. Okay, now let's meet some of the Titanic's most famous passengers. For many of them, we'll also catch up with them later in the timeline. And we'll meet some of the crew before we jump into the timeline as well. And then we'll jump into the timeline. John Jacob Astor IV was not just the richest man on the Titanic, but also one of the richest men in the entire world at the time of his death. His estimated worth of $87 million, equivalent to over $2.3 billion today. Astor was the great-grandson of John Jacob Astor, fur trader and real estate investor who became a leading businessman of his day and the founder of an American fur trade dynasty. John Jacob Astor I opened a fur shop in New York City in 1786, which would later become the American Fur Company. Making that fur money. That is an old-timey way to make a fortune, if there ever was one. You don't hear about a lot of fur moguls today. Fur is not nearly as much in demand today. When I Googled, where do you buy fur, I was taken first to an ad for furu.com, a company that mostly sells a product called fur oil. And fur oil is like beard oil, but for pubic hair. Seriously. The product description on their website says, specifically designed for pubic hair and skin, our signature blend of lightweight oils gently softens hair and clears pores for fewer ingrowns and healthier skin. And you know what? If that's what you're
making that fur money,
like, is there a big market for pubic hair oil? When pubic hair oil comes up in a search for buying fur faster than actually buying fur, safe to say, not a lot of fur being sold. That being said, there is still some money in this now niche business. At Neiman Marcus, I was shocked to find this. You can buy an $87,000 Russian sable stroller coat right now. But enough fur talk. Astor, the wealthiest man in the country at the time, when selling fur could make you a true fortune, died in 1848. At his death, estimated to be worth about $20 million, the bulk of which went to his son, William Backhouse Astor. And William's son, William Jr., was John Jacob Astor IV's father. Astor IV, interesting person. Among Astor's accomplishments was writing A Journey in Other Worlds in 1894, a science fiction novel about life in the year 2000 on the planet Saturn and Jupiter. Based on reviews, it does not seem like a real page turner. Doesn't seem like it sold well in its day. Amazon reviewer James Latimer gave it 1-star, writing, I started the book. I could not connect the plot to the characters. It was a struggle to connect what the book was about, and it was easier to just move on to another book that was better reading. That review killed me the first time I read it. It was so hard to understand what the fuck this book was even about. I found it best to just move on to another book. Basically, it was a book written by a dude who had time to write a book because he was born wealthy, and then he was able to publish a book because he was wealthy. The book itself didn't make any money. Astor also patented several inventions, including a bicycle brake in 1898 that's never written about in any real detail, so I'm guessing it didn't actually revolutionize bicycle braking. A vibratory disintegrator used to produce gas from peat moss that I'm not sure was ever used. You don't hear about a lot of peat moss gas being harvested. And he invented a pneumatic road improver. Something else that shows up in a lot of biographical summaries, but also I don't think was ever used. So basically, he was a dude who wrote a book no one fucking cared about. And he invented shit that no one used. He was super wealthy. There was a perception when he was alive that he was an aimless dilettante. He was given the nickname by one newspaper, Jack Astor. For New Yorkers in 1897, Astor had the Astoria Hotel built, the world's most luxurious hotel in New York City, adjoining the Waldorf Hotel owned by Astor's cousin and rival William. The complex became known as the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. It is gorgeous. Awesome hotel, but I'm not impressed. He was money he was born with to build a nice hotel that other people designed and constructed. Okay, fine. Astor 47 was on the ship returning home from a months-long honeymoon with his new wife, Madeline Talmadge Force, was 18, 20 years younger than him. Of course he was 18. And before I move on to that, actually, I know I'm dogging this guy, but he comes up later in these conspiracies towards the end of the episode where he's like seen as this big rival of JP Morgan. Hopefully I'm getting his name right now, not looking at the notes. But I wanted to point all that, go into a little more detail here for what's going to come up later. Where he wasn't a big business rival. He was a rich kid who had a few hotels well, didn't do anything to earn.
All right, since Haven is so nice to everyone,
talking about his
twice now.
now.
Yes.
28
All right, be right back for
you know,
now.
some child,
I
young and
blame
naive
Goat
enough
for
to read
doing
so impressed by his book,
propaganda.
probably didn't immediately realize
It's still snake oil.
I don't know, maybe
They
he was.
just claim it comes from furry
The couple's
snakes.
extended honeymoon was actually a way to escape high
I
society
get you.
gossip
Before
after
that,
just been divorced. And it was then he gets
pet.
married right away again, relatively unheard of back then.
Thank you. Thank you for the pets.
Atlantic Ocean after the ship went down.
Don't
Among
care if
other
she doesn't
possessions, he was
stream.
found with
Kindness deserves
$2,240
recognition.
in his pocket,
Yes.
roughly
Yes, it
$60,000.
does.
Noelle
She's
Leslie,
so sweet to
Countess
me.
of Roths, was another one of the Titanic's most famous passengers. A popular figure in London society, Leslie became a countess after marrying Norman Evelyn Leslie, Earl of Roths, in 1900.
Goddamn.
Leslie and her cousin Gladys Cherry booked a trip on the Titanic. After surviving the disaster, the press dubbed her the plucky little countess. And she actually seems super cool. After surviving the sinking of the Titanic, she became heavily involved with the Red Cross during World War I, helping to nurse back to health, among others, her husband, who had been wounded in battle. Then there's Thomas Andrews, that poor bastard. Remember his name? He was the ship's architect, the guy who designed it to be the safest ship in the world. The 16 sealable hull compartments were supposed to keep what did happen from happening. Traveled on the Titanic's maiden voyage in order to observe the ship and make recommendations on areas where the ship could be improved. Eek. When an iceberg damaged the Titanic's hull, the 39-year-old shipbuilder immediately began helping women and children into lifeboats. The BBC reprinted a telegram from the White Star Line, which noted that when last seen, officers say he was throwing overboard deck chairs, other objects to people in water. His chief concern was safety of everyone but himself. Wish we could know how many acted altruistically and heroically like that in their final moments compared to how many people acted cowardly and selfishly. Wouldn't that be super interesting? Out of those who faced certain death, who thought of others and helped, who thought of only themselves, maybe tried pushing others out of the way to get into a lifeboat or something. Interesting little case study regarding human nature. I guess no matter what the ratio was, there were definitely some heroes when the big ship went down, and that is pretty awesome, pretty inspiring. I know we cover a lot of dirtbags on this show. Won't that ever make you think there aren't also a tremendous amount of fantastic meat sacks out there? Hail Nimrod! People like Thomas Andrews. Margaret Brown was another known passenger. She'd been born in Mississippi to Irish immigrants, married James Joseph Brown in New York City, and became fabulously wealthy when Brown's mining business took off after striking ore. Brown became a well-known socialite with a penchant for dramatic hats and social activism on the behalf of women and children. She was returning from a voyage around Europe when she decided to book a trip on the Titanic. During the disaster, she reportedly helped to row the lifeboat and demanded that the group of survivors row back to the spot where the ship went down in order to look for survivors, a decision opposed by the crewmen in charge of the lifeboat. They were worried that the sinking ship could create some kind of current that would pull the lifeboat, down into the depths. This earned her the nickname for heroic actions, the unsinkable Molly Brown. Her life was immortalized in a Broadway musical called The Unsinkable Molly Brown, later adapted into a Hollywood film. Another important person on the ship was J. Bruce Ismay, the managing director of the White Star Line, the dude who signed off to have this ship built. Ismay survived the sinking of the Titanic, but he never lived down the public scorn he received in the wake of the disaster. He boarded a lifeboat 20 minutes before the ship sank into the Atlantic. Later said he turned away as the Titanic slipped beneath the surface of the water, saying, "I did not wish to see her go down. I am glad I did not." And Ismay caught a lot of flack for boarding a lifeboat before other passengers. He was ostracized in society, ultimately resigned from his post, kept a low profile for the remainder of his life. He didn't die on the ship, but his career did. His family said he never fully recovered from the ordeal. Another wealthy couple aboard the Titanic was Isidore and Ida Strauss. The couple first met after the Civil War when a penniless Isidore Strauss moved to New York City from the Kingdom of Bavaria. Isidore and his brother convinced Roland Macy, founder of Macy's, to let them put a crockery department in the basement of the store. And it went so well that he and his brother eventually became business partners of Macy. And by 1896, they acquired primary ownership of Macy's. Rags to riches. And then Isidore became a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Also, random trivia, his great-great-granddaughter is the singer King Princess, who I actually listened to a fair amount via some Spotify playlists. She's fucking great. Fantastic. Isidore and Ida wouldn't survive the sinking. We'll find out why in the timeline. Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon and his wife, Lady Lucy Duff Gordon, were two of the most prominent passengers on board the Titanic, and also had perhaps the most pompous names ever conjoined into one marriage.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon. That feels like a name I would make up and assign to some cartoonishly posh member of British high society. I feel like a medieval trumpet, some kind of herald let out a trumpet, little serenade every time that Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon entered the room. Ladies and gentlemen of the grand staircase, I present to you Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon. And that dude had to run to the next room to get ready for, announcing him again as he moved to some other room. Ladies and gentlemen of the Grand Saloon, I present to you Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon. 5 minutes later.
Yes, look at that. That's so much better.
Of the first class lavatory.
Oh, look at that. Now a background.
Reginald. You're excused for this evening. Cosmo was a major landowner, society figure in the UK, known for his fencing skills. Lady Duff Gordon was a top British fashion designer whose innovations included the precursor to the modern.
That's the question. AFK misses some. That's okay. I'm almost done.
Not adhering to the ship's women and children evacuation policy. I'm sure that criticism would bum him out on occasion. Then he would remember, I'm Sir Duff Gordon, damn it! My life is worth the lives of 10,000 lesser souls. Sadly, that medieval herald I made up did not survive the sinking. Ladies and gentlemen of the lifeboat, I present to you Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon. And as the ship I stand on appears to be quickly sinking into the Atlantic's murky depths, I bid you adieu. Thank you, Reginald. That'll be all. Crazily, a few years later, 1915, Lady Duff Gordon would escape an oceany death again after canceling her voyage on the doomed Lusitania, a passenger ship sunk in World War I by a German U-boat. Another rich dude on board the Titanic was Benjamin Guggenheim, member of the powerful Guggenheim family, which earned its fortune in the mining industry. He was traveling on the ship with his mistress, Leontine Hobart, Scandal, and a number of staffers. When the ship started sinking, Guggenheim was initially optimistic about the ship's prospects, telling his lover, "We will soon see each other again. Just repair. Tomorrow the Titanic will go on again." Guggenheim's body would never be found. At some point, he passed on a message to his estranged wife via a survivor. "Tell her I played the game out straight to the end," he reportedly said. "No woman shall be left aboard the ship because Ben Guggenheim is a coward." His mistress would survive the sinking. I'm sure his wife was thrilled, estranged or not. A not rich but well-known person aboard the ship was Helen Churchill Candy. Helen was an author and a single mother who penned the early feminist work, How Women May Earn a Living, in the 1900s. She traveled extensively, befriended a number of prominent people like Teddy Roosevelt, William Jennings Bryan. Despite breaking her ankle during a chaotic evacuation, she teamed up with Molly Brown to man the oars of a lifeboat and return to look for survivors in the waters. Good on Helen Churchill Candy. One more distinguished passenger who unfortunately wouldn't survive the sinking before we quickly meet a few crew members. Despite having the funniest name in the world, Archibald Willingham Butt was a distinguished man. You heard that name right. A.W. Butt. Archie Butt. Archie Willingham Butt. Mr. Butt. Mr. Butt started out as a reporter. And it's B-U-T-T, too. Later enlisting in the U.S. Army during the Spanish-American War. He served in Cuba and the Philippines. Became President Teddy Roosevelt's military aide in 1908. Served Roosevelt's successor, William Taft, in the same capacity. May have been prompted to go to Europe because remaining neutral in the bitter quarrel between Roosevelt and Taft, two men he worked for, he'd been driven to a nervous breakdown. Maybe he had that breakdown because of all the teasing about his name. Ladies and gentlemen of the first class dining room, I present to you Archie Willie Little Bit Stinky Hambutt. Damn you, Sir Cosmo! Call off your rapscallion herald. Archie wouldn't survive. His body would never be recovered. President Taft would break down weeping while delivering a eulogy at Butt's funeral. And laugh a little bit. Talking about all the passengers, I should point out, if you've seen the Titanic movie, Jack and Rose, played by Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet, were entirely fictional, not even based on any Titanic passengers. Now that we know a bit about some of the passengers on board for the Titanic's fateful debut and final voyage, let's meet a few of the people in charge of the Titanic, its noble crew. Start off with some serious sadness. The maiden voyage of the Titanic was to be 62-year-old Captain Edward John Smith's last voyage before retiring. Literally a few days away from retirement. His monthly wage was 105 pounds, according to inflation calculators, worth about 12 pounds today, or 12,000 pounds, today. Less. Weird on salaries that goes the other way. About $16,000, almost $200,000 a year. Smith was married with a young daughter. Very little is known about his final actions of the Titanic after the collision. He was last seen on the bridge of the sinking ship, and he did go down with the ship. His body was never recovered. Time for more crew sadness. In a tragic act of fate, Henry Wild was serving as chief officer on the Olympic, but then was transferred last minute to the Titanic for her maiden voyage. Yet, the ship hit the iceberg. He took control of the even-numbered lifeboats, with last seen trying to free some collapsible lifeboats. His body also never recovered. His monthly wage was 25 pounds, works out to less than 50 grand a year. Big drop in salary for captain and chief officer. The ship's first officer was William Murdoch, 39 years old. He served on a number of White Star ships. On the bridge at the time of the collision, he was the one who gave the order to turn the ship after the iceberg was spotted. Obviously, too late. He helped to load women and children into the lifeboats. Also did not survive the disaster. His body also never recovered. No salary info for him. Charles Lightoller was the highest-ranking officer to survive the wreck. How he survived is nuts.
Yep.
Trying to load the
Charles Lightoller should have
free the collapsible lifeboats.
more known about him.
He was sucked underwater and then was blown back to the surface by air escaping from a vent. He got fucking saved by a giant air bubble. Once he made it back to the surface, he managed to climb onto an overturned collapsible lifeboat and then survived. Dude was a tough son of a bitch. He'd begun his sailing career at the age of 13, already been in a shipwreck before the Titanic. After the sinking, he went right back to work on the RMS Oceanic, another liner for the White Star Line. Then he fought in World War I, where another one of his ships sank, where he also depth-charged a German U-boat into oblivion and shot up a German Zeppelin. He was awarded numerous medals for bravery in battle, then retired as a commander at the end of the war. And then in World War II, at the age of 70, dude used his private boat to rescue 127 Allied soldiers in the Dunkirk evacuation.
Yep.
Died at the age of 78 in London, spending his final years managing a boatyard and probably getting in fucking fistfights. Hail Nimrod, Charles Lightoller. Should have been knighted, good sir. A giant among men. Now for two people who weren't high-ranking at all, but would end up playing huge roles in the sinking of the Titanic. Making just £5 a month. Lookouts. Frederick
Charles Lightoller should have had a movie after him. He is a crazy SOB. He might be the real life Indiana Jones.
£3 a month. Robbery for the radio operators, whose main duty involved sending private telegrams between passengers. As we'll see in detail later, they also received multiple warnings about icebergs in the area that were not taken seriously. Maybe pay the guys in charge of making sure you're about to die warnings are taken more seriously would have been a good idea. After contacting the Carpathia, a nearby ship, and sending out multiple distress signals, both operators stayed at their posts until water poured into the Marconi room. Bride survived by climbing into an overturned hull, of collapsible B. Phillips reached collapsible B also, but died sometime before dawn. As I mentioned earlier, there were two bands aboard the Titanic. Each musician only paid £4 a month. After the collision, they grouped on the deck and played to keep the spirits of the passengers up as they got into the lifeboats. How eerie is this? Some survivors state that the band played until the very end. Many claim that the hymn Nearer, My God, to Thee was the last song played. None of the musicians survived. Holy shit, that is quite the visual. What a crazy final series of moments. Playing your instrument as water engulfs you. I wonder if anyone died, like super annoyed. Someone else in the band was playing the wrong note. Again. It's fucking Hubert. It's B flat. Flat. Not sharp. At least I won't ever have to hear that again. I wonder if the fake Harold was with the band at the time he died.
Today I have
Ladies
left.
and gentlemen of the Titanic, I present to you the first class band. They will not be playing an encore this evening, for we are drowning. Now that we know about, what the ship was like, have a rough idea what the ship was like, who was on it, let's get to the sinking itself. This week's, at times, minute-by-minute timeline. Minute,
Surgs.
minute,
you have learned the Surgs. Have you now? Have you learned the Surgs?
You just got a little bit of McDonald's.
What have you learned?
And now it's time suck time.
Yes, Reginald, what have you learned?
Strap on those boots, soldier.
What have you learned?
Marching down a time suck timeline.
Now, that is a pretty kitty.
Titanic at the Harland and Wolff shipyard, Queens Island in Belfast. The slipway used to build the Titanic.
That they are cool. They are cool. Are you also a Surg?
The slipway, also known as a boat ramp or launch. Or
are you one of them Surgs?
Boats can be moved to and from the water.
Now,
Titanic construction resulted in
now to hit that background.
8 deaths. Safety regulations on construction sites a wee bit more relaxed.
Gotta hit that background.
Back in 1909.
I gotta hit that background.
On May 31st, 1911,
Maybe.
the Titanic hit the water for the first time in front of about 100,000 spectators. Quite a crowd for a boat. It was then towed to a spot where her
Gotta hit that
tunnel
background.
parts would be installed.
Gotta hit that background.
Almost a year later, on April 2nd, the Titanic was first tested at sea over a period of 11 hours. She was sailed at different speeds, turned,
Select
She went about
all.
80 miles during the test, then returned to Belfast.
And also
have the
save.
sign that would declare her seaworthy. She
Save.
This was an iceberg.
Since the boy isn't here,
Titanic set off on its maiden and
he would have
only
told
voyage
me to
Southampton,
save.
England, to New York City.
He would have.
As it left
He
the
would
dock,
have told me.
so big that the quake caused
All
another
right.
liner
If you're
in New York
unsure if you're a
cable.
Surg or a not a
Already under
Surg,
control, and the
it's
Titanic
okay.
out of the docks. Titanic picked up
Alright.
additional passengers in Cherbourg, France, and that
Now,
evening set sail for
add
Queenstown, Ireland.
Not to
Day,
add
April 11th, the Titanic stopped safely in Queenstown to pick up more passengers and
some
mail.
effects.
1:30 p.m.
Let's go
part of
to
the crossing
effects.
New York Times
Effects.
ran a 2-sentence article on page 6 of its 14-page edition on the 11th about the start of the maiden voyage of the Titanic. The entirety of the coverage was, the White Star liner Titanic, which sailed from Southampton yesterday, is now the largest vessel of the world. But how long will it be before there is a super Titanic? Amazing coverage! Oh, to be an old-timey newspaper writer. Seemed like a very tough job based on that. 3 days later, on April 14th, the Titanic began to receive warnings from other ships that there was ice drifting around Newfoundland, where they were currently located. They'd made it most of the way across the Atlantic, 325 nautical miles from the tip of Newfoundland, 1,084 from New York, 4 days into the voyage. At 9 a.m., the Titanic received the following warning. Captain, Titanic, westbound streamers report berg, growlers, and field ice in 42 degrees north from 49 to 51 degrees west, April 12th. Compliments, Bar. Titanic Captain Edward John Smith wrote back, Captain, who gives a shit? My dick. Suck it. We're unfucking sinkable, bitch. Compliments, Smith. Dickhead. Captain Smith did not write that.
Here.
He didn't write anything back. He did cancel his scheduled lifeboat drill. Not sure why. At 1:42 p.m., the Titanic crew received another warning. Captain Smith.
You didn't miss much.
Variable winds and clear fine weather since leaving. Greek steamer Athenae reports passing iceberg and large quantity of field ice today in latitude.
Almost done with this pick.
41 north. Longitude 49.52 west. Wish you and the Titanic all success, Commander. And then at 1:45 p.m., they got a third message. America passed 2 large icebergs in 41.27 degree north, 50.8 degree west on April 14th. Okay, so it was no secret. I'm probably reading the degree dot thing. Probably supposed to say different nautical terms. You get it. It was no secret that the seas were littered with icebergs that day, and the lookouts were, I'm strongly guessing, told to be extra vigilant when it came to spotting them. At 5:50 p.m., due to the iceberg warnings,
there we go.
Decided to change course and head slightly south. However, he did not decide to lower the ship's speed.
Bam.
Had it not been the ship's maiden voyage, I wonder if he would have. They say that the speed contributed.
I'm done.
But, the head of the company's on board. He knows the press is waiting in New York City.
Save.
Late. A lot of people are going to be pissed at him. And it's his last voyage. Pride probably played into his
Deselect.
Full speed ahead.
What do you guys think?
Long, successful career on a down note. 9:40 p.m. They get another message from Masaba to Titanic. All eastbound.
What do you guys think? Oh, damn.
40 degrees north. 41 degrees. 25 degrees north.
Ninja, famous YouTuber / streamer Ninja over here.
Also field ice. Weather good.
I think you make amazing art. Good. Well, thank you.
Reasons,
no, why thank
never
you.
passed this warning on to the Titanic.
Streamer / influencer. That kitty emits propaganda.
Caused by an earlier wireless breakdown.
Blue and red.
Respond to this and other incoming
oh man,
as one of the principal causes
that kitty does give off a lot of propaganda vibes.
Jack.
Then I gotta get these lovely folks
Real life Jack,
in.
Like movie Jack.
Gotta get
10 p.m. the ship changed on the bridge.
Luffy Snow,
William Murdoch,
Raven,
Charles Lightoller as the officer on
Ford, and Nix.
Reginald Lee began their watch in the Titanic's crow's nest. The night is unusually calm, making icebergs more difficult to see, as there are no waves crashing against the iceberg. Adding substantially to the difficulties in spotting the iceberg.
But so far, 5 out of 5. Yes, yes.
Also did not have binoculars. Yes.
Good.
No binoculars. That would make being a lookout more difficult.
All right.
Why didn't they have
and
binoculars?
Now to save as
David Dumbshit Blair. David Blair was a merchant seaman for the White Star Line. He was supposed to be working on the Titanic. But then he was reassigned just before its maiden voyage. His hasty departure, he accidentally took a key with him to a storage locker that held, the binocular for the crow's nest. Next to Jack Phillips not passing along messages to the bridge, David taking the keys with him is the main reason most think the Titanic sank.
And now it's
David
rendering.
Another 43 years.
So the last bit of the stream is mostly just rendering.
Middlesex, and this wasn't his only huge maritime mistake. He was also blamed
just a rendering
as the navigator for the White Star Line's RMS Oceanic ground in 1914.
Tired.
David.
But I got this done, which is good.
Blair's locker key would end up resurfacing at an auction in 2010, where it would sell for over $130,000. Back to the Titanic.
I wanted to make sure that it popped. The colors popped a lot. Because I was like,
Californian radios the Titanic.
Doesn't pop as much as I want, and it's like, it really makes it pop.
Still recovering from an
once you pop,
messaging system malfunction,
as far as I've heard, once you pop, just don't stop. Which I don't know. I've never
Cape
popped.
A wireless station located at Cape Race, Newfoundland.
Beautiful, most beautiful art. Thank you.
In hindsight, that looks really bad. Like, hey, we're surrounded by ice. We're near you. We're totally surrounded by ice. He's like, shut up. I'm busy. I'm doing some stuff. I got some earwax I'm trying to clean right now. God damn it. When I talk about wireless communication, also, I, of course, do not mean cell phones or the internet. I'm talking about wireless telegraphy. Transmission of telegraph signals by telegraphy. I'm guessing. I should look that one up. It's telegraph with a Y.
For a little bit.
I want to say telegraphy, but maybe telegraph. Ships started using this kind of technology to communicate just a dozen years earlier in 1900. By 11 p.m., most of the Titanic's passengers had retired to their rooms for the evening.
Save this.
Ladies and gentlemen of the first class saloon, the Cosmo Duff Gordon bids you adieu for this evening. Please stand aside and allow him to depart the room with the proper respect and dignity due. At 11:40 p.m., Frederick Fleet,
and then let's open that.
Rang the warning bell 4 times. Called down to the bridge to say iceberg right ahead. William Murdoch, the first officer on duty, gave the command to turn the ship hard. But the command had come, of course, too late. 37 seconds later, Titanic hit a giant iceberg.
19.
And the massive, heavy, and jagged ice bashed holes along the side of the ship. After 10 minutes, water poured in.
Let's change.
The water started pouring in immediately after 10 minutes.
Let's transform. Let's change image size resolution.
4.3 meters above the keel in compartments. No one will ever know exactly how big this iceberg was. It's reported to have stuck up out of the water 50 to 100 feet, and the visible portion was estimated to be between 200 and 400 feet long. This visible portion would have only accounted for 10% of its total size. Some think the iceberg may have been half a mile long underwater.
Most
roughly
beautiful. I drew the most beautiful surg.
Big iceberg, enormous. That size. It's made out of steel.
Napalm.
Early morning of April 15th,
I love it.
1912, Jack Phillips types out.
I love it.
QD.
I don't feel like that's a circle, but I love it.
The Titanic's pole letters along with the ship's position.
That's art.
The lifeboats and began boarding women and children first. Must have also thought, "Are you fucking kidding me? My last
That's
trip.
That's pretty good. I love it.
The 20 boats had space.
Some good art right there.
78 people out of more than 2,200 people on board. Why didn't the Titanic have more lifeboats? A lot of people have asked this. It wasn't because he didn't have room for more. He could have held 64 lifeboats instead of 20. And it wasn't saving money. These fewer lifeboats. The White Star Line spent $7.5 million on the ship, and the extra lifeboats, and it did have a few extra submersibles, which is why sometimes I think
that's some good art, my friend.
But these extra lifeboats would have cost less than
I
$20,000.
think you should go for it. That's good.
Legally, they just didn't have to. The laws regulating how many boats a ship of that size were required to have were seriously outdated. Also, the company had such faith in the 16-compartment full safety system that they didn't think they really needed lifeboats.
There she goes, and it's now on the Discord. Hell yeah.
Many days.
Hell yeah. Judy McPooty. I'd say it's bad on purpose, but I'd be lying.
First respond to the distress call. But the liner was
It's good. It's fine.
350
All right.
kilometers away to the south. Other ships.
Let me get my phone so I can find out who we're gonna raid.
They were even further away.
Let's figure out who we're gonna raid. Come on, guys.
Was alerted to the emergency with the signal.
It's the end of the show. Come on, get your drinks. Come on, it's the end of the show. Come on, get your drinks, pay your tab. Come on, everybody, come on. I know. So we got middle art, and we got D20. So, and Gelatin Guy is on. You know me, whoever is the lowest viewer. All right, middle art it is. Middle art it is. Yes, right. Yeah. Right. Middle. Yep. I did it right. Middle art. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Have an amazing one, everybody. You guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. You guys are stupendous. Don't ever forget that. Never forget that. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you for the new follower. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and chilling out and chillaxing with me. Thank you for letting me make some beautiful art. And thank you for allowing me to entertain you for the length of amount of time that I have. You guys stay awesome. Stay positive. I hope to see you later. Hope to see your beautiful faces later. I can't wait to do that. All right, now, guys. Night-night. Bye-bye. Bam. And